Our main man's waking up and something feels wildly wrong. That nonstop beeping isn't his alarm clock at all. It's the chilling pulse of a hospital room, like doom ticking in real time. Then boom, he's dead, and in the next blink he's back, jolting upright in a totally different bed, in a whole new room. He yanks open the balcony doors and bam, there it is, a jaw-dropping castle hovering in a boundless blue sky. He calls it a beautiful day, but that's a massive understatement for the first day of his new life. After he died in his original world, a real goddess showed up and told him, "You can't be brought back, but I'll give you a brand new life in another world." And our boy, still thinking about that old anime he obsessed over as a kid, dropped one hilariously impossible request. He demanded a flying castle, and somehow the unhinged goddess actually went and did it. She straight up landed a blow on him. Now he's ruling his own tiny kingdom above an endless sea and sky, and the big question won't let him go: does any continent even exist out there? He hustles back inside, and his footsteps crash and echo through the grand spiral staircase. He pushes past the halls and reaches the castle's core, a high-tech control room packed with monitors that watch every angle. Just as he takes it all in, a screen suddenly explodes with a terrifying roar. Yep, there it is, a dragon. Panic hit the moment he lunged for the console, scrambling to piece together how the defenses even worked. He slams the button for a lightning strike, and a savage bolt tears the dragon apart, smashing it into the castle's protective barrier as sparks fly everywhere. He can't believe he just did that. Life here isn't just dragon slaying, because he's got a whole army of adorable little robots babysitting his food supply, and a whole army of towering golems stood guard like an unbreakable wall. He strides right past two of them, and they just freeze there, staring like they can't even breathe. He tries to break the ice with his main golem, A1, but it won't say a word. Just stony silence. Man, talk about a tough crowd. But come on, he's got bigger stuff on his mind, like lunch. He stretches, hunger hits like a punch, and he whips up a full feast for himself. Even if it's a lonely dinner at a comically huge table, he throws himself into cooking because the process is pure fun, and it always works out for him. The food hits the spot, and he decides to power through the game he started yesterday. And yeah, this is the life he never got back then. Every bit of modern tech from his old world is right here, so he can binge movies, grind video games, and devour manga. All the stuff his nonstop life never let him touch. Back then, he never had a second to breathe, but now he eats whatever he wants, crashes whenever he feels like it. He's out here living life on his own terms, and honestly, this is the best it gets. Every single day theme park. He's got this gigantic pool all to himself, kicking up water and splashing like the whole world can't touch him. And he even tries to teach the little farming bots how to swim, but they totally refuse to go along. He kicks around soccer in a giant garden, sprawls for naps anytime the mood hits, and eats like a king. Then somehow the days zip right past. Bye for now, this paradise is about to steal me for a while. But after just a few weeks, he's done everything, every game, every movie, and this new restless feeling starts creeping in. Man, I'm bored, he mumbles, then the water steals every word before it can even land. Then it slams into him ice cold, like he just fell into a pool. I'm so damn lonely, I need someone to talk to. The thought rips out of him as a desperate shout, blasting through his empty paradise. I want to meet someone, anyone. With a brand new purpose blasting in his chest, he wipes off the water, then storms straight for the control room. So far, all he's seen is endless ocean and that one crispy dragon. There's got to be land somewhere, right? He blurts it to the empty room and storms into a search for the continent. In that room, the castle engines roar to life, and our hero can only pray wherever he's headed. Intelligent life better be waiting. A few hours later, his face is shoved to the glass, and his eyes burn half exhaustion, half desperate hope. Then he watches it slam down, and the impact lands a whole continent. He erupts in a scream, tears of pure joy pouring down his face, while his robot companion stands there as stone still as ever. But as they close in, they suddenly spot another thing, a horse. He's sprawled beside a flipped carriage like proof that civilization can still crumble in an instant. Our poor hero collapses in relief, sobbing like his heart can finally breathe, and honestly, I don't blame him, because he was terrified this whole world was nothing but monsters. Then his eyes catch them topping the hill, real humans. Knights in gleaming armor, so impossibly cool it makes you forget to breathe. But this isn't some fairy tale dream. She's sprinting for her life along the shoreline, straight toward a cliff's edge. She's totally cornered, and our boy is locked to the monitor, panicking so hard his brain feels like it's on fire. Because Tuesday's suspense episode is about to hit. He's stuck in full spectator mode, panicking like crazy. So tell me what I'm supposed to do if this turns into one of those suspense dramas because she's 100 about to die. He's begging his monitor, please no don't DIE Villager 1. Down on the cliff, the girl is in pure panic, knife pressed to her own throat. Take one step closer and I'll end it, she screams. The knights are absolute savages, cackling as they stare her down. Then their leader sneers that if she jumps, they'll drag her body back out and defile it like pure evil with a grin. Her face crumples because the kindness was a lie. They never planned to treat her well in the first place. They press the truth into her no-escape route, No safe place left to run to. Her will snaps in half, her eyes flare wide with pure terror as they rush in. Then bam, the lead knight grinds to a halt and he snaps his gaze upward as a gigantic shadow crashes over them. The girl shot her gaze upward, fear cracking into pure, stunned confusion. Falling out of the heavens is something so absurd, so impossible, it snaps their world in half, a literal flying castle. It hangs right over their heads, silent, stone cold, like a god frozen in place. God, the girl can only freeze there. Tears spill into her eyes as she stares. The knights are cracking up. Does that island just float in the air? One of them shrieks, and the leader snaps. Enough! Kill her now and drag her body back. He rockets forward, and before they can even collide, something slams into the dirt right between them. It's one of our boy golems. A1 drops like a cannonball and just shrugs off the sword strike with zero effort. The knights are stunned, an iron golem just drops out of the sky and nothing about it makes any sense. While A1 has them totally distracted, a tiny farming rut rockets in and scoops the girl clean off her feet with barely a warning. Wake up! Alarm bells scream and the whole world hits ready mode. Tension spikes, he snarls with a raw, furious roar and hurls his sword at the golem, rage spilling with every swing. But it's way too late. This robot grabs her and yeets her skyward, blasting her straight up toward the castle. The knights can do nothing but stare, jaws hanging open as their prize gets ripped away right in front of them. Back in the control room, our main man finally exhales like he's been holding his breath for ages. Phew, that was a real nail-biter. His heart still hammers in his chest. What a terrifying gamble, but trusting a one was the exact move. All right, now comes the tough part. He tells himself to stay warm, to welcome her, and then he starts pacing like he can't breathe because it's been ages since he last saw a real human. He catches up with her the moment she's being set down, trying his hardest to look harmless, then lets out a shaky grin. Hello, do you know Japanese? He asks. The girl, slammed by the day's chaos, just drops crashing straight into his arms as she faints. Just like that, he snaps into action and catches her. Then the truth hits him. She must have been terrified the whole time. As he cradles her, he spots something on her neck, a strange, haunting scar. Jut, who is this girl? Later, he lays her down in the castle's medical bay, getting her resting at last. A tough guy locks eyes with him and dares him. As he drops this terrible joke about wanting a tanned girl, the golem isn't buying it. He grinds through the result. She isn't sick. She's just starving and wiped out. He runs a full bioscan, and the second it spits out her age and measurements, guilt hits him hard, and he feels like a total creep for staring. Shaking it off, he decides what to do next, all right. I'll cook a real full meal for her. Then he leans in and blurts, "Tell me the second she wakes up, okay?" Meanwhile, the girl is stuck in a nightmare loop, forced to relive the same traumatic memory over and over again. Memory hits and she jolts awake with a sharp gasp, panting like she just ran for her life. She takes in the unfamiliar fancy room and pure confusion hits her like a wave. She remembers the cliff, the golem, and how she didn't die, but that tiny relief snaps into despair. "Why am I such a coward?" she chokes out, sobbing as she curls into a ball, feeling completely useless. The door clacks open and A1 strides right in. She jerks back in pure terror, but the golem calmly hands her a brand new set of clothes. With a trembling breath, she snatches them from the air. A1 guides her through a colossal hall packed with an entire army of identical golems, all frozen at a tension so big it's downright terrifying. Are they gearing up for war? She can't help but wonder, because in this world, golems don't mess around. So even the kingdom's top court magicians couldn't conjure a force this massive. A one hustles her into the kitchen, and there our boy is, humming to himself as he cooks. Morning rolls in, and he whips around with a bright, friendly grin. Good morning," he chirps. She's totally stunned. He blurts out that the robot swapped her clothes while she was out cold. And the second she calls him Magician Sama, it hits him like a sucker punch. He's so thrown off he can only stammer. He rushes to set the record straight, starts speaking Japanese, thank goodness, and she snaps back demanding what he's going to do with her, swearing she's flat out penniless. "I'm not kidnapping you," he blurted, flustered. "You looked like you were in trouble, so I got A1 to help you." He rushes to apologize for scaring her, admitting that waking up in a strange room after being attacked is pure nightmare fuel. He leans in and blurts, "What's your name?" Hila steps up in a shaky voice and introduces herself as just a normal villager while Taiki answers with his name like it's no big deal. Just as they're deep in conversation, a pot boils over. Taiki rockets to the stove to save his pasta before it turns into a disaster. Beneath a blazing full moon, they drop into their seats for a meal in the grand dining hall. Alan leans in, bites down carefully, and her eyes go wide, and then she dives in like she's starving, going full goblin mode. And he grins, telling her not to worry, there'll be plenty for seconds. She thanks him with cheeks blazing, not just because he fed her, because he literally saved her life. When she asks how many magicians live in the castle, a shadow slams across Taiki's face and he mutters, "Just me alone," like that one word alone is crushing the air. Over there, he looks so heartbreakingly alone that she can't even get the words out. She's totally stunned. He's running the whole fortress, and he's doing it alone, commanding an army of golems with nothing but his will. That magic power needed. It's straight up legendary, and I'm sitting here thinking, how in the world is this guy even human? Then she calls him Taki-sama. and you can practically hear the awe in her voice. Then she dips her head so low like a vow great magician Sama. Tiki's just over there thinking, magic bro. Then straight up says, I'm using solar power. So he ushers her to a guest room for the night, and she's blown away by the tech, especially that toilet that washes her with warm water. With curiosity blazing, she slams the button and instantly freezes in total shock. It's the kind of luxury she never even dared dream about. She throws a glance out the window and marvels at the breathtaking night sky, skin pressed against the cold glass like it could feel every heartbeat. Then it hits her hard when she looks down at the moon and the clouds and realizes the castle is flying. She spins toward him, trembling so hard she can barely breathe, completely lost and utterly stunned. Over the next few days, Isla finally loosens up cooking side by side with him. Totally clumsy, but somehow it's still an adorable rhythm. She sits down to watch a movie for the very first time. Totally lost at first, then instantly hooked, eyes glued to the popcorn like it's the most magical thing on earth. But the massive garden sprawled out like a living empire, and she watches the tiny farming robots hustle through the fields, working like clockwork. He playfully dashes water over her like a mischievous splash attack, and she bursts into a real gorgeous smile, and Taiki's heart flips as he blurts out, "Cute!" And suddenly she's starting to feel right at home. He still hasn't dared to ask about her past or the scar on her neck, so he just waits, praying she'll finally open up and trust him. He knows it's on him to rush in and help her get back to her family, but that familiar ache slides in like a shadow because if Illa turns back, he'll be alone again. Then he yanks a smile onto his face when she waves at him, shoving the hidden H in his chest back down where nobody can see it. Then, while she's setting up dinner, she blurts out a simple question that totally scrambles everything. Where do you even get the meat? I've never seen a single animal around here. Taiki's face darkens instantly, and he tells you in a cryptic tone that some things are better left unknown. Right before Ayla can slam the button on him, alarms scream through the whole castle. They sprint straight into the control room, and on the screens, a whole village flashes into view. A carriage tears through the woods at breakneck speed like it's trying to outrun fate itself. Allah jerks back with a sharp gasp right in front of her. The carriage driver has beast ears. A beast man, she blurts, stunned out of her mind. Sometimes, it hits her she finally realizes what's going down beastman hunting. As she lays bare the terrifying truth of this world, beastmen are dragged in, then sold off like slaves. That brutal world slams into Taiki like a punch to the gut. Ella clamps onto his arm and her composure crumbles in an instant. She begs, full body shaking, tears pouring, her voice barely hanging on, "Please, can you save them, just like you saved me?" Tyke is locked in ice, no hero, no legend, just some guy who got lucky once and now he's terrified he can't pull off another miracle. Then he spots the Beastman girl on the screen, pure terror on her face, eyes blazing with a desperate, "Please, help me." He stares at Illa's shaking plea and he refuses to look away. The moment he finds his spine, he snatches his most trusted companion and orders, "You and help me." The golem's optical sensors snap on, blazing to life golem, engaging. Without a single warning, our unsuspecting hero turns to his brand new golem buddy and blurts out, "A1 please, lend me your power." A1, all muscle and zero words, just stands there soaking up the command like it's a punch to the gut. Yo Taiki finally cracked it and made a real friend. And now he's not stuck in that lonely life anymore. He immediately crashed into a brutal slave hunt, and when he saw people getting hurt, he snapped and unleashed his new power to tear open the cage and rescue a captured beastman. In a cold, grim hush, a young fox girl gets yanked along by ruthless, shady slavers, her terrified cries ripping through the forest like a warning no one can ignore. Next, one of the thugs, clearly snapping after a terrible day, just stomps on her head to silence her for good. But the fire blazing in her eyes won't die down. She snaps out and swings back, but that scumbag just swats her aside, glaring like she's impossible to control. His partner snaps at him to chill, warning him that if he wrecks the goods, her paycheck drops, then they have to haul ass and go grab the enslavement seal. They yank out a wicked, branding, iron-looking weapon. Then the main thug yanks her hair hard and snarls, "Time to show you the truth, you're nothing but property." He vowed to carve the word slave right into her face so the whole world could stare at it. She might squeeze out one last terrified scream, then the brand doesn't even get to her skin because a laser rips through the seal and suddenly shrapnel explodes everywhere. A1 barrels into the scene like a runaway freight train, fists clenched and ready to smash out that cold, robotic justice. The slavers are totally rattled. "A golem? What in the world is he doing here?" And they scream the instant A1 starts hammering the ground with a brutal, percussive beatdown. A brutal right hook crashes into the lead thug's jaw and he rockets through the air. Our hero spots the guy passed out and tells A1, "That's enough." A1, always so efficient, just confirms the knockout, then hucks the unconscious body straight into the trees. A legend, right? The moment the trash is gone, Taiki snaps his fingers and orders A1 to track down the carriage carrying the other beastmen. No hesitation. The fox girl, still trembling in shock, can only think about one thing: her captured family. Then the scene snaps to A1's internal monitor there. The carriage is wobbling on a cliff's edge, and A1 slams the brakes in the very last second, stopping it before it can fall. With the floating castle finally wrapping them in safety, Illa's heart is sprinting in her chest. This whole ordeal was terrifying, and Taiki's scrambling to apologize for putting her through it. Much more. She's just relieved he saved everyone, and then she blurts the real question. Did any of them get branded with an enslavement seal? Our poor, hopeless heroes are completely clueless in enslavement. What does that even mean? But he finally has to admit back home he's never once heard of something like that. Pure horror flashes across his face as Ayla drops the truth. This seal is proof someone is being treated like nothing more than an object. She lays out the soul-crushing rules. These people have no rights and must obey their master's every command. And if they dare to fight back, that seal snaps into punishment. Sometimes it even ends their lives. And just like that, the weight of reality smashes down on our main man. Are they really going to die? Why he snaps gone is the patience he declares the whole system cruel, and right then and there, he decides to open his massive floating fortress and offer shelter to all of them. Right as the rescued carriage thumps down, Mare, the little fox girl, freezes from sheer shock, and then she drops, fainting cold. Taiki can't shake the feeling that this whole flying castle thing might have been a little too wild for her. Meanwhile, the other beastmen cram together inside the carriage, shaking with fear and scrambling for answers. Taiki braces himself and tries to calm everyone down, firing off the same worried question, is anyone hurt? Just stare back silent, unblinking, daring them to blink first. Seeing our boy struggle, Allah lunges in and introduces him as the legendary magician who controls the entire castle, promising he'll save them. She swears he's a gentle soul, and guess what? He doesn't even have a weapon on him. One of the men steps forward and introduces himself like it's a challenge, but he's still not buying it. He's never even heard of a magician named Taiki, and he won't drop the demand for proof like this has to be real and not some fancy trap. Our guy is completely rattled, sputtering out nonsense like he's desperately trying to back up his claim with proof. Barth refuses to stop, pressing for answers as he demands to know everything about that flying castle. Taiki, in the most wholesome burst of absurdity, declares, yeah, this is my home. Like it's got farms and ponds just waiting for you. A spot where you can belt out your loudest songs in the dead of night and nobody even thinks to get mad. Bart erupted into laughter because his answer was so ridiculously absurd. Once the tension finally breaks, he whips around to his people and goes, it's okay. Then he shakes his head and mutters, no way, this dude's way too strange to be a slaver. While the others rush to the fainted girl and the elderly man, Taiki tells them, I get why you're being careful. He straight up offers them a place to live right here in the castle. Bart feels grateful, but he still has to slam the door on it because their people are getting hunted, and a sacred duty won't let him turn away. To safeguard the shrine their ancestors carved out in the heart of the forest, they can stomp bandits with zero fear, but when slavers snatched a hostage, it left them totally helpless. That might be gone for good right now, but if they come back and snatch another hostage, you're looking at that same nightmare repeating itself all over again. The family shatters into chaos. Bart swears he'll shield them with everything he's got, but Talene looks him in the eye and knows they can't keep fighting this battle by themselves. She decides staying in the castle is the safest move for her and for their kids. Bard's heart shatters, but she forces herself to nod and then pulls her into a crushing hug that leaves no room for doubt. She's falling apart. Mir can't stop shaking as she sobs, I can't see everyone again. And then boom! Everything crashes sideways. In a blink, Mir snatches Ela, shoves a knife to her throat and roars, release everyone now, I'll kill her. Bart is in full panic. Mir, what are you doing? They already saved you. Ella is freaking out, and Taiki, smooth talker to the bone, blows a gasket as he stammers, we're just temporary roommates. The mayor finally realizes she messed up, blurts out a real apology, and lets Ila go, no hesitation. Ila's father is absolutely mortified, but Isla sweeps in with pure kindness, holding the crying girl close and calming her down. As she tells Mirror it's okay, you can tell she's just trying to shield her family the only way she knows how. Trying to cool the chaos, Taiki offers to escort anyone who wants to bail back down to the ground. Bart tells them, you and I can't leave, me and my wife have to stay here, guarding the shrine and holding the line. But Mir refuses to be pulled away from them, she declares, I'm staying with Mother. Her parents storm into the argument, but she's already decided nothing can sway her. Defeated, Bell's Tikis are out for now, then they'll come roaring back in 3 months. You could practically see the man's frustration screaming on his face as he battled a rebellious teenager. He lets out a heartbreaking goodbye as the golem hauls the others off. Tolin, her Sonland, and her daughter Schneebo stayed by her side, and they poured out deep, heartfelt gratitude like it meant everything. Taiki, all flustered by the formality, blurts out that they need to just act normal. Once the formal introductions are done, we finally get to meet the mayor officially, for real. Talene grabs Taiki and begs him to look after her tomboyish daughter, and honestly the whole moment turns out way sweeter than anyone expects. Taiki spots Mir, bleeding, snaps into action and rushes her straight to the castle's medical bay. It's basically using a kind of magic power to mend people and heal them for real. The machine hums like it's in control, wipes out her scar, and snaps off a fast diagnostic without missing a beat. He clicks, and then his eyes catch the tiny fine print on the screen. It's a total info dump full stat sheet with his height, weight, and bust measurements. She instantly turns crimson and totally panics, and Taiki snaps into full panic mode, blabbing that it's an automatic feature and he had zero pervy intent. While they snicker at his mess of an explanation, he shoots off the topic and blurts, "Wanna grab a meal?" All right, everyone nods and jumps in to help cook. No one stays out of the kitchen. Tolan tells Taiki to get ready for everything those other magicians are about to bring, and Taiki is left totally baffled. Ella first tells him she figured a whole army of magicians had to be working just to keep a castle that huge standing. She never expected it to fall on only 2 people. The kitchen's buzzing with good vibes, and everyone's blown away by the crisp, fresh vegetables. And Ella leans in, grabs my hands, and teaches me how to cook. Our main man wears a legit grin, like he's fully relaxed and itching to dive into some serious fun. They drop into their seats and dive headfirst into an insane feast that blows everyone away. And the beastmen are absolutely stunned by every mouthwatering flavor. Meanwhile, Taiki spirals into a full-blown meltdown over a bowl of plain white rice like, "Seriously, rice? Are these people really going to keep rejecting you, huh?" Mir, completely stunned, bites in, and the moment it hits, her eyes blow wide with pure joy. Taiki breaks down in pure joy, tears flying. "I'll make everyone love you." And he hammers that point home with rice. This guy's a total national treasure, and then later, they hit the castle's outdoor farm on a full tour. Their little robot gardeners blow the newcomers away. Everyone. This is the kind of night that feels genuinely awesome. Start to finish. Taiki gets praised as a legendary magician, but he instantly panics, still scrambling for words because he has no idea how he's explaining all this stuff after he died. Toline and her whole family rush in to help with the harvest because they're ready to repay his kindness, craving a chance to be useful. He's hurting, but he grins through it and accepts it anyway. While they work, Tolan hooks Ayla aside, and the look on her face screams something like she's seen him before. I swear I've met her somewhere too. From his balcony, Taiki peers down and smiles heart-light as he watches them all click and get along. He tracks the sky map and points out the city he spotted from up above, one packed with 2 towering giants. Alar spots the telltale signs. This is Vishtown, the Brow Empire's aggressive stronghold. A warmongering nation kept steamrolling its neighbors right up to the kingdom where she used to live. With a burst of energy, she tells him near their borders straight up for a long time. He gratefully thanks her for spilling the truth to him. Allah stares in shock. No way a monster-class magician like him should be this humble. And in that moment, she feels completely useless, like she can't save a single soul. Then he breaks into the kind of smile that feels real down to the soul. Warm, genuine, and instantly heart-melting. And she can't stop herself. Her cheeks blaze as she argues she doesn't deserve his kindness. Then everything shifts, our boy goes dead serious. "By the way, Ella, I'm not someone who deserves your kindness." He locks eyes with her and asks, "So what do you think of this someone who died and came back?" He instantly freezes up with nerves, laughs it off like it's nothing, then tells her to drop it and forget the whole scary story. But instead of using magic, he goes off on this breathless rant about how mind-blowing the castle is. Then beep. A colossal warning sign erupts in front of them, and something massive comes barreling in. They crane their necks and spot a lone figure hanging in the sky. Is it even human? It's a man with long, flowing hair, drifting through the sky like gravity's powerless eyes locked on something with pure, burning intensity. A real magician, no tricks, no fakes, the kind that makes your jaw drop. The man whips around and yells, "Your Majesty, get down and take cover!" Right then, the camera swings to a new floating platform. Its decrepit old king slumped on a throne like he's holding on with sheer will. The king jerks his gaze upward, and a genuinely terrifying, predatory grin flashes across his face. That creepy grin locks onto our hero, and he can only stand there, utterly frozen, terror swallowing every breath. Turns out he's caught sight of our boy's epic flying castle, Taiki himself, sitting on the throne looking totally majestic and terrified out of his mind. A few hours earlier, the capital was a full-on disaster. Alarms screamed non-stop, and guards sprinted in every direction, yelling that an unknown flying object was barreling straight toward them. Right on cue, a messenger comes flying through the palace halls like a cannonball. He burst into the throne room just as the emperor was sitting there, running the court like it owned the world. He jolts out his report. "Something flying is coming straight for us from the south." The emperor gives that shady smirk like he's got a secret. And yeah, this is gonna be wild. "How fast is it?" The emperor barks then. The messenger grins and says it'll beat a horse and slam into the capital by tomorrow. The old man loses it and erupts into vicious, savage cackles, staggering away, soaked in sweat, clutching the misery he called his work. The emperor jabs the air with a bony finger and summons Ifa, his elite top elf commander, on the spot. "Grab your magicians!" He barks the command. "Get over here, we're checking this thing out." One of his ministers snaps that the prince himself will be joining them on the trip. Before he can even finish, a cautious advisor slams in immediately. screaming that it's way too dangerous. Oh, sweetheart, you just poked the bear big time? The Emperor's expression turns grim. Wait, so you're really trying to stand against me? With a casual snap of his wrist, he yeets a blast of energy that vaporizes the advisor and his guards, and their screams slam through the throne room. He drops to his knees and begs for his life, terrified beyond words. The Emperor snaps his gaze to Ifa, eyes burning with menace. So, tell me, do you really dare stop me from having my fun? From his very own castle. The Emperor finally locks eyes on it, our boy's fortress. A real floating island in the sky. A sky-high castle that floats among the clouds like a dream with teeth. It's so beautiful, one tearless drop of a single tear roll spills down the old man's cheek. A tear of pure, ruthless greed, he blurts, "I need to." And then he screams, laughing like a total maniac. Yo, up on the floating castle, our crew can't believe what they're seeing, and the Beaskin are freaking out because the Emperor's rocking that long, bearded, hot guy look. Meanwhile, our main man is absolutely reeling, like his mind can't process that other races even exist. Next, Heat turned to Isla with a burning question demanding to know what the Emperor was planning. Her face suddenly loses every scrap of color, and her heart pounds like a war drum in her chest as she glares down at the tyrant below. Taiki instantly clocked her pain. Ayla, are you okay? Suddenly, she clamps onto his shirt, shaking hard, and hate and self-loathing blaze in her eyes. Before he yanked himself back, then blurted out sorry again and again. Without a second thought, he yells for A1 right now, take her to the medical room, and he's left frozen when he sees her, because her fear hits him like a punch. He shoots a look back at the Emperor, and that chilling aura hits him again like a cold wave. Yeah, that guy's got the kind of face that screams, I'd stomp on people just to laugh. A 1 calls out the obvious Brow Empire's already spotted them, and an attack is likely on the way. Taiki fights to keep his cool, leaning on the castle's defenses like they can't fail. But then it happens, humans are attacking, and he's still reeling because he never saw that coming. Just then, another resident burst in, shouting that Ella had pushed herself way too far and collapsed. Next, the Beastkin huddle together, buzzing with gossip, all wondering if that magician from the Empire really came to scout them. Taiki bears his leadership like a blade, telling everyone, stay inside the castle and you'll be safe. And the fear finally starts to loosen its grip. Everyone erupts in cheers as they watch him take command of every golem solo and pull off the impossible. Later on, our hero looms over a sleeping Ela. A wave of pure resolve hits him. He has to shield every single person who's trusted him, and he will bring Ela home safe. That castle is packed with insane power, but only he holds the key to wield it. Oh, can I really tame this kind of power? He can't stop wondering. He shakes his head, snapping back to reality because fretting won't fix a thing. I've got to move. Right now, he orders A1 to stand guard over ELA, then snaps his fingers at the system boom. Every program launches at once, and a ridiculous tidal wave of data smashes into his vision. But instead of getting overwhelmed, a grin bursts across his face. He can't wait to learn every last function of it, so he can finally kick back and have a blast with everyone. Ala jolts awake and lets out a sharp gasp. Up? Then her first thought hits like a punch. She's a total coward. She whips her head around for Taiki, then spots him slumped over the main console, dead asleep, drool spilling everywhere. He's mumbling in his sleep, I'll protect everyone. And somehow he's convinced this place is totally safe. Life hums on and her expression turns gentle, her heart melting instantly at the sight. A 1 sweeps over a blanket, then lays it across him with the softest care. Whispering your thanks, thank you so much, Taiki-sama. Back on the ground, the Emperor still can't stop obsessing. This is magnificent and it's gonna be mine. He snaps orders to Ifa, grab a few men and storm that castle, and if he pulls it off, he promises Ifa a promotion, along with the whole family. He thrusts a ring into her hands like it's the key to his power. He drags a blade to Ifa's neck to make the message hit, then leans in and says, I'm counting on you. No room for failure. Then General Violet steps in, strolling right up and teasing Aoife about the Emperor's brand new toy. If Fudge blurts out that the castle's magic is crazier than anything he's ever laid eyes on. He spots a tiny golem on the island, and that instantly hooks Violet's attention like a hook in water. She cackles like she owns the sky, bragging that no matter how wild their tech gets, the Empire's golem is still the strongest thing on Earth. And that whole wild plan is just done because our guy is out cold, getting a sweet head pat from Ela like nothing ever happened. After a lightning-fast mental rundown of his total chaos as an Isochide salaryman, once again, our hero is sprawled out cold, passed out from studying the castle's functions until his brain basically quit. While he's gone, the other residents dive into their brand new home and start exploring everything like it's an adventure. Home at last, he stumbled on automated mills and water purifiers that were doing the work all on their own. They're buzzing with hype until their eyes lock on what's right in front of them, a gorgeous, glittering swimming pool that caught the light and sparkled like pure magic. It's official pool party time. Ayla's hustling around, handing out swimsuits like it's about to get legendary. And with a quick pause, they still couldn't stop themselves from admiring just how flashy they were. The girls push for Ela to join their crew, but she freezes on the spot and her eyes drop downward like something terrible just hit her. And one of the Fox girls leans in, her voice soft but sharp, and asks, "Do you hate the slave mark?" Ayla shot a look up at Resolute, then said, "Sure, I was branded, but I'm not ashamed. With Taiki's help, she's finally free to live her life, and she swears she'll repay his kindness." As they're already tearing through the water, splashing everywhere. But Isla's still stuck on the sidelines, waiting for her moment to explode. Her swimsuit is turning heads fast, and before she can even react, the other girls pounce in, playfully snatching at her. They lean in and swear, "Nobody's judging you. Nobody even cares about that slave mark." They're all living it up here, and it's because Taiki treats everyone exactly the same. Then it finally hits, every single one of them has accepted her. She tilts her gaze to the sky, and if it can look that endless from right here, then maybe, just maybe, I can finally enjoy my life too. She whips around and flashes a real, genuine smile. "I want to stay right here. I want to get along with everyone." The golem thrusts his hand out and she grabs it without hesitation. Up on a balcony, Taiki beams as he watches them all click instantly, happy as can be. Later that night, the whole crew digs in and chows down on Aiden while the room buzzes with good vibes. Just when the good vibes are soaring, a beastkin strolls up like it's nothing and blurts, "Alasama, are you related to the royalty of the Atul Kingdom?" System. Our poor hero is totally, painfully lost, like he's wandered into the wrong world entirely. He leans in and tells you he's always been told that royals from that tool sport the same signature red hair. His sister instantly slaps him for being so damn rude. The damage is already done. Ella's face turns into pure horror as she sobs, "I'm sorry." Then she tears out of the room. Tiki and A1 spring up the second she moves, sprinting after her without a second to lose. He stormed out, leaving a whole table of stunned faces frozen in place. They spot her in the silence of a quiet courtyard. "I'm sorry," she breathes out, and she can't bring herself to meet his eyes. But our main guy shuts it down calm as anything. "I don't care about your past," he says, gentle and steady. "I won't pry into anything you don't want to talk about. Come on, let's go eat with everyone before that udon turns cold." He thrusts his hand forward, and his face lit up with warmth and understanding. Tears spilled down Ila's face. This kindness hits harder than she can handle. She grabs his hand like she needs it to breathe. "Kisama, I've been straight up lying to you." The confessional spills out of her, and it shakes her whole world because it's not just some girl talking. She's the princess of the Atul Kingdom. Then, boom! The final, devastating blow lands. "My name is Letitia Ilatul. I'm a wicked sinner who betrayed my own country," and our boy just freezes, utterly stunned, staring at a princess. In a glorious kingdom of flowers and non-stop sunshine, Princess Letitia lives the kind of life that feels straight out of a fairy tale. Life swayed and danced in peaceful harmony, right inside the castle walls. Her ladies-in-waiting burst into non-stop praise, swearing she's the most graceful dancer in the whole kingdom. But the moment her father, the king, steps in, the music cuts out cold, and with a hard glare on his face, he declares that her peaceful days are officially done. A marriage proposal just landed from the fourth prince of the Bra Empire, and Letitia's smile dies instantly. Because she's heard the rumors, this guy already has a whole crowd of wives. The king's face darkens even more. He snaps that the number has dropped, and the icy cold in his voice hits like a giant, waving red flag. She tries to speak up, but her father shuts her down on the spot. No debate, no wiggle room. This is for the kingdom. With duty calling her name, Letitia can only drop her head in defeat. She whispers, "I understand." And the life slips out of her eyes. Later, her maids rush in to congratulate her, but the whole celebration tastes empty. She refuses to marry a stranger she's never even met. Anxiety is chewing her up from the inside, so how is she supposed to live with his other wives? And what kind of man even is he? Right then, a guard storms in with a gift from her brand new fiancé. It's a ring, meant to seal their engagement. Her maid suddenly lit up, clinging to the tiniest silver lining, and practically shoved her toward that ornate box, begging her to open it. She snaps the lid open, screams explode in the room, and it's not just a ring inside, it's a severed finger wearing it. The guard doesn't even blink, he just nods, confirming the gruesome scene while Kamlagan reads the letter that came with it. Seriously, this prince has completely lost it. He swears the finger is a treasure, and once Letitia slides the ring on, he can't wait to start playing with her. So it's basically saying the last guy who wore it is done, and now that thing has no value left. As the terrifying truth finally hits, they realize the maids trailing her aren't servants at all. They're magicians, ordered to burn a slave mark into her skin. The guard just nods, like it's nothing. "I'm really sorry, but that's the truth. His Majesty already has everything lined up." And yeah, that dude is a savage, spitting out this nightmare news like he's reading a grocery list. First, Letitia's world implodes. Her father didn't just marry her off, he sold her, handing her to a cold-blooded monster that tortures women until they die. And her own father knows. He knows they're sending his daughter to die, so he closes in and she snaps back in terror, screaming at him to stay away. But all he can spit out as the searing hot brand bites into her skin is one thing for the kingdom. With despair fueling her courage, Letitia makes the hardest choice. She's going alone, and she won't let her loyal servants be dragged into this nightmare with her. She tears herself away from her friends, her home, her whole life, knowing she'll never see any of them ever again. That same night, her escort drags them into an inn, And the moment the door shuts, she's trapped in her room with not a soul in sight. Room, she spots the gate outside, wide open and unguarded, unlocked. Like fate just handed her an opening. Her thoughts are a total storm. And all that fear boils down to one brutal truth: she's meant to die for her kingdom. But that wild primal need to live keeps roaring. So tell me, does she really have to die? In a heartbeat, she makes her choice, tosses the ring aside, bursts through the door, and sprints for her life. Life, she just wants one shot to breathe in the world again. To feel that next sunrise hit her face. And that's the heartbreaking truth she spills to our boy Taiki, the guy who tracked her down and pulled her to safety while she was on the run. He listens and his heart aches for her. Her guilt crushes her like a weight of stone. She feels like a monster who betrayed her own country, all just to save herself. But nah, he's having none of it. He yanks her into a warm, protective hug and swears he'll fix it, swears she's safe at last. Safe, yeah, right here with them. Everything finally feels okay. They rush back to the group and the welcome hits them right away, warm, loud, and full of relief. Even if everything feels a little weird at first, Mayor, sweet as ever, shows up and hands her a steaming bowl of warm food. One small act of kindness that hits like the biggest miracle imaginable. Letitia is completely flooded with emotion, tears spilling as she turns to everyone and thanks them for the compassion they showed her. But this moment doesn't last. Our hero and his robot buddy, A1, are up on the castle balcony staring out into the unknown. An army comes into view on the horizon, massive, torchlit, and marching like a living storm. At the front stands a horrifying general with blood-red hair, sword blazing as she thrusts it forward. Then she roars, "Charge! We're taking over the Atul Kingdom!" Back at the castle, Mir and Letitia slip into a sweet, cozy bonding moment as they team up for kitchen prep. With Mir getting totally flustered just being near a real princess, Letitia can't hide her amazement. Mayor's skills blow her away. But when Mir asks how she used to help her parents, the whole vibe sours instantly. Letitia admits it straight up. She studied her heart out, but she had zero clue about what her own people were really living through. People were drowning in regret, because now she had to handle the simplest things for herself and it made them feel totally worthless. But Mir snaps her back to reality, swearing up and down that none of it is true. With pure fire in her voice, she declares, "Then we'll just give it everything together." All right, snacks are ready. Letitia storms off to find Taiki. She catches him staring at a floating screen and horror hits his face so hard his eyes go wide. He's staring down a full-blown invasion as cannon blasts tear the castle walls apart. It's a full-on massacre. And then it hits him like a gut-punching nightmare because that's Isla's homeland, the Atul Kingdom, getting ripped apart. His knights didn't hesitate, they confirmed the nightmare. The Empire was only using that marriage as a cover to launch an attack, knowing damn well that no tool would ever take a crown that still carried a slave mark. Right on the ground, it feels hopeless. This capital is about to turn into a battlefield, and there's nowhere to run because the Empire's army has them boxed in. They're cornered, no way out, they might as well be dead. From her high perch, the enemy general smirks, mocks their defenses as paper thin, and barks a single command: "Golems, do it." A wild burst of energy detonates and straight up vaporizes the defensive wall to nothing. All the Atul commander can only freeze there, staring in pure disbelief. Life, the general cackled, bragging to everyone that her empire's golems were the strongest. From his sky-high castle, our boy stares down as a brutal massacre plays out, one side getting crushed. No mercy in sight. Civilians are trapped inside that city and he can't just stand there while they die. He's been asked to save them. He knows those enemy golems hit like a truck, but Midgard's golem, his might still scrape together enough time. So he whips his head toward A1, and A1 just nods silently, dead confident. Right behind him, Thela appears like a ghost that just dropped out of the dark. "I've been watching for a while," she whispers, and you can hear her voice shake. The weight of the whole world crushes her shoulders. She's sure that if she throws herself to the Empire, the war will finally stop. And the guilt of fleeing, of dragging her life out for selfish reasons, crushes her so hard she can barely breathe. She drops to her knees at his feet, tears flooding her face, pleading for him to spare her because she has to save her people. Our main guy goes stone still for a beat, staring it down like, "No way I have to choose this." Then his voice turns iron. He refuses. "I can't do that." He stares her right in the eyes. "Would you hand me to the enemy if you knew they'd kill me?" Her stunned silence says it all. He dropped right down to her eye level. He told her he couldn't judge the choice her father made. He won't swallow that. Sacrifice is the only way. He locks eyes with her, blazing with resolve. "I'll figure it out. I'll save that country. Please, trust me. Please." She desperately wants to believe him, but fear crushes her because the Empire has already wrecked other countries. And now it's coming for this castle next. The only way to end this for good and keep everyone safe is to hand her over. She can't stand the idea. She's terrified she'll drag all those kind people in this castle into danger. She's got a heart full of love, and the people of her kingdom are right there with them. And she's completely, hopelessly in love with him. "I don't want Taiki-sama to die," she whispers. And it feels like her heart is shattering in her chest. He flashes her a smile so cold it could melt glaciers, and he casually says, "I won't die because I already did, and I came back." He tells them his first life was cut off out of nowhere, but then fate handed him a brand new chance. One where he can finally guard the people he loves. "Don't worry, I'll throw everything I've got at this," he vows. So keep your faith and beg the angel for victory. The second she's gone from view, our hopeless hero instantly starts to sweat like crazy because, yeah, he tried to act so cool, even though he has zero clue how this is going to play out. But that doubt evaporates just as fast as it shows up. He clenches his fist, eyes blazing with resolve, and there's zero interest in talk with no action. Let's do this. He's not just stalling, he's going to shut down the whole war. Or he swivels toward A1 and blurts, all right, I'll tell you the plan. They clamp hands in an epic grip of pure partnership. Now I'm counting on you, partner. After dinner, in total, unhinged chaos, he just shoves himself straight off the balcony like he's disappearing in plain sight. Hurling himself toward the battlefield below, he tore through the air, screaming for help. But don't you dare panic right on cue, Midgard, the absolute unit, drops from the heavens and scoops him up in that giant hand because the strongest is officially here. The enemy general snaps her gaze upward and her smug grin vanishes instantly, replaced by raw, jaw-dropping confusion. Is that... Picture this in a world where golems are the ultimate status symbol, every one of them screaming, look at our power. Their skill and sheer numbers decide everything. Who gets the crown and who has to bow and beg? For years, the Bra Empire has owned the top spot, swaggering around with the biggest, baddest golems on the whole map. But today, everything's about to flip. One of the Empire's prized golems locks eyes with a brand new challenger, a slick white model it's never seen before. Suddenly, two more Imperial machines burst in from the sides, trying to swarm that lone wolf. But our boy's golem is built different. When the attacker's first lunge comes, it slips away like it's in slow motion, then hits back with a brutal strike that sends the guy flying. The next one bursts in like a missile, but it doesn't stand a chance, getting completely smashed by the very next strike. His chest buckled under the sheer crushing force. The first golem scrambles to rejoin the battle, blasting out a desperate burst of energy. Then our hero's machine just shrugs it off, smashes it right back, and ends the whole fight with a violent rain of sparks and scrap. General Violet, the enemy commander, is totally thrown off. Her own troops are screaming in panic that they've never, not once, seen a golem like this. She ignores her direct orders, and two of her subordinates go reckless. Damn it! I'll stop with my golem! One screams, and the other yells, yeah, me too! They unleash their own units and slam the white golem inside a powerful magical seal. For one heartbeat that they think it's over, they've won. Then the golem flexes, the seal's light snaps and shatters into a million shards, and it bursts free like nothing happened. This beast is a straight-up absolute unit, and of course it has to be the ultimate troll, blasting out a message just as reinforcements slam in from the capital. Because then boom, the whole army pulls back. Then the sky goes pitch black because a whole legion of identical golems comes crashing down from the heavens, and they're here to clean house for real. Taiki, our main man, is glued to his monitor, grinning like he just pulled off the wildest prank ever. Back on the ground, General Violet snaps into a full-on meltdown. This can't be real. Where's the magician who was inside that golem? She screams, losing control. Her eyes went wide with disbelief as she frantically searched for where this ridiculous power even came from. And then she spots it soaring in the sky. A colossal floating castle looms above the battlefield, swallowing everything in shadow. Her expression crumples as the truth slams into her like a wave. And it all finally hits. A sketchy advisor leans in and orders her to pull back, grinning like he just found the flying castle His Majesty's been hunting. The insult hits like a punch. Violet's face contorts with raging fury, and she thinks, this is unforgivable. With a clenched fist and zero intention of losing, she swore she'd personally tear that castle down to the ground, then show them exactly who's boss. From a far-off tower, watching everything unfold, an elf stares at the impossible unfolding before them. Frozen in silent disbelief, his brain was scrambling to understand how a flying castle even existed. In the wrecked streets of the Azul Kingdom, soldiers can't even blink this time. The Empire's army is just gone. Are we really saved? One of them rasps, staring at a line of white golems that now stand guard. He shot suspicious looks, wondering if these brand new machines were about to become his allies or his enemies. But this little innocent kid rockets past the soldiers, sprints straight up to one of those giant golems, and Golemson cheers him on. His face lit up with a huge, grateful grin. Thank you for saving us. The golem grinds to a halt for a split second. Then he slowly ruffles the boy's hair with a soft, comforting pat on the head. And those battle-hardened soldiers go completely still then. One kind move cracks something open, and soon the townsfolk rush in, pelting the golems with help while tears of joy and relief spill down their faces. While General Ducal hears the news, he's rocked to his core. His men were saved by those mysterious golems. He spins around toward Princess Letitia, and his voice cracks with rage and regret, telling her that without this miracle, their country would have been swallowed by the Empire. All because her father, the king, sacrificed her, and those smoking ruins of the capital prove one thing. King's shady call burned everything to the ground. Suddenly, the golem blurts out a voice, one word from it, and the whole crowd instantly loses it. Out! Yeah, it actually talks. Tiki's voice slides through the machine's speakers, smooth and steady, and then he clears it up. The voice isn't the robogolem at all, he's just using the telephone system. He swings into the conversation and proudly declares, I'm the owner of this floating castle. He points at his absurdly epic sky fortress and, with a grin, tells the stunned general he's ready to talk. Like, I've got something to say just to me, he snaps, his face set in stone. Then the golem calmly declares, so, come in, I'll welcome you to my castle. Back in the control room, Letitia's face is all worry, but our boy shoots her a confident grin. Yeah, don't sweat it, I've got this. Leave it to me. Me later, after I'd finally saved the Azul Kingdom, our whole crew finally sinks into a much-needed tea break, while the beastmen are still in full shock. You saved a whole country, they blurt out, stunned. But our poor, hopeless hero just shrugs it off like it's nothing, saying he only went with the flow and now he's way more worried about what to eat for dinner. And now Azul's big shot guests are on the way, ready to sit down for a major discussion. The whole castle buzzes like a beehive and Isla's face tightens with real worry. And they're racing the clock, praying they can whip up a meal before time runs out. Everyone else is freaking out, convinced this is nothing more than a party. But Taiki flashes a brilliant idea. Ditch the fancy meal and hand the farm's veggies straight to the people of Azul. He's fully aware the city lies in ruins and the people are starving. Letitia's eyes light up as his compassion hits her straight in the heart. And just like that, everyone jumps in without hesitation. Taiki can't stop wondering if they'll even like the rice, and Letitia just stares at him. Then her heart practically melts on the spot. Meeting day has arrived and our unsuspecting hero is slammed with a personal crisis. What in the world is he supposed to wear to a diplomatic meeting? He's never acted this formal a day in his life and he's losing his mind completely. He sprints through his thoughts, weighing every option to paint a flawless image of the perfect man. But he knows deep down he's never going to fit that role. He slips into a black suit and the second he sees himself, he realizes he doesn't look like a diplomat. At all, he looks like a hitman, ready to move. His unhinged plan. He grabbed a model gun to look peaceful. Yeah, obviously. Just then, Letitia strides right into the room. Tears sprang to her eyes as she thanked him with all her heart for saving her home. Our boy gets totally blindsided. He just freezes on the spot, awkward as hell. You gotta admit you love this country, right? She nods, he grins, and I breathe out because I actually managed to save it. Just leave it to me. Me, look, General Dukal and his aide, Hirat, stride into the city right below us. Dukal swallowed his pride and admitted how helpless he'd been. Then he breathed a grateful sigh because the golems had saved the capital. But he's also on edge, convinced that this savior could be nothing more than a masked trap, saving them now just to seize control of the country later. Hera snaps, nobody like me would ever save someone and get nothing back. And that tells me one thing, those two are absolutely cooking up something. They finally stumble into the meeting spot, staring at each other like, okay, how are we even getting up to that floating castle? Before anyone can even blink, golems slam into the scene and declare the castle must break out some next-level flight magic. For your own safety, don't freak out. One golem speaks up calmly, snatching them up like groceries in the blink of an eye. Herat is horrified as they get blasted into the sky, just completely yeeted. And the moment they land in her dignity's grave, she whispers, mortified. They touch down safely inside the castle, and right away our main man strolls up looking way too relaxed like he wasn't expecting a whole chaos session. Dukal and Hirat froze in shock. Turns out the mastermind behind this massive castle is just a kid. But that shock flips into disbelief the second Dukal spots who's right beside him. Princess Letitia. The stoic general finally snaps, tears explode from his eyes as his composure shatters. I'm so glad, Kay, he sputters out the words, barely holding on. The princess froze in shock because he was actually breaking down crying for her. Everyone drops into their seats and Letitia blurts out, Taiki grabbed me while I was running from the Empire's army. Her confession hits like a hammer. She tosses away her royal duty just to chase the life she wanted. And the weight of it crushes her as she says it out loud. She knows the moment she comes back, they'll label her a rebel, and they might even drag her to execution. Herat coldly reminds her marrying into the Empire is her duty. That's when our guy snaps what is wrong with you, arguing for that ridiculous duty. He throws up a look like, are you serious? Then Dukal drops a brutal truth bomb this whole time. The Empire has been hunting the princess, and her own father, the king, quietly shipped her off with not a single escort soldier. The soldiers she thought were executed just for helping her slip away. They never existed. None of it was real. The whole thing was a setup, and that king fed her the lie. The whole room goes dead quiet because now Letitia is just a pawn in a ruthless political storm, and if she dares to go back, she's finished. Taishi, clocking this shady new info, bursts out with a totally unhinged plan, then flashes a grin and goes, so, you're telling me I kidnapped Ayla? Ella, everyone's stunned. Kai got kidnapped? Letitia can barely get words out yet. Taiki stays ice-cold serious. If she bolts and gets blamed, they'll punish her. But if the flying castle magician grabbed her, then she's a victim. Letitia fires back that he's an amazing magician and that he's got a reputation to match, but our hero grabs her hands. If you're saying you've got a duty to die, he fires back with a voice like steel, then I've got a duty to keep you alive. He declares, loud and clear, that as the master of this castle, it's his duty to keep every one of the people he saved safe and smiling. Please, yes, let me do my duty. He whips around to the stunned general and his aide. I can't send her back, he says, cold and final. Now he's begging for their help because he's set on protecting Letitia inside his castle, and he needs them to play a key role in this huge deception. Please, he says, flashing a confident grin, join me as my accomplices in this bold act. The news crashes into the King of Azul. He's told the owner of the floating castle is offering an alliance. He'll seize Princess Letitia and keep her as leverage, but the moment Azul stays friendly, she'll stay safe. Then the king's advisors explode in outrage until the king cuts them off and shuts them down with a single command. He also gets told about the huge shipment of food that's being hauled straight to the capital. He looks straight up thrilled and tells his messenger, "You crushed it in this event." But his real intentions stay a total mystery. Back at the castle, Letitia leans to the window and a real bright smile finally breaks across her face like she's been holding it in for years. She spots Tiki sprawled on the couch, totally relaxed. She thanks him again, her voice trembling with emotion. She can't thank him enough for everything he's done. Then she steps in and promises him something huge. She'll spend the rest of her life repaying his kindness. Our chill hero just pats the seat beside him. "You don't have to be so formal," he laughs. "Come on, have a seat. I'm fired up. You're finally feeling energized." She scoots in beside him and a hot blush crawls up her cheeks. And for the first time ever, her future finally lights up like a blazing sunrise. After the battle, an elf is absolutely crushed. He missed the big moment. He's wishing he'd been there to witness Taiki's golems blast into action and save Azul. Back at the castle, the vibe is bright and hopeful. Azul's alliance has stacked the odds in their favor. Bringing in even more allies against the Empire, Mi's feeling unstoppable, bragging that if the Empire comes swinging, Taiki's got her side. Meanwhile, Ayla is in the kitchen, grinding through the last of the dishes like a machine, done just moments ago. She whips around to me, Chan, and asks for some vegetables. Then when I ask what she needs them for, her confidence crumbles and she gets painfully hesitant. Allah suddenly clamps her hands over Mi's, eyes wide and begging because she's got a massive favor she needs to ask. She's like, "I want to cook for Taiki, our boy, so I can pay him back for everything." Then she admits she's a total disaster in the kitchen, but she still remembers that recipe he taught her. She demanded me that Chan just watch her, checking she wouldn't torch the entire castle to ashes. Allah is spiraling into full panic, terrified she'll mess up the firepower or slice the chunks way too big. Mai-chan, absolute best girl, lights up with pure support, reminding Ayla, "We're comrades," and pushing her to give it everything together. Their first stop is the meat storage room, and somehow our main guy always walks in with a Darius on his face, leaving the girls nervous as hell. And yeah, being nervous was smart, because this meat storage doesn't look like a butcher's pantry at all. It looks like a sketchy high-tech lab, and the vibes are straight up unsettling, so the girls huddle together, shaking with full-on fear. They spot a sign with a chicken perched on it right beside a row of bubbling vats. Then boom, one of the vats suddenly erupts, blasting out a huge splash. A machine spits out a perfectly vacuum-sealed chicken breast, no fuss, no mess, and the girls just stare, stunned out of their minds. This isn't farming. It's straight up sci-fi. Then right out of nowhere, an egg appears out of thin air, and they both freak out like their brains just snapped. Safe in the kitchen at last, Mi's slicing onions and tears are flying, while Ayla hollers her support like it's a battle. Together, they cranked up the final magic on their masterpiece omurix, while Ella delicately sketched the top with ketchup. They slide the meal in front of our unsuspecting lead. Ayla bursts out, "Lunch is ready." But her smile craters the second she sees her own handiwork, because that ketchup drawing looks like a demonic worm. Even with her firm stare, our boy doesn't blink, no hesitation at all. He thanks her, and instantly she snaps down with a huge bite. His eyes go wide, and a massive grin bursts onto his face as he blurts, "It's delicious, and you're amazing at King Alas," freezes, totally stunned, blushing from head to toe. So he discovers I helped, and he rushes in to thank her too, heart and soul. Two girls are beaming so hard with pride and pure joy that it practically lights up the room. The entire room hums with this warm, calming energy that sinks straight into your bones. Our boy just stares at them, stunned that they've finally clicked and everything feels so perfect right now. As they dig into their food, Mia blurts out that their floating castle is about to crash into the Rialabra mountain range, a sacred stretch where her people's god is said to dwell. Our hero nods, remembering how he's watched them pray right there, in that direction. They agreed out of respect to soar around the mountain instead of crossing over it. And their next stop was Flata, an imperial southern country famous for its warm, sun-soaked weather. The instant Taiki hears they've got magicians in that country, his eyes light up. This is the perfect moment to restock his supplies. "Hold up, come check it out." But down in Flata, right on the ground, the citizens are losing it. Everyone's pointing at the sky, screaming, "What is that?" On a nearby balcony, a suspicious princess gives a sly smirk, clearly loving every second of the chaos her friends are whipping up. Next morning, our hero jolts awake with a sharp gasp, like something just yanked his soul awake. Jolting up from bed inside his floating fortress, he rolls into the air like nothing can stop him. He sprinted to the window, so he just takes a second to soak in the insanely epic view of his home floating up in the clouds. Then he flicks his eyes to the clock, 11:38 a.m., and panic hits. He's late. He rockets out of his room. He steps into the room, then immediately wipes out on the shiny floor and Right before he can faceplant, his golem A1 rockets in and grabs him with a heroic catch. Ala barrels in, snapping into action the moment she hears the commotion. Turns out every single person had already devoured breakfast while he was still standing there wondering what hit him. But they slid him a plate anyway. She insisted he finally rest since he'd been up all night running the castle. She's really stepping up, and honestly, it's awesome to watch. Our boy can't stop smiling as he thinks about how much happier and brighter she's become, like choosing to get involved was the smartest move he ever made. He keeps moving, then quietly mouths thanks to A1 without a single word. Turns out he was still up at night, piloting a flying golem like a pro, using a drone to scout out Flada. The drone became instant gold with the local kids, and they chased it across the whole place like it was the coolest thing they'd ever seen. Right then, Mia sweeps in with a huge pile of fresh apples like the castle's magic is feeding everyone a sweet new miracle. To make up for sleeping in, Taiki jumps in and offers to bake everyone apple pie, then piles on ice cream like it's part of the apology. And I'm totally insanely hyped. Back in Flida, the drone keeps rolling on its recon mission. The city guards aren't buying this new tourist hype. They line up their spears and whip them through the air. A bespectacled man strides forward and introduces himself as Ditson, the greatest mage in this country, then snaps at the guards to stand down, his arrogance practically dripping off every word. He snaps into action, readying himself to hurl a spell, but inside he's drenched in sweat. He has zero clue what this even is, and the pressure of performing for the citizens is crushing him. His mind is racing. Could this new technology be the kind his rival empire would kill to steal? His curiosity detonates into full-blown obsession. And as a magician, he can't just sit there, he has to dig into it. But he's got to tear it apart and dig into what really makes it run. With a wild, unhinged grin, he yells, "Don't worry, I'll catch it for sure." He blasts the air with a colossal surge of wind magic. But it's totally useless. Watch the drone snap up a shimmering barrier and shrug off the spell like it's nothing. Not even a wobble? Ditson's jaw drops. He's instantly obsessed with this insane piece of tech, and he blurts, "Release the magic arrows," then immediately panics, scared he'll snap his brand new prize. "Don't you dare shoot me, no," he yelps, panic spiking in his voice. Bam, he crashed into the barrier. They're right here, and somehow they do absolutely nothing. This snaps Ditson completely. He erupts in a full-blown tantrum right in the middle of the street, sobbing like he's lost everything, and I can't help but want it too. A guard captain storms in, barking that he's a childish idiot because he doesn't even know what he's attacking. But before the scolding can even land, this young royal cuts in and demands directions, then forces him to take off and fly so he can clock the object up close. Dixon tries to dodge the whole thing, but the kid hits him with rank boom. It's an order. Yuri, a woman, scrambles to calm everyone down, but the captain snaps at Ditson to shut up because it was his mess that lit the whole thing on fire. The tiny royal starts roasting the mage non-stop, and the captain is totally cheering it on. Then boom, this drop-dead gorgeous woman with a sly grin steps up, and before anyone can blink, she snatches both the guard and the kid and says, "All right, here we go." She flings them up into the sky, and the guard captain erupts in a blood-curdling scream. The kid's living his best life meanwhile. The captain's about to keel over with a heart attack as they blast through the sky, spiraling around the drone in pure chaos. And through all of it, that drone camera just keeps rolling, calmly capturing the full-on chaos exploding in front of it. Back in the castle, our boy and the girls huddle around the live feed, staring like the answers just vanished from the world, pure, stunned bewilderment on every face. Glued to his screen, Tiki watches two grown men shriek while they spiral around his drone, and all he can spit out is, "Weirdos." The poor guard's terror-struck screams blare out through the monitor, echoing like they'll never stop. It slips a mysterious letter into the hands of a magician named Ditson, only for him to look like he's sprinted a marathon trying to chase down whatever just delivered it. He reads the message and instantly loses it. Pure joy overload, freaking out his companions like a bomb went off. It's here the message from the unknown, and he mutters it under his breath, eyes blazing like his obsession's about to break loose. This guy is so hyped, he blurts that he's going, and right then Prince Yanuel and Princess Yuri peek around the corner, staring in total shock at his chaos-fueled energy. Ditson's practically foaming at the mouth, picturing the insane tech he's about to lay eyes on. The very next morning, right there by the sea, Ditson is raring to go. He's about to meet the creator of that mysterious flying golem. He's practically buzzing with anticipation, and he's hell-bent on stealing their skills for himself no matter what it takes. But his solo mission gets wrecked when Prince Yanuel snatches the letter out of his hands and blasts him as a shady operator. "You suspicious man, hands up!" the prince roars, with Princess Yuri standing right beside him. Yanuel snaps furious and calls Ditson an imbecile for grabbing all the glory, then demands to know why he hid it all. Then boom, some massive golem crashes down from the heavens like the sky just cracked open. Dixon and the rest of his crew start losing it, sprinting around like idiots while Yanuel scrambles around, begging them to finally calm down. And Yuri, she's totally unbothered, just smiles and fires off, "Arafufu, you're escorting me, right?" This totally flips Ditson into a full-on meltdown. He flings his arms out, begs the golem to hold me gently, and it makes the prince cringe harder than anything. And the golem hurls them into the air like cannonballs, screaming upward toward a breathtaking castle drifting in the sky. Seriously, this sight is so gorgeous and mind-blowing that everyone just freezes, staring, with zero words left in them. Honestly, almost everyone Ditson's brain totally fries from how insanely epic it is. And he faceplants into unconsciousness. Taiki, our main man, shows up out of nowhere and casually rolls out a warm welcome to his flying fortress. Yanuel is still reeling from it all then. He finally introduces himself as the Imperial Emperor's younger brother, and Yuri's brother too. Right away, our unsuspecting hero steps in and introduces himself Ashihara Taiki, the man running the whole operation. They lock hands in a handshake so formal it's hilarious, considering the absolutely ridiculous situation they're stuck in. Yanuel snaps into high alert the moment our boy walks in, zeroing in on that weird shirt while the worker golem slides over drinks for them. Meanwhile, Ditson has rebooted and gone full fanboy breathing hard as he nerds out over every type of golem. Yuri just lets out a tired sigh and tells her brother to give the nerd his moment. And just like that, our hopeless hero kicks things off by apologizing because he'd sent his drones into their country without a single permission. Daniel grills him for the reason, and the guy just shrugs. Nah, I was just out here looking around. He says he just wanted to scout the place before he goes shopping, but the prince isn't buying it for a second. Then the refreshments finally crash onto the scene like a much-needed victory. Daniel grabs the glass and freezes on the spot, stunned speechless. This is unreal. It's my first time seeing glassware this beautiful. Yuri zeroed in on the plates, praising the craft and the pure, jaw-dropping quality of every single thing. Then she shoves her brother a snack and his whole world gets flipped upside down. It's that good. The Fox girls beam with pride and announce, Taiki-sama made it himself, because of course he did. Yuri hands Ditson a few, but he's still acting all weird and flustered. The second he wakes up and takes a bite, the flavor nukes his sanity. He crashes to his knees and bellows, Please, me your dispa. His own retainer won't hear a word of it. He storms in and demands, So, you're the owner, right? Then the old man erupts. He snaps back, stomps into Ditson, and hurls accusations that he's a scoundrel, trying to betray his country just to get his hands on some new tech. But while the chaos spirals, Mia blurts out the truth. Yuri is a powerhouse magician too. Yuri grabs the moment, feels the hidden power in me, and steps in to mentor her. I just stared, totally rocked by the offer. Then, out of nowhere, a shadowy monster lunges into view, and I stand my ground, heart pounding, shouting, Everyone back off, I've got this, I'll protect you all. This gutsy move is all it takes. Our boy agrees to let Ditson stay and watch, but Yuri has to guide him, and the magician starts sobbing because his dream is finally real. And just like that, the grand tour kicks off in full force. Ditson's living in a tech paradise, his mind absolutely shattered by endless golem legions and the sheer, jaw-dropping grandeur of the castle. Then they bring him face to face with the shiny top of modern life, a high-tech toilet with a bidet. And when he presses the button, that elf girl promises the truth. Water will blast out to clean his butt. But Dixon squares up with total seriousness, getting ready for the encounter that's about to change everything. He slams the button, and just like that, his whole life flips upside down while he erupts into a cackle of pure, unfiltered joy. This guy thought he'd finally found true love. Turns out it's literally a toilet. Next morning, Yanuel wakes up feeling fully charged, like that comfy bed just superpowered him overnight. He storms in on the most cursed scene imaginable. Ditson is literally cuddling the toilet in his sweet nothings, and Annual mutters like, I'm done with this dude. Like his soul just got wiped. And yeah, our boy's right there too. Camera rolling, cracking jokes mid-shoot while everyone's panicking and watching in full-on dread. But the magician finally found his calling. Shup, he screams, I'm spending the rest of my life right here, tell them I died. Yuri says she's staying too, only she's got a way calmer reason. She's here to teach me magic. As soon as Dixon shows up, jealousy ignites. He blurts that he's way more suitable to be her teacher. But Mia storms up and shuts him down hard face to face, then flat out says, No, I prefer Yuri-san. Ouch, right as his magician vanishes to the toilet, Yanuel has no choice but to head back, swearing he'll come again soon. A brand new alliance is forged right now, and joy lights up the whole scene. Most people can't help it. Ditson gets yanked away, kicking and screaming. No, let me go, he cries as the golem hurls him back to reality. Then the flying castle disappears from view in a blink, and all that's left behind is pure legend. But word spreads like wildfire inside a roaring city. A mysterious hooded elf has just caught the rumors in its tracks. A wild breakdown of the imperial country of Flata and the terrifying flying castle that looms over it. A few days later, back in the castle, Mi is absolutely thriving, flourishing under Yuri's sharp, caring tutelage. She locks in with total focus, then unleashes a perfectly controlled blast of magic, and Yuri's totally blown away. Whoa, that one was a banger. She cheers, stunned, because that kind of power screams one thing. Mi's talent is absolutely unreal. But right then, her family bursts in beam-faced and thrilled proud of every step she's made. Yuri can't believe it. This magical place makes her feel alive, like life is finally getting good. It's been non-stop thrill after thrill meeting a kid like me who's got real talent. He's so hyped to enjoy the divine sweets that he whips everything up like a main character on a mission. She takes one bite of that jiggly pudding, and boom, she's yanked straight to heaven. The pudding's insanely good, right? Tiki asks, and right as Yuri says she could scarf it down all day, it's like the whole moment goes, yep, she means it. All right, the girls burst into a sweet frenzy, trading excited talk about every other candy they're itching to get next. But May isn't craving breaks, she's locked in. Blazing forward, I'll be useful to everyone, she thinks, and her resolve only gets tougher. Her mind floods with memories of her village, the calm life she once had, before it all gets smashed to pieces. That past trauma is still burning in her chest like a live flame, and I swear, I'll make sure Mother and the others never have to go through it again. With a ferocious roar, she blasts her power into the world, then swears she'll get even stronger and guard every single one of them. Taiki and Ayla just stare in shock, eyes wide with awe, but their worry won't let up. Our boy pleads with A1 to watch over her, terrified she'll overdo it and burn out. Watching his power like that makes Ayla shrink to the size of a nobody. She feels like nothing but dead weight, the kind of person who can't even nail pudding. Yuri gets swallowed up in sweets. I'm burning with passion, and Ayla's sinking into gloom, then the whole vibe turns weirdly tangled. Mia hammers through training without stopping, pushing harder and harder as the evening slips in. Skip that, let's take a break. And just like that, her control slips and everything snaps into chaos. Her magic explodes into a full-blown rampage. Yuri spots the signs instantly. I used to go on rampages a lot, she says, then keeps her voice steady. Stay here, I'll handle it. As she steps forward, she suddenly uncovers something brand new. Mia's ice magic is the real deal, and you can feel the power in the air. Massive, jagged ice shards explode all around me like the sky just shattered. Yuri fires off her magic with total confidence, sure she can clamp it down and keep it under control. Two powers crash together in a blinding flash of light. Yuri clamps down on that wild energy and keeps it in check. But Mia's power hit harder than she ever imagined. Yuri's barrier gets ripped apart by the backlash, and Mia gets hurled backward, knocked out cold. Yes, everyone, get to her side. And she's running on pure magical exhaustion, blazing with a brutal high fever. Ayla snaps into motion, get her into the magic box. That thing will heal her for sure. She barrels toward the castle's advanced medical pod, rushing in like her life depends on it, remembering how Taiki had used it before. With A1 pushing her through, she boots the system and gets everything up and running. Just like that, Tiki bursts in panic, pouring off her. Ala leans in and snaps, "Don't worry, the pod's working." A soft hiss snaps through the room as the pod shuts tight, and in the blink of an eye, Mia's magic power starts roaring back way too fast to be normal. But Yuri can only freeze and stare, stunned because that flying castle never stops blowing minds, and she breathes a shaky sigh of relief that we're safe. Later, Mia jolts awake in a cozy bed, and her whole family is right there, watching her like they never want to lose her again. Her mom leans in and gently snaps, "Why in the world did you push yourself that hard?" That question shatters the dam in her. Mia blurts out her darkest fear: she has to get stronger, because she can't let everyone face the same horrors they survived before. Tears stream down her cheeks as she finally confessed she was absolutely terrified. Inside, her mother yanks her into a tight, warm embrace, and her own heart breaks at the sight of her daughter's pain. "All right, I'm cheering for you as you sharpen your magic," she whispers. "Just don't burn yourself out." They lock in a pinky promise, one step at a time, side by side. Her friends jump in with their support, and Mia's face suddenly glows with a tearful, grateful smile. Meanwhile, our boy hears the good news, and you can practically see the weight lift off his shoulders. ALA lays it all out step by step, and she swears it was the medical pod that did everything. But Taiki won't let that slide. He tells her, "You're way too hard on yourself," then pushes her to brag about herself and give herself the credit she deserves. Then he turns to Yuri and says thanks because her quick thinking saved the day. Yeah, his way of saying thank you hit like a warm hug, a perfectly fluffy, heart-stacked dessert that knocked Yuri straight into yet another blissful food coma. With everyone safe and smiling, it looks like the storm finally passed and everything's gonna be okay. Yuri lets out a satisfied sigh because that flying castle is the absolute best. But over there, things are anything but peaceful. Dixon's sprawled in a bar, utterly wasted, tears pouring as he breaks down over the one who slipped away, yet he's a pathetic, drunken wreck slumped on the ground, yelling that his true love is somewhere in the sky. Right as he demands another bottle, a shady stranger slips in close and leans over his shoulder. "Wait, that's the same elf from before. You just said the flying castle." He leans in with a dangerously low voice and demands, "Tell me everything you know about it." Right before the terrified magician can even get a word out, a second shadow steps in, a woman with a wicked grin, and she cuts him off with a soft purr. "Mind your volume," as the tension in the air turns razor thick. Our hopeless hero Ditson gets backed into a corner by two sketchy guys from the Blau Empire. Right there, he clocks them instantly: IFA, the elf court magician, and Violet, the Empress witch. They waste zero time, slamming straight into it and demanding every single detail about the flying castle. Ditson's totally baffled. How could they possibly know? Then he finds out this guy's been blabbing about it non-stop, even muttering about the toilet situation like it's his own personal disaster. Cold sweat starts to beat on his forehead and he can't ignore it. He knows the Empire's coming for one thing, invasion. They're a conquering storm crushing other nations and ripping their wealth away, and he's certain his glorious utopia is right next on their hit list. No way under his watch. He rockets into action with a desperate strike, fighting tooth and nail to defend his brand new home. But he's completely outclassed, his magic gets swatted aside like it's nothing, like a fly in midair. Realizing they're about to torture him for answers and knowing he folds fast under pain, our kid picks the only smart move: run for your life. He bolts, but the mages barely blink. I won't let you escape, Violet smirks. She casually flings up a magic barrier and he slams to a sudden stop. Dixon had nowhere left to run, so he did the one thing any real magician would. He threw his hands up and screamed for help like he was the damsel in distress. The local guards heard the chaos, rushed into action, and loosed a magic arrow into the fray. Ifa just scoffs, then wipes out the projectile with a casual flick of his wrist. Violet was officially done with all this nonsense. She snapped into action, summoned a wild, unstoppable flood of magic, and got ready to blow them all to smithereens. Ifa yanks her arm and tells her to calm down because they didn't come here to kick off a war, and that spell is pure overkill. Violet just shrugs it off like, honestly, the Emperor's itching to expand his territory anyway. And yeah, war with Fleta is coming sooner or later. The moment the two of them go quiet, that mission's weight crashes into the room and settles over everything. As they keep bickering, she clocks his opening, and Ditson bolts the second his chance shows up. Those two mages can only huff and fume me. If I'd been alone, I would have caught him, Aoife mutters through clenched teeth. Our guy sprints straight to the nearest fancy estate, hammers on the gate, and yells for sanctuary like his life depends on it. He blasts through this door screaming for help, calling out to the magician Sama, only to stumble into Prince Yanual and another researcher bickering like crazy. Yanual screams, "Did you mess up your research again?" And the other guy snaps back, "It's not my fault." Ditson cuts in fast, his face drained of color terror flooding his eyes. "The Empire sent assassins. They're here for my life." Right then, Aoife and Violet burst into view and their faces went grim. Yanual peeks out, immediately blurts, "Yikes." So yeah, it looks like that's exactly what's happening. The story suddenly drops us into a lavish sitting room, dripping with luxury. Now comes the calm, collected prince straight to the point. "The flying castle, huh? Yeah, we've got intel on it." And as soon as Ditson hears that, he flips out, screaming that they're just trying to torture him. And right there, Violet flashes this sly, teasing grin like, "So, tell me you into that kind of stuff, or what?" And I'm just there like, "No way, I don't have fetishes." Daniel's not laughing. He snaps at them for running after an imperial magician through his city and turning the whole place into a spectacle. Dixon scrambles to defend himself, claiming the blast wasn't an attack, it was him fighting back. Daniel's face hardens as he lays everything bare sure. They showed up on official business, but the way they acted, they were thugs and they terrified his friend for his life. Ditson's heart pounds so hard he can barely breathe. "Prince." Daniel slams the hammer down like, "You call yourselves the Empire's magicians. Right now, you're just tourists." And he cuts the convo clean. "So, no, we've got nothing to talk about with you." Violet's grin instantly dies because if he won't play along, she'll just capture Ditson herself. Yanual doesn't budge, then Violet whips out her trump card and she screams, "That's why we'd poison you." As she raises a cup, she paints a nightmare of an incurable neurotoxin, one that traps its victims, paralyzed and fully awake, while they slowly die. iPhone Violet sat there with death in her eyes, energy, sipping her drink like she had a plan. Dixon is losing it like Yanual just kill. He's yelling, "Wait, are you saying?" And Violet's freaking out, totally thrown, because turns out it was all a joke. And our boy Yanual called their bluff with an even crazier, more unhinged one. IFA looks utterly stunned. "Wait, you really didn't poison the tea?" Januel only smirks and points it out. The tea's perfect, so there's no way he'd lace it with anything that would ruin it. He takes this long, slow sip, savoring the flavor while chaos he just unleashed rages in the background. Ditson's sweating buckets, terrified this could spark a war, but Yanual Fleta, if you're wondering, doesn't even blink. He calmly declares, "I'm a pacifist, so I'm not starting a war." Right outside the window, a blinding flash erupts out of nowhere. So yeah, this light is trouble. I tried to stop the screams, but it's already too late. Light and Violet are already gone. Outside, they spot one of the flying castle's golems soaring in the sky. It immediately shows Violet up one punch and her golems fly apart into a million pieces. Their Violet's faces twist with shock and rage. "My golems are gone, swallowed by this thing, Taiki-sama's golem. Why is it here?" The golem has arrived on a mission to hand Prince Yanual Yuri's letter. No delays, no mercy. Ditson lunges to grab it on the spot, but Yanual swings in and slaps his hand aside. Today, the golem isn't done. It's here to steal someone back from the brink, which erupts into a massive argument between Janual and Dixon, both fighting tooth and nail for the honor. But that golem has a mind of its own. It snatches Violet out of nowhere, and she can only stare, stunned by the raw power roaring off it. Ifa yells at her to not fight back because the second that golem takes her seriously, she's done for. Then what a savage twist the golem yanks Ditson into its grip. even as he's down there begging to be taken. Again, he flashes Yanuel a smug little wave, and then straight up launches himself into the sky like he's been yeeted by destiny. Storming out, the prince is still shrieking how unfair everything is, over and over. Meanwhile, as the flying castle soared overhead, Taiki's in the kitchen cooking up a storm, while Yuri leans in and tells him she sent a golem to drag Yanuel over so he can finally taste his food. Then boom, a warning light blasts across the monitor. Someone bolts after the golem Ditsun-sama is hanging off it, and a helper blurts the announcement as they go. The golem barrels in and drops off 2 brand new passengers, and the entire crew freezes. People from the Empire just showed up. Yuri doesn't flinch at all. She just keeps munching her snack like it's nothing. Later on, Ditsun laid out his insanely chaotic journey back. Ife and Violet step into the castle grounds, and the whole place feels like it's holding its breath. Adorable little golems buzz around, tending the farm like they own the place. Ife is so blown away by the soil's quality that he drops to his knees and tastes it. Then Violet smacks him for it. A golem lumbers in. Then Taiki shoots out from behind it like he's been waiting for this moment. He blurts out an apology, then admits the truth that they got dragged here by mistake. He introduces himself, and the Imperial mages go completely silent, because this unassuming guy in an apron is the owner of the legendary place. This Violet won't take it, she snaps back, demanding to see the other magicians she's sure are hiding something. Just then, the rest of the crew burst onto the scene like they'd been waiting for the perfect moment. Princess Letitia. Violet's gaze hardens. So you like this? We turned you into slaves? Go on, then come kill us right here, she spits, baiting them with every word. Before this chaos can explode, Dixon spills the entire story start to finish right then. Ifa goes straight for the point. Yeah, the Empire wants your tech, but me, I'm a magician too, and I'm dying to know what your power can do. Violet's convinced he's just trying to drop their guard. They expose the grim, shady truth. Turns out their emperor is bedridden, and he's craving the flying castle like the ultimate new toy he just has to get his hands on. Yuri calls out Taiki for running the whole show solo, and honestly, it's a feat that feels totally impossible. Ditsun blurts out that Taiki's power is straight up unreal. Ifa stared Taiki straight in the eye and said, "Power isn't just something you feel, it's what makes you fear it, so please, let's spare us." The whole room erupts, sparks fly, and a spar ignites like a lightning strike. Tiki's never even thrown a punch. Then Violet snaps at Ifa and calls him an idiot, and it hits hard. The golem's power is terrifyingly overwhelming. And right when everyone thinks she'll refuse, Tiki steps in and shocks the whole room by saying yes. He's determined to sit down with Ifa afterward and finally have the real conversation he's been craving. He shoots his golem a fierce nod and it's go time. And Ditsun's excitement hits so hard he keels over and passes out right there standing upright. This bar is where the whole thing kicks off. Ifa wastes no time. She blasts out a huge, twisting serpent of magical energy, and it hits like a lightning strike. "I'm done holding on," he roars, and it feels like I'm finally ready to let go. The attack roars straight for A1, blasting through the air like a death sentence. But the golem just stands firm and eats the attack like it's nothing. Even that he can't react. A1 rockets in out of nowhere, snaps the gap shut instantly, and lands one of the most brutal punches anyone's ever seen, square on the face. IFA gets obliterated, then vanishes in a violent burst, water spraying everywhere as it dissolves into nothing. He lets out the words, "It's my fault." And just like that, defeat crushes him. Later, IFA is finally catching her breath by the pool, just trying to recover and reset. He bursts into wild, unhinged laughter, an absolute cackle, and for the first time, he finally feels that terrifying power pounding through his own bones. And just like that, everything changes. Taiki grabs the mic and announces, "From now on, I'm done being the Blau Empire's court magician. I'm Aoife the elf." He whips around, and there, blazing across his back, is a slave seal branded into his skin. The truth blasts out of him. He's not just a slave, the Emperor has chained his entire village too. They're trapped and chained to slave labor, forced to grind on until death finally takes them. The Empire is hunting their spirit tree, the one relic that fuels the elves' insane long life and magic. Blessed by that tree, their bodies refuse to break, so the Empire squeezes them dry day after day, with nothing but hunger and no rest. Then his voice shatters as he drops to his knees. "Taiki Dono, please save my family." Finally, Violet erupts in rage, hurling treason accusations at him. But Aoife swears it was never his choice. His people are dying off, and they can't even have children anywhere except near their sacred tree. Because the broken-down Emperor of Blah is terrified that death is one mistake away, and he's itching to tap into the tree's power and claw his way into immortality. Aoife's mission was never to serve the Empire, she was hunting one chance to strike back. He spots Taiki's power and realizes it's his last shot, so he drops to his knees, bows his head, and begs with a shattered heart, "Please lend me your power, I have to save my family." Tiki stares at the wrecked man in front of her and snaps, "Raise your head!" With his friends locked in right beside him, our hero steels himself. "I accept your request. Let's save the elves." Aoife stares up at him, tears pouring down his face, completely crushed and unable to get a word out. To craft a deadly plan, Taiki never once thought he'd end up facing the full might of the Blau Empire. So yeah, we've come a long way now. The heroes huddle up and plot their next move. Violet stands there, perfectly still, like she's hiding a storm in the background. A dark, crafty smirk crawled across her face, and trust me, the plot just got insanely thicker, my friends. Aura warned either way. The city turns into a chaotic brick and stone labyrinth, and my world starts spinning like crazy. She screams a blood-curdling shriek, panic ripping through her. Her brain just flat out fried at the sheer size of everything. And while the others scramble to calm her, she's left completely stunned and speechless. Even that flying castle couldn't touch how insanely grand this place was. But they're not here to play tourist. This is a last-ditch mission, racing across the chaos to pull the final elves out of the tyrannical Blau Empire's grip. Only a few days before, Prince Aoife the elf stood in a sun-blazing garden, wearing regal calm like armor on his face. He whips around to face the princess of a rival kingdom and offers her a plain little cup of tea. But his polite question slams her straight into a full-on panic. She stammers and sputters, begging him to understand why a princess is out here doing manual labor, and insisting with zero wiggle room that nothing at all is happening between her and Taiki-sama. Our main man and the princess lock eyes in this super awkward silence, like the air itself is packed with everything neither of them dares to say. Then the rest of the crew jumps in with a grin and tells you the real truth of this place. Every single person here is family, no questions asked. That word hangs in the air, foreign, heavy, and deadly powerful to the Elven Prince. They all confirm it, every single one, and yeah, some of them are tied to each other by blood. But they treat everyone like family. Ayla included, even if she's brand new. In this castle, titles and status mean nothing. Every single person is treated like they're irreplaceable. They live together and back each other up. Our boy Taiki even jumps in with the fieldwork and cooks too. They even binge anime together, this weird, magical kind of storytelling. And our hero breaks it down for them like it's a secret treasure. Seeing that raw, unfiltered happiness, Aoife can't help but smile. Yeah, this place is seriously great. He's completely certain Taiki will step in and help rescue the elves they've been keeping locked up. When Aoife looks at his people's pride, he realizes elves have never leaned on anyone else, but after seeing the family Taiki has forged, he finally knows this was the right choice. Now they're right in the middle of it all inside the castle's legendary control room. Our boy leans in and tells him he's already launched recon drones straight into the enemy's capital. But the intel's still razor thin. Aoife lays out the brutal truth: around 20 elves are locked away in different spots. The attack on his village still burns like a brand new wound. Most were slaughtered, and the captives got tortured so viciously they were doomed to die, while the sheer weight of it all feels like it's crushing them. And listen, if they don't move right now, they're done for, so they have to sprint. That's when our hopeless hero snaps into action. He yanks up a razor-detailed 3D map of the whole Imperial capital, stitched together from drone footage. He's already mapped out the guard patrols, how many there are when they rotate, and every creepy building that could hide a prison, and Ditson is straight up losing it. This isn't magic. It's next level, totally unhinged spycraft. Yuri is practically buzzing with excitement, like she's dropped straight into the middle of a movie. They realize the elves are treated like someone's property, so the guards are piled on heavy and tight. The soldiers will march out fully equipped, yet the elves are forced to wear slave marks that crush their magic before it even has a chance to flare. Aoife, battered by a golem beatdown but finally back on his feet, steps in and makes his formal request to join the investigation. After that castle tour, he's all in. He's a full believer now. This floating fortress is the Empire's nightmare, the only shot they've got at stopping them. And yeah, he's still totally baffled by modern tech, yelling in panic because a toilet blows out warm water until Ditson the absolute troll leans in and tells him, "Try it yourself." Aoife drops the most important intel. He's got proof that one elf is locked up as a servant inside the royal palace. He doesn't hesitate. Look, first we rescue the others, then we strike the palace. That calm day in the garden still haunts my memories. Yuri poured the fruit tea, and everything felt perfectly still. The image hits him hard, the scent on the air, the flavor on his tongue, and that pure, simple happiness rushing back like a punch. Aoife couldn't wait. He had to tell his family about it. Taiki roars again, fists clenched, purpose burning bright. Let's save them! Afa-san's family. For the very first time, the proud elven prince lowers his head in pure gratitude, convinced that trusting these people was the right move. Meanwhile, a shady figure slumps alone in a wrecked room, lurking in the chaos. It's the same woman from before Deadboard, cracking at the seams as she barrels into the castle's defenses only to find them totally impenetrable. And the eerie silence drives her into fury. A wicked grin blooms across her face, and the Empire has zero clue what they're stepping into because she knows their blind ignorance will shove them straight into attacking this flying fortress, and that's when the chaos finally comes roaring in. Right now in the present, the mission is officially a go, no more waiting. So Yuri fires up drone overwatch while Aoife and the others rush in. With the stakes this insane, Taiki and Ella can't afford to show up in person. So yeah, it's the best move if you can stomach the risk that comes with it. The first extraction is surgical. Ditz tosses sleeping powder at a few guards and wipes them out fast, and they drop out like a light. Then they stumble on two elves just sitting there, totally frozen in shock. Golems move in total silence, hauling the rescued elves through the forest to the rendezvous point. These poor souls got thrown aside like trash made to work like slaves, treated as nothing but second-class citizens. The team pushes forward, but Dixon can't shake his fear for Princess Yuri because if she gets caught, this won't be small, it'll spark a full-on international incident. He knows she's strong, but the moment he thinks about her getting captured, pure fear crashes over him. The deeper he pushed into the city. Me, I'm still freaking out, but her mom's right there somehow that steadies me. This place is nothing like their breathtaking home in the sky. But me snuffs out her resolve. She's got her mother and Taiki's golems at her side. And she's been grinding her magic training with Yuri. Now she's fully ready to unleash it. They roll in like a storm, right on the heels of their next target, that building. Taiki checks the shoreline with a drone and confirms right now the coast is clear. So I'm about to cast a sleep spell, then I hear the guards talking. And the moment they mention the price they'd pay for the elves, rage sparks in me. The guards are convinced someone's about to burst out, but it gets uglier. One door gets ripped open, and a guard hauls an elf out while smashing him over and over without mercy. He cackles like a maniac, slams the elf with the sandbag insult, and savors every second of the torture. As the elf's sister gapes in horror, the guard swings in with a brutal punch, barking at him to look his cool big brother is stepping in to protect her. That's it. Her breaking point hits hard. Me loses control, and a rush of icy rage erupts as she blasts the guards clean out with ice. "Stop it!" she screams. "Let go of that kite!" And the guards are left totally baffled by this tiny bee skin that just drops out of nowhere. Mia fires off another crushing wave of ice, yelling that Ashi gets to choose where she goes next. But her attacks slam out as icy shards cracking against the soldier's armor and shattering into nothing. He bursts into laughter, mocking her pathetic power, while her mother yanks her back to safety. "Shut it!" her mother screams, stalking forward with rage blazing in her eyes. "Are you really the ones who hurt elves like they're not human too?" The guard's response chills your bones, he sneers, and bluntly tells him, "You're not free, you're slaves." He erupts into a disgusting racist tirade, spits out that they're inferior, insists they've lost all worth, and claims they're no better than demons. He insists the Empire is saving them by putting them in chains. "You'd better thank us right now." "Those pitiful people," Mother breathes, voice dripping with disgust. Then the golem finally makes its move. It slams the punch out of the way and the shockwave detonates, shredding the guard's gauntlet in an instant. The soldiers froze completely stunned, and my eyes flare to life. Wow, that's Taiki-sama's golem. The other guards lose it. One of them yanks out a magic tool. He unleashes a massive energy blast, screaming, "Vanish!" "Yeah, you best run, Ken." The golem lunges between the girls and the strike, eating the attack head-on. It split apart, then crumbled into dust, humming with a dangerous, ominous heat. And then he just crumpled, turning into a sizzling, molten disaster. In the control room, alarms are screaming non-stop. The golem is on the brink. Taiki is frantically scrambling to patch it up, eyes locked in pure, intense focus. Damn, make it happen in time. In an instant, hope hits the ground and turns to ash because the golem is down. Mi's mom knows that explosion will summon reinforcements, so she yanks Mi hard toward the elves. "Take them and get out of here, I'll buy us time." Frozen in terror, Mia can't move, then her mother yanks her into action with a vicious snarl. "Pull yourself together, Mia!" She whips her sword out like a warning flare, like a mama bear guarding her cub. "Mess with even a single hair on my daughter's head and I'll be the one dragging you straight to hell." But then a guard's blade flashes and in a split second she's cut down. Mai can only let out a scream of pure horror, and right there when despair crushed her to the bone, something inside her finally snapped. Power surged out of her in wild, unstoppable bursts, roaring from that tiny frame. And then she swore it like a vow carved in steel. The one person who will be protected is her mother. A massive surge of ice blasts out and turns the guard's blade rock solid in an instant. She yanks her mother back with all her might. But then another guard lunges in and grabs her. Me'll unleash a soul-shattering scream right now. But it never hits steel fury swings, and a hard, metallic hand clamps down on the blade at the last second. And the golem it reactivated at the very last second. And that relief hits so hard, Mia almost drops to the ground. Her mother doesn't waste a second, no pause, no hesitation, just, "Now let's go." They snatch the elves and sprint off hand in hand, no time to lose, and bolting into the night, vanishing into the darkness. Tiki stares at the monitor, and when it finally shows up, she lets out a shaky breath. She made it in time. He bursts out that the golem's emergency defense kicked in, so it had to reboot, and it was dangerously close to disaster. But now a fresh nightmare hits they've escaped, and that soldier will scream a warning to the whole army because the city is seconds away from total lockdown. He stares out at the glittering capital, face set in stone, then he whispers, "No choice left, we have to save every last elf." Way up in the sky, safe inside the sky castle, the newly freed elves finally dig into their first real meal in ages. They're still frozen with fear, like they can't bring themselves to move. Yuri's warm smile steadies their nerves. "It's okay," she whispers. "The castle in the sky will keep you all safe." And for now, they finally feel it. They're protected. Oh, Finn rescue teams are going full throttle, and back at base, Everyone watches our guy light up the night like a shooting star. The intel held strong, but now they're stuck dealing with beefed up security after all that chaos. Mi gets absolutely bombarded with praise for her ridiculously cool magic, even after she totally panicked and blanked on the sleeping powder. Yeah, her training is clearly paying off. She's soaking every second of it, cheeks burning red, grinning through a full-on blush frenzy. Our hopeless hero gets a call from the front lines, and for once, everything is going insanely right. And by great, I mean Yuri is absolutely shredding it. This one-woman rescue machine has already hauled in 10 elves all by herself, and when she snaps into battle mode, she turns into a ruthless, efficient beast. And when a legend finishes a brutal day, what does she do? She grabs a snack and chomps under the moonlit sky like it's her victory meal. But she's not just worrying about herself, she's out here feeding the elves she just saved, then slips them a gift from the golem to cover their tracks like, "Yeah, we're good," the goddess says. As she whips her gaze around, one thought hits her hard. The Empire's security is a total joke because their pride is so damn foolish. And as she watched those two female soldiers stride past, a completely unhinged yet brilliantly genius idea detonated in her head. A heartbeat later, two guards are posted up nearby, staring into the void like their souls just fell asleep, when one asks the other if he's exhausted. Then boom, two brand new soldiers materialize out of nowhere, and they look suspiciously too beautiful for comfort. The guards instantly freeze in confusion when a bee-skin soldier shows up. Brand new recruits stare in disbelief like, what in the world is this? Just as they're about to look too suspicious, their boss infamous General Violet slides right up, or no, it's Yuri in a perfect illusion of her. She hands the two clowns a gift, a drink for all their hard work. And then the two disguise girls flash a heart-melting smile, practically urging them to enjoy it. Back at the command center, our boy and the girls are glued to the monitor while everything unfolds meanwhile. Mi is fully spiraling into a total meltdown. WHVLAHME. Wait, Schneezen, what even is that? Yeah, our main man is doing everything he can to make sense of this chaos, because Yuri's illusions are her superpower, and this next round of trolling, it's straight up on another level. Mi is practically bawling, begging Taiki not to stare at her shameless illusion, but it's way too late because the moment he looked, that man saw everything. Back at the scene, the guards' drinks crash to the ground with a loud, sharp thud. They're out cold. Yuri's still channeling her inner tyrant, smirking like she owns the night over their unconscious bodies. Foo-foo, go on, sweet dreams. And the team watching just can't stop staring. Yuri's illusion was a flawless honey trap, shutting the enemy down cleanly without a single person getting hurt. Yuri gets showered with praise for her acting, and she's like, "Yeah, I was amazing." Her confidence is through the roof. Mission complete. She smirks, reports it, and then strides straight to the cells. She slips a peek inside, calling out, "Hey, are you all okay?" Inside, the elves are panicking, shaking, cringing in the corner like prey. Then one voice snaps, "Who are you?" The Empire shattered everything. Now they're sure this is just another cruel trap, and they're screaming at her to stay away, begging her to accept that escape is impossible. Then, right as panic hits, one calm, steady voice slices through it all. Ifa steps into the light. "Calm down. This person is with us." On their side, the elves stare in disbelief. It's really him, and somehow they're alive. The weight of the moment crashes into Ifa, and he blurts out an apology, his voice dripping with guilt for every second he took to rescue them. Then the reunion gets slashed short by suspicion. Who's this woman hanging on his arm, and how can anyone trust him after he was captured? One of them even shouts that he's the betrayer. That's when Yuri snaps her royal authority into place, introducing herself as Flata, the imperial crown princess, and lays out her absolutely unhinged master plan. A sky castle and a joint rescue mission. The elves are left staring, utterly speechless. Ifa locks eyes with them and swears, "I'll pull you all out and send you home even if it kills me. And if you ever think I'm betraying you, go ahead, kill me." The sheer fire in his voice shuts every doubt down instantly. He begs them one final time to trust him and believe. And finally, they crack just enough to listen to him. With the elves fully bought in, Ifa and Yuri huddle up and plot their next move because they've got to strike fast before the Empire clocks what's going on. These elves have crawled out of hell, and now they're begging for a safe haven to heal, just like that sky-high castle. Back with our hero's crew, they're all losing it, praising him like he's a true legend. He's the type of guy who automatically goes for the right move, like handing a blanket to someone shivering with cold. This whole epic rescue is kicking off because he's kind, and Afun Yuri is with him. This mission is all about saving these people, no exceptions. But then the two rescue squads finally met up right on time. Ditsun bursts with joy when Yuri shows up, and she confirms right there that her mission piece is a total success. Ifa gives his people one last shaking breath of reassurance, telling them, "Stay safe out there." Life drags on, and then Yuri's gut starts screaming. She can read people like books, and she just knows Ifa's hiding something huge. That look on his face screams everything. Ifa finally fesses up because this rescue isn't just about saving the elves who are frozen. The real plan is simple: sneak into the inner palace, right past the guards who never stop watching. The whole plan is a beautiful mess. Yuri's illusions will slice the chaos open and slip them inside. and Ifa's ready to back her up. All right. Taiki Dono, he's about to call in an aerial overwatch from the sky, raining down support with his golems and drones. So our main guy nods immediately, his hand hovering right over the ring that binds everyone together. Ifa's eyes blaze with a ruthless, unshakable determination. The palace infiltration kicks off. A guard snaps to attention as they come into view. Ifa-sama, Velit-sama, you're back. Yuri slips into her full General Violet disguise and marches Ifa and Ditson in shackled as prisoners. The guard totally swallowed their lie and nodded like, yep, we caught an intruder. And Ifa, doing his job right, snaps out an order to swing the gate wide so they can dive straight into the dungeon. They march right in, and Ditson keeps grumbling that of all people, he's always stuck playing the punching bag. Up in the high heavens, our hero and the girl stare down, hands clasped tight, praying their plan lands and praying it works. Down below, they're scrambling to load the rescued elves and haul them straight back to their homeland. But not everyone's at peace. Elsewhere, Fiatura, a young elf, slumps at the window, wide awake and trapped in sleepless thoughts. Her Majesty spots her, both of them wide awake while worry churns in her mind. She blurts that she's been thinking about that kid the whole time, and worry creases her face like a storm coming. Fiatura leans in and promises to brew you some tea, but her eyes drown in sorrow. She stares at that family portrait and the whole room holds its breath because that one silent question hits hard. Will every last elf get rescued? And those rescued elves are still shaking, wondering if Aoife's words were real? Or if they've been walking into a lie? Can they really trust this so-called princess? But their doubts don't stand a chance. Aoife's earned faith, the kind that never betrays them. And just like that, the reunions kick off boom. One emotional moment after another. Tears of pure joy pour down their faces as they spot friends they honestly thought they'd never see again. Pure relief crashes over him, an unstoppable wave of raw emotion. And it rips right through their hearts, leaving everyone in tears. They're handed warm soup, and that tiny bowl of comfort hits like a lifeline. Old age hangs on them, and for the first time in forever, they finally smile. With everyone accounted for, they finally spot the nightmare Fiatoda is still missing, trapped deep inside the inner palace. Her village was guarded by a terrifyingly powerful spirit tree. A sacred being snuffs out anyone it judges unworthy, no exceptions. Phew, our guy's completely blown away by how insane its power is. He knows the Empire is a brutal, unstoppable threat, and even with the castle standing, they can't afford to drop their guard for a second. Just then, Miepshin burst in grinning from ear to ear. Carriers are finally ready and it's go time. The rescued elves finally got the whole truth. Taiki and his sky-high castle had come to rescue them. And he's made them a vow he won't just stand guard for them. He'll protect their village with his life too. They're absolutely flooded with gratitude, like it hits them all at once. First, we'll steer everyone straight to the village while Aoife slips back to grab Fiatura. But the elves refuse. No way, they all shout together. We're a family and we're helping her too. Not a single soul gets left behind. Man, the Beeskin girls are fired up, ready to chow down on a mountain of meat and power up for the fight. Our hero lays out the whole battle plan. 3 golems and 5 drones set up on Overwatch, ready to strike the moment anything moves. He hands IFA a communication device so they can stay locked in and in touch. Everyone's betting everything on Sheenie, and she's hell-bent on wiping out her earlier blunder and making it right. Her friends roar her on, their belief fueling her Taiki's unshakable even as everything ramps up. The final image hits hard an elf, locked on the moon, silently begging the heavens to bring Aoife and Fiatura back safe. Burn a path back to the enemy fortress. Yuri's violet disguise is flawless, and when she steps in, the guards grin like she never left, can't stop talking about how popular she's become. Turns out the real Violet is a total psychopath. She gets off by torturing her own subordinates. Yuri slips into the role with chilling precision, then snarls at her prisoner to move faster, screaming like it's a death sentence. She's ridiculously good at it. So good she even trolls Ditson by asking if she's convincing, and honestly, she's pulling off the perfect con. They stumble on a hidden secret passage that leads straight into the dungeon. One of the guards, an absolute simp, offers to be Violet's chair for the interrogation. That sparks a full-blown fight between the guards, like they've got some sick rotation for who gets dragged into becoming human furniture. This whole army is straight up unhinged. Aoife and Ditson just stare, speechless, because this kind of weird is on a whole other level. Yuri shuts them down fast, telling everyone she won't take them underground. Then, with a commanding violet edge in her voice, she barks, "You're all pathetic. I'm too busy and too skilled to train garbage that can't even stick to the turn order." She whips around and yeets them out of the way with a voice that cracks the air. But the spell work hit so hard that Yuri nearly crumpled from sheer magical strain. Now that the path is clear, she finally grits her teeth and breaks the spell for good. She tore off her disguise, drenched in sweat. Yet she made it through and pulled it off, but their celebration gets snatched away. Wait, what's happening? One guard they overlooked was lurking in the shadows, and the second he saw them, he blew their cover. He knew it was a fake too, because the real Violet would never, ever refuse a human chair. And this whole lie fell apart over the weirdest little detail you could imagine. Error, 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 something just totally broke. Everything's falling apart. Aoife and Yuri lock eyes, and it hits them. There's just one move left, so they bolt. Ditson gets yanked in an instant, but Aoife snaps and unleashes a savage lightning blast, roasting the guards gripping him. Soldiers are left reeling as an elf rebellion erupts and takes control. One of them yells, "The Empire treated you well, so why are you paying them back with evil?" Aoife doesn't answer at all, just drops a cold, brutal silence, then obliterates the whole hallway with a raging lightning storm. He shattered everything into a roaring wall of rubble, and he started ordering hits like it was just another task to get done. Ditson is spiraling. Tell me, what did you do? Are you out of your mind? But IFA stays ice cold, totally calm, because this was always the plan. Shut the path and keep pushing forward. And Ditson can't even wrap his head around it. So tell me, what were you planning to do if that whole building started crumbling? Yuri just smirks, shooting them a teasing look like, wow, you guys are actually getting along. They push onward, plunging deeper and deeper into the darkness like they're racing the night itself, until they finally crash into the Empire's palace dungeon. A horrifying skeleton locked in a cell spots them and rasps, "Help! Help!" His voice shatters as he begs them to end it all, asking for the sweet release of death, me. The place is so brutally cruel it's almost impossible to take in. They push through every nightmare until they finally spot a cell bolted shut, chained down with brutal, heavy links. Inside, the man leans in and begs, "Water, please." His face looked worn out and exhausted, but sparks still burned in his eyes. Then Aoife snaps to a stop. His eyes go huge, pure shock ripping across his face. Listen, he recognizes this guy, and that's when it hits. This prisoner's real identity is exactly who they came to rescue. En route down in the Empire's dungeon depths, Yuri stumbles on a battered old man brutalized by chains, and before anyone can blink, she snaps, "I'm going to heal you." Her companion is panicking, blurting out that they have zero clue who this guy is or what he's done. But Yuri stays unshaken. Magic already starts to glow in her hand, and she's not the kind of girl who stands around while someone's in trouble. Help right then. The rest of the crew storms in, and Dixon shuts it down instantly as your friend. He grabs your attention and lays out the brutal truth. This prisoner is a political criminal who planned a rebellion against the royal family. He's not some random nobody. This is Shores, the Blau Empire's first prince, and they sealed him away because he tried to murder his own father. Aoife fixes the prince with a death glare, and that old bad blood between them starts boiling again. "Weren't you just some puppet for the army?" he sneers. Before Schwarz can even fire back, IFA snaps Sparks, "Silence," then instantly flips into an escape plan. The chaos is exploding, and they've got to run before the guards crash in. But Ditson calls out the glaring problem. Aoife locked the only exit himself. It's over. "Don't be so loud," Aoife snaps with infuriating calm, "and I can feel it. I've got a plan." Ditson snaps completely, screaming that all their friends in IFA need to stop hiding everything. And right then, IFA whips out the most absolutely unhinged thing this fantasy world could ever see: a smartphone. He tells us he snagged it from our guy Taiki, and then used it to reach Violet, the top-tier magician, just to wrangle the spell for a secret passage only she knows. Ditson's expression drops hard like the whole moment just slammed into his chest because Taiki, seriously him. As soon as he starts sipping, that jealousy hits so hard it feels like you could slice through it with a knife. "I'm so jealous, I'm so jealous." The entire squad's stuck watching this guy spiral into a full-on emotional meltdown. Suddenly, alarms scream as a drone hangs outside the window, its lens locked on them like a sniper, and they've been spotted. On the floating castle, our main guy spots an alert blazing on his screen. His face tightens. If this turns into a brawl, he'll stand between them and the danger, protecting every single one. He refuses to let another tragedy strike, so he's going all in, risking everything to save the elves and bring them home safe. Meanwhile, up in the palace's grand, lavish room, the air felt rich and deadly quiet. Princess Letitia storms up to the shady magician Violet, grabs the moment, and demands the spell that unlocks the dungeon passage. Violet just flashes that smug smirk, pure sarcasm in liquid form. "So tell me, what do I get out of this?" Letitia trades her freedom to break the spell, but Violet bursts into a wicked cackle, calling the whole thing pure audacity. She snaps that the Empire weaponized politics to terrorize Letitia's homeland, enslaving her people and reducing them to nothing more than gears in a machine. She spits out, like it's fate itself, that hating the Empire is the only natural thing. Letitia stands tall and declares, "Yeah, I hate this too, but right now I'm speaking as Ayla, a citizen of the Sky Castle." She swears she'll become a gear in this place's machine, binding her loyalty to our unaware hero. Violet freezes in confusion because you, the one who got betrayed by your homeland and still betrayed it right back, are about to serve this country next. Letitia's voice sharpens with raw emotion. "No, that's not happening." She snaps back, fighting tooth and nail to insist she isn't just another slave. A hot blush blooms on her cheeks as she finally blurts it all from the depths of her heart. "I'm in this castle because I chose to be. I love this place, and everyone here, I love you. Taiki-sama." Her confession hits the room like thunder, raw, powerful, unforgettable, and I swear I'm going to stay right by his side forever. Violet freezes for a heartbeat. Then that savage grin snaps right back onto her face. She glides right up to Letitia and hisses poison into her ear, warning that humans turn on each other in a heartbeat, so Don't go acting shocked when betrayal brings you to tears. Just like that, she hands over exactly what she wants and boom, the spell is tied to the lion's crest. Violet finally admits she was wrong about Letitia. She didn't expect her to spot something burning inside her, but then she freezes the mood with one brutal correction. I'm not like the Empire. Remember that. As Violet gets led away, Letitia crumbles in place, still shaking from the wrecking ball impact of her own bold confession. Oh, I got so hyped I blurted it out. She sobs, shoving her face into her hands like it's all too much. As she whips around to her robot guard and begs, AI-san, it's a secret, right? Yeah, the robot just flashes this polite, totally non-committal head tilt, and somehow it's even funnier. Back in the dungeon, Letitia panics and blasts the spell over the phone to Aoife's crew. Yeah, Taiki? Stuck back in his command center, hears it all and lets out a heavy breath of relief, then immediately turns to Ayla and throws him a real heartfelt thank you. But here's the catch. There's not a single lion crest anywhere in that dungeon. Turns out Violet, the ultimate troll, snatched the crest, slapped it on, and then tossed it down the garbage chute. Turns out this so-called trash disposal was secretly the emergency exit the whole time. Just as they gear up to plunge into the trash, Yuri, having burned through every last drop of mana to heal the prince, crumples straight into his arms. Schwartz locks eyes with Aoife and throws out a deal help him out, and he'll help them reach the inner palace. His mission is simple and merciless: rip his mother and his friend out of his demonic father's grip. But he won't give up on toppling the royal family. His resolve is only getting stronger, not weaker. And he's dead set on killing that man no matter what it costs him. Snaps back and rejects every offer on the spot. Ice coursing through his veins, he makes a terrifying vow. I'm the one who'll kill that man. He snatches the phone, barks his intentions for everyone to hear, and vows, with these hands, I'm sending him straight to hell. Taiki's totally blindsided. Aoife-san, what are you talking about? I've never even heard of this. The whole scene spirals into full-blown chaos. Schwartz lunges and yanks Yuri in close, blade pressed to her throat like a hostage threat. Ditson snaps and loses control. Dark, wild magic explodes from his body as he roars, "Get your hands off her!" They're tightening the net, closing in on him fast. And back on the Sky Castle, Taiki can only freeze in pure horror, completely stunned that his simple rescue mission just detonated into a royal assassination scheme. In a blink, we finally spot the true source of all this suffering years ago. The Emperor, dripping with pure malice, crushed the elves for even the tiniest mistake. He was a totally unhinged tyrant, seeing them as nothing but property, made to be shattered and broken. This is the man Shores and Aoife both want to erase for good, and right now, in the present, Shores' mother and Fia are slipping out together, banking on the very same Lion Crest passage to finally reunite with him. The dungeon's turned into a full-on war zone, and Ditson's magic spirals out of control, snapping and lashing at anything in reach. Aoife strains every ounce of her strength just to stop him cold, slamming the truth into his head that Yuri is counting on him because he's the only one who can protect her. At last, they finally catch their breath and agree to sail straight for the inner palace. Right after Yuri and Ditson broke down in tears, Aoife makes his move. He stays behind to slam the brakes on the guards, and he hands the phone and his family off to the others. He whips around and faces the soldiers by himself. While the others burst free, Shore uncovers a killer truth: Aoife's dream can't happen because the slave mark locks his power away and stops him from ever hurting his master, the Emperor. Deeper and deeper they press through the passage, then click, click, click. Footsteps come speeding up from right behind them. And then bam, Via steps in, and the Empress is right there too. After years of brutal separation, the mother and her son finally crash back together, collapsing into a desperate, tear-soaked embrace that says everything they couldn't. Wanchid, surrounded by the fallen, an elf drops to his knees, bound hand and foot as despair smashes down on him. Then, right when everything feels dead quiet, familiar voices slice through the air. Schwarzama. He snaps his head up, stunned, as his family barrels in from all sides. Mother Fiatura. The reunion hits like a wave of relief, crashing into heartbreak. His mother clamps him to her chest, tears pouring down as she begs forgiveness for the long wait it took to break Ting free. Shivers rack him, and he immediately shakes his head because this rescue wasn't just theirs. He makes it clear the real MVP was another crew, led by a woman named Yuri, who healed him and got him out of the dungeon's deepest jaws. Fiatura's eyes snap to a familiar face, and she rockets forward. Aoife-san, you're safe, she sobs, then wraps him up in a fierce hug. But that relief snaps away fast. Aoife's face goes grim as he orders the other elves to calm down because the truth is brutal. He's the only one who made it back, and that slave mark is still there, still lethal. Right when hope starts slipping away, the cavalry suddenly rides in rescue brigades straight from Aifu-san, right out of that legendary castle in the sky. Everyone's frozen in shock, but Aoife locks in straight up, says their boy stayed behind to handle the pursuers, then makes that insane promise he'll kill Emperor Koenig's Shore. Snaps back instantly, "You can't use magic on your master," and the slave mark shuts him down hard. Yeah, but there's a loophole. IFA just drops a trump card, an Emperor-class magic ring. The plan is absolutely savage. No straight-up assaults, no direct hits. You go for an indirect spell and you don't hold back, summon firestorms, unleash catastrophic floods, anything that could accidentally wipe out the master. One little catch ruins everything. The slave mark drags the wearer into duty, forcing them to shield their master at any cost, even if a raging inferno is chewing through the world. So, yeah, how do you get around that? Easy. This fix is brilliant and totally unhinged. The magic item doesn't boost the spell at all. It bonds itself to the caster's life force. If the caster slips and lets thy sacrifice spell eat them alive while it's still running, the magic keeps going supercharged by that sacrifice until it kills the contracted master for good, no way back. This wasn't a plan at all, it was a suicide pact. An ancient elven tradition meant to shield the spirit tree. That gut punch realization hits the whole group hard. Ifa is planning to sacrifice himself. The vibe tanks instantly, then Yuri's voice slices through the gloom. Let's save Ifu-san. Ditsun-sama locks eyes with her, and those sharp stare-thin eyes ask, aren't you worried? Because if you really hear your conscience, you know you can't just sit there and die. That's the brutal truth. But Fiatura won't hear of it. She burned every last drop of her mana to save them, and she's not about to quit now. Now I'm staying with the Empress. This is where we came to find you. And she's roaring, screaming her loyalty is absolute. Suddenly, the old general snaps into the conversation. His voice rough as gravel, telling Aoife he's heard her plan to push on Koenigs and that he's already got a backup move ready. His eyes narrowed, cold determination sparking in his gaze. If the caster fails, he says, then you'll cut down that man and chop his head off. This is my one and only wish, kill him. He thrusts the sword into their hands and the order snaps through the air, obliterate him. Schwartz's face freezes with shock and then he makes the call, I'm in, I'll join you. Leaving everyone stunned as he swears he'll kill Koenigs no matter what it takes. Ditsun-sama yanks Yuri's hand and thrusts a power-up into her. Let me lend you my mana, she says, firing off a secret elven art to fuel her and drag her right back into the fight. While Aoife's got backup, the mage Aoife is already surrounded Imperial guards close in on him, and their commander sneers like he owns the place. Why are you doing this? Are you trying to justify it? Even though he's just an elf in the end? Mark's slaves aren't even treated like people. Aoife just stares him down, a chilling grin tugging at his lips. So that's what you are, beasts. Then he snaps, lightning erupts around him, his power blasting outward, and he growls, like a beast, I'll show you my fangs. When the guards finally lose it and panic in a frenzy, Aoife isn't even slowing down, she's just getting started. Don't you get it yet? What you call your greatness is just arrogance, self-worth blown out of proportion, and straight-up deceit. Right? He clamps onto the commander like iron, and if you're people, while I'm the beast, tell me, how does it feel getting crushed under its feet? He's done being scared, rage turns him into a storm of vengeance, and he's ready to wipe them all out. Then the scene rips away into a simpler age and era where the elves sought atonement and proved their pride. Long ago, IFA was a master craftsman, forging special bricks built to shrug off even the harshest, hottest flames. The chief clapped him on the shoulder, handed him fruit and tea, and threw a full-on celebration for how far he'd grown. Those were the peaceful days then. Everything shattered overnight. The Empire rolled in, and so did the chains, but the chief demanded a promise: cling to your pride, and don't ever let hope slip away. But the truth hit like a punch: torture, separation, and lives left shattered. Aoife got turned into a puppet forced to serve as an Empire court mage, while his spirit slowly started to fade away. Then one day, Fiatura tracked him down because that ghost from his past finally surfaced. Last, she dropped the worst news of all: Chief was dead, and the guards didn't just kill him, they tortured him to death. That was the last straw. I can't forgive this, Fiatura snapped, her eyes blazing. We're dragging the pro-Emperor faction to the ground and sparking a revolution. Aoife froze. He'd been gearing up for his revenge, but her words slammed into him like a punch, shaking him out of everything he'd been doing all this time. He tossed his last shred of hope, buried his pride, and ended up becoming the one thing he swore he'd never be. As the past keeps unraveling, Shores gets hit with a life sentence for trying to topple the leader, but Aoife's thirst for revenge hit like thunder. He pictured slaughtering Koenigs over and over, again and again and again. They handed him the ring, the key that would unlock his suicide mission. Now the whole plan clicked into place and he'd throw everything at it. Even his own life, if that's what it took to reach his goal. Vengeance is mine, he growls, eyes locked on the palace. Koenig, I'm coming for you, and I swear I'll kill you. Right then, this tiny drone buzzes into view like it's hunting for something. And right there, your familiar frantic voice punched through my screen. I found you, Aoife-san. Our boy just crashed into the chat. That one sickening sound rips through the palace below and throws everything into chaos. Emperor Koenigs, wrinkled up like a dried raisin, snarls for whoever's behind the chaos. Who's doing this? His advisor steps in and says the rebels are finally wiped out, yet Shore's rotting in the dungeon. And now Aoife is throwing rebellion into the air like a spark that won't go out. Oh, watch this. The Emperor's face rips open into a cruel, off-the-rails grin, and I'm thinking, Why don't we go see him ourselves? Right back with our heroes, Tiki's drone feed is live and the whole thing is absolute chaos. Yuri is blasting a scream straight into the camera, way too close for comfort. The intel keeps pouring in. Then they meet Fiatura, verify that magic items are real, and bring Shores, the freaking prince, into the mix. But there's zero time for small talk. Aifa's rescue has to happen right now. Taiki's blood goes cold as the brutal truth hits. Aifa is on a suicide mission, and her target is Koenig's. The weight of responsibility slams into our main guy, and it clicks. Maybe that old talk he had is exactly what shoved Aifa onto this dark path. He won't let this go down because once the team gets the update, IFA is already moving. Schwarz, the castle layout expert, grabs the lead and calls the shots. He'll shepherd them through every corridor while the golems smash in as the muscle. The order hits move those golems straight to the dry moat and do it fast. The Beaskin girls stand there, faces heavy and grim, and they know exactly why revenge is burning in everyone's chest. If Taiki hadn't stepped in, they would have ended up just like everyone else cut down by the same fate. But they refuse to let anyone pay with their life because vengeance just isn't worth the costs. Then boom, the sky rips open and an entire army of golems pours out of the sky castle, raining down like a metallic storm fueled by pure righteous fury. Aifa spots them charging right at her. Down below, the enemy soldiers have no clue what just struck them. Enemy red, they shriek as lightning tears through their ranks. The assault comes straight from the castle in the sky. They shoot back with their own magic items and for once, it actually works. But when our guys unleashed an entire legion, the Imperial soldiers got crushed, fully overwhelmed. No way out. The golems start screaming as their cores overheat and they finally lock up right on cue because that shutdown was the whole plan. A tiny hero named Chan shoots onto the scene like a buzzing spark ready to take over. Taiki breaks down his wild 200 IQ Q play. He loads every golem with a high heat resistance function, then rolls out with Paichan and its crew of specialized extinguisher bots. Paichan hurls this absurd burst of tacky adhesive foam that instantly locks the enemy golems in place. That hit like a knockout. Everybody on the team erupts, and the little guy immediately flexes on the enemy like, yeah, watch this. This absolute legend is a support class only, so everyone else better rise up and back him like their lives depend on it. Right in the middle of the chaos, Schwarz lunges in front of me and eats a brutal slash meant for her. He's battered and beaten, but he's not finished yet. His mother snarls at him to lock in. This isn't a reunion. It's a battlefield. Right when they finally regroup, the Empire unleashes its trump, an enormous golem hammered together from wyvern fangs and bones, a real nightmare of a monster. Even Yuri can't help it. She's blown away, calling it insanely cool right in the middle of a life or death brawl. The giant golem erupts, roaring to life like a nightmare waking up. Paikin's adhesive doesn't stand a chance against this monster. It's just too huge, too quick, too slippery to catch. Ditsun-sama and Yuri step forward like they mean it, ready to take this on themselves. They team up and blast their powers together, unleashing a giant wave of wind magic that hits like a storm. Mia spots her opening and screams at them to keep it perfectly steady. She digs up every past failure, steadies her breath, and shoves through her fear, then unleashes a crashing tidal wave of ice. That giant golem is locked solid and helpless, frozen in place like it's been trapped by pure, crushing power. The crowd on the ground can barely breathe, stunned by the Sky People's insane power. A drone screams in with an update. IFA's busted through the fortified zone, and they've got to move right now. Elsewhere, the shady Violet spots one of her own golems crumpled like it's been beaten. She asks, "Will you follow me?" And the golems silently nod along like they were made for it, and her plan is still rolling forward. The palace is in ruins. Every hallway is shattered, and every room looks like it took the punch. IFA strides through the carnage, and his hand flares with deadly, lethal energy. He storms into the throne room, and there it is, Koenig's perched on his throne like he's been waiting for an old friend to show up. The Emperor gives him a smug grin and twists the knife. "I didn't kill you because I'm curious about you," he says, and you can hear the condescension dripping off every word. Aoife shoots back like, "Says you?" Like Konix just cackles, loving every slice of the chaos. "Now it starts, your execution begins, and I'm gonna watch as you scream through every second of the pain." Ife's had it. He snaps that he's heard enough, spits venom in every word, and hurls his spell, "That part of you is disgusting." Then the throne erupts, blasting out raw, crushing power. The guards barrel toward the scene, but they're already too late. Aifa shut the room inside a dome of pyrophyllite bricks, the exact kind he mastered in his youth, turning it into a perfect poetic trap. An execution, huh? If Askov's alright, let's see where this ride ends. He stares the Emperor straight in the eyes, a savage grin tearing across his face, then he spits, "I can't wait to watch you die." The deranged Emperor jerks into a grin, teeth bared, locked and loaded for the final, bloody showdown. The throne room turns into a blazing nightmare. Knights howl in panic as wave after wave of attackers keeps crashing down on them. The fight for the capital is finally underway, and the whole city explodes as the revolution cranks up to full power. But the real chaos is right at the Empire's core, where the palace itself belches smoke like it's on fire from the inside. Inside the Emperor's loyal circle, everything is spiraling. Protect his majesty, kill the flames, and make those screaming fools stop. Emperor Koenig's own gaze mirrors the old tyrant's. He just stands there, utterly stunned, watching the flames roar. His magic support item is dead weight because these unholy fires simply refuse to go out. That's when he spots him, Aoife, the elf Konig's enslaved and tortured, standing right in the flames with ice-cold fury blazing in his eyes. Konig's jaw drops as Aoife scoffs, "You really shouldn't have handed me this magic support item," then holds up the exact device Konig's gave him. The Emperor can't even process the audacity. That savage is turning Konig's own power against him. Aoife drops his voice into a chilling whisper, "You'll die, because that's the fate of a slave." And then Aoife completely shatters. Dark, crackling energy swallows him as his own spell rips his heart apart from the inside, and while he screams in pure agony, a maniacal laugh suddenly bursts out, echoing through the burning hall. Konig's right-hand man gapes in pure terror, but the Emperor, he's loving every second. "Oh, you've got a good mood," he smirks, as if the silence isn't even there. Konig's just stares while Aoife bleeds him dry and cackles, loving every second of this disaster. So his guards rush in, snarling that Aoife is a monster, a slaughterer who's crushed innocent lives. Aoife jerks his gaze up, eyes blazing with centuries of pain and fury, and "Yeah, you feel it too," he shouts at Konig's, accusing him of genocide, stealing their land, slaughtering their people, and burning their culture to the ground. But the bootlickers just spout the party line, "Sacrifices are needed for humankind's prosperity." And then they turn around and call you an inferior being. That's it. No more chances Ife goes absolutely feral, and then you're the one who gets sacrificed. He screams like pure rage has turned solid, spilling out with every word, "Your parents, your wife, your son. Those should have been used as slaves and offerings. If you want progress, then do it yourself, not with cowardly schemes and dragging others in." Koenig shrugs it off like it's nothing. Ice runs through his veins, and his calm says it all. The life of an empire citizen and an elf are worth entirely different things. He compares you to stones and sand trash to be scooped up and thrown around. So what's the big deal? The real problem is, the one who called your useless selves valuable was the Empire. As Aoife's consciousness starts to slip away and his body gives out, Konix leans in and cackles, "Show some gratitude. We turned your deaths into something that matters." But right when Aoife is seconds from getting obliterated, the ceiling blows apart and a huge figure rockets into the throne room, straight into position on the throne's doorstep. It's the Golem. It slams down with earth-shaking power, yanks Aoife into its arms as General Violet steps in with a flawless entrance. "Your Majesty," she says, icy calm, "I've returned." She whips around and immediately starts yelling at Aoife for being a reckless mage. But Aoife is spent. "Let me die like this," he pleads. Then a voice booms out of the Golem, and it's Taiki. "Not on my watch, I won't let them hurt you again." In that instant, Taiki's mind snaps back to the promise he swore. "You're an elf too, so I'm getting you out of there, just like the others." That promise slices straight through Ife's despair. Tiki's voice snaps, "Finish it, please." Then she begs him to live with the elves he saved because they're waiting for him. In the blink of an eye, a vision of his people free hits him hard, and the weight of it all finally shatters him. Tears pour down his face. Violet lets out a sharp scoff like, "You're way too naive to even get it." Aoife snatches her hand, and his voice comes out rough and raspy like it's the only thing he can barely breathe out. "This is appropriate for me." But Violet's not backing down. She snaps her gaze to Taiki, eyes flashing. "Don't you dare do something reckless. It's simple, kill Aoife. If I can't hurt you, then that's my only play." Then, boom, a twist nobody saw coming, she rockets straight to the Emperor's side. "Your Majesty, I'll protect you from those ugly flames," she purrs, and Koenig straight up praises her. Ice rips up from the floor in a jagged, intricate cage, trapping the throne inside a raging fortress of frost. Next, Koenig just sits there grinning like always, smug as ever, safe behind his protection. Violet hisses, "This ice won't crack, never." Then she swears, "I'll guard your body with it." Everyone's mind is totally blown, utterly baffled. Ala screams, "You can't die, this guy's life isn't even worth 1/100th of yours." The rest of the crew scrambles like crazy, stamping out the flames and rushing in to help. But Aoife, cradled in the Golem's grip, can only rasp, "Stop, kill him," as her last shot at revenge crumbles away. With a shaking voice, regret strangles him as he struggles to get the words out. Koenigs curls up in his ice cocoon and starts monologuing like the classic villain he is. "Do you think you're the first one? Your resolve is weak, and that's why you'll never win." He swears his resolve is stronger than ever, birthed in hell itself. Surviving hell takes guts you can't fake, because tossing your life aside just won't cut it. Then he locks eyes with the Golem, "Because I have to swipe the power of the Sky Castle. I refuse to die. I'll turn this hell into paradise." Violet doesn't hesitate, she confirms it. "So you're the Golem in the Sky Castle, right?" Koenig's grin stretched wide, greed burning in his eyes. "Blau needs that power, and yeah, I want it too." But our main man, riding the Golem's voice, slams him with the coldest shutdown ever. "I don't want to talk to you. I'm only here for Aifu-san and my companions." Koenig switches tactics, spins up a shady rumor about the princess, then charges Azul again, aiming to wipe that threat out for good. It's a total low blow and Ayla shrieks in pure terror. Aifa's allies snap, then they rush in, screaming, "Hurry up and die at that pathetic old fool!" One of them slams a brutal hit into the ice prison, cracking it with raw power. But Violet just smirks. My ice won't shatter from something this inferior. But then no joke. Something ridiculous happens, the flames sense what's inside the ice and they start moving, burning hotter and hotter. Aoife's allies catch the trap instantly and yell for everyone to fall back. Please, save Aoife. But they won't back down, this mission is all about killing that monster, and they're going to finish it. The heat cranks up so hard it even makes Koenig start to sweat, and he wheezes, "Let at your age, you can't seriously tell me you're immune to this heat." That's when Violet slams down her final, legendary card. She exposes how the slave market traps its victims into defending their master no matter what the cost is. Then she slams her hand onto her mark, smashes it to pieces just like that, she's free. She hovers over the ice and hisses a venomous whisper. "I'll guard his majesty from hell for eternity." The truth hits Koenig hard, she's not guarding him at all, she's locking him away like sealing a tomb. If you vanish from this world forever, you'll escape that boredom, right? Even so, her loyalty didn't belong to him, it belonged to strength. The Empire is dead in the water, boring. I don't need a broken empire that can't win. She rips out her truth, screaming about absolute victory like it's laid bare for all to see. She and our boy lock eyes. Two totally opposite worldviews colliding like a wildfire meets a blizzard. Violet's plan was flawless. She trolled Koenig by weaponizing his own slave mark's protection magic, then chained him with IFA's inescapable flames and sealed the whole thing into a permanent prison with a special magic item. "Good night, my dear majesty," she whispers. And then her chilling smile seals his fate. Then I'm turning to the rest of them and saying, "I'm out, victory's mine." With one last, "Let's meet again," she snaps her fingers and teleports away, dragging those flames with her. Right as she disappears, a brand new army comes roaring onto the castle grounds and crashes the place. When the revolution finally cracks the empire, the old throne collapses for good. Everything erupts in one wild, chaotic night. As the sun climbs higher, the world cracks open, turning the page on a brand new era. In the ruined throne room, they hauled Aifa back up to his feet. "Burn that man's face into your eyes," his comrade snaps, "so you can stare down the wrecked, beaten emperor." He had to witness his win with his own eyes. Now that their revenge was granted, the crew finally rockets back to the castle in the sky. Weeks crawl by, and at last Aifa jerks awake. She's been out for 3 whole weeks. Our hopeless hero and Ayla stand there, all but collapsing with relief as they see him finally awake. They lay it all out for him. Yeah, the Empire is in ruins, but they're rebuilding it piece by piece while the elves are safely back home, teaming up with the golems. Then the real weight hit pure, heavy, and unavoidable. Aoife finally spills the whole truth. "I used you for my vengeance," he confesses, and the guilt in his voice weighs like a stone. He leans in and asks Taiki one hard question. "Do you hate me for what I did? My ego driving the whole mess?" He spills the entire scheme, then lays out how he knew Taiki was a good soul who'd never turned down someone in need. He begged for help and then twisted the whole chain of events so the blame for the regicide would never land on the castle. He was all set to become the villain because saving everyone mattered more than his own image. "I don't think my life's worth a damn," he mutters, his face already drowning in pain. He spills the horror of his past, how death felt like the only way out. But our absolute legend just listens, no judgment, no second guessing, then says, "Why don't you search for something fun that reminds you it feels good to be alive? And for now, take your time." After that, he gives Aifa a chance to heal one careful step at a time. Then he pours him a cup of tea, his very own Aifa-taught recipe, and when Aifa takes that first sip, the warmth rushes through him, lighting a tiny, long-lost spark of hope. Outside the door, Ella leans against it and lets out a quiet sigh of relief, like a weight finally slips off her chest. Somewhere far off, a mysterious woman flashes a smile, watching her shadowy scheme work like a charm. After the dust settles, Techner Ditson goes full fanboy mode, practically vibrating with excitement as he geeks out over the wreckage of the Empire's golems. Sometimes he's cackling like a villain, whispering that their tech can't even touch the castle in the sky. Right when he's picking through the scrap heap, Yuri rolls up and starts trolling him non-stop. "It's a leg," she chirps, clutching that chunk of metal like a trophy, totally unbothered, while he tries to rip secrets apart in plain sight. But the fun's over. Yuri's got business now, and she needs you to go meet the new bigwigs, the Empress and Schwartz. Ditson's face instantly hardens. "I hate that guy," he spits, and his glass blazes with pure contempt for the new emperor. Too bad. So sad. Right after that, they drop to their knees and bow to the man himself. Schwartz, looking worn out but genuinely grateful, turned to Yuri and thanked him for helping his army's healers, then swore he'd repay that kindness someday. Then the Empress casually drops a bombshell. Yuri isn't just some helpful magician, she's the real princess of the imperial country of Flata. She grins like she's got a secret, and then she muses on how wild and mysterious fate really is. That's when the whole scene turns sketchy. Empress Sama whips out a tiny jar of glittering powder and demands, "You know what this is, Yuri?" as her gaze drills straight into her. Yuri stays stone calm, doesn't even blink. Then she shoots back, smiling like she's mesmerized by how it gleams. Then she spins a totally made-up tale claiming it's a miracle drug for deep sleep. So potent that even Schwartz apparently swears by it. But the Empress only smiles sweet words, cold eyes like pure ice melting nothing at all. As they stalk off, Dixon is left totally baffled by that painfully intense conversation. Yuri doesn't waste a second. She slams the truth down and holds up a vial that looks just like it. That's a poisonous drug. Then she spits the details: fast-acting poison, and even worse, a secret medicine from the imperial country. 1 or 2 uses and it turns lethal, but make no mistake, this is still pure, high-grade danger. And turns out an elf had that stolen away months ago, snatched by some intruder who slipped in and vanished. Back in the throne room, the Empress bares her hand like a knife. She's been watching Flotta for years, and when the drug got stolen, she already knew the king would be laid up in bed. Then she personally verified who the thief was with her own eyes. She lets Yuri in on the revolution, and then drops the real truth with a chilling laugh. I can read the lies on their faces. She knew Yuri's entire mission was to snatch that drug before the chaos of war swallowed it and tossed it away. With war looming, Ditson is stunned. He can't wrap his head around Yuri lying to him, until she snaps back that guarding her country is her duty, even if it means stopping a war before it ignites. The Empress clocked her instantly from the very start, clean through her facade, because she wasn't just sharp. She was terrifyingly unstoppable. But the Empress isn't finished. She whips around and quizzes Yuri about the magic behind the castle in the sky. She names it a power that has no right to exist, something so terrifying, it could wipe out the world's balance of power in one hit. Then boom, the final checkmate hits and she realizes Yuri isn't chasing the drug at all. Her real play is to swipe the castle's technology for her own country. Dixon is spiraling into a full-on crisis of faith. He shouts that magical art is supposed to save humanity, but reality slams into his ideals like a breaking wave. The Empress just smiles through sadness. She calls him pure, then warns that if he falls into the wrong hands, this castle turns into a mass destruction monster. The talk whips around to Ayla while Ditson, totally naive, swears she's chasing the castle's power only because she's fallen for Taiki. Yuri stares at him like he sprouted a second head, LOVE. That's what he thinks this is. She blurts it out, totally stunned, because his romantic read of a major global security threat makes absolutely no sense. Just then, boom, an elf barges in and invites Yuri to the castle for the night. Turns out, Schwanz decided to come out in person to thank our main man, Taiki, for his part in the revolution. Later that night, Schwartz ate so much he's practically bursting. He groans like, I can't swallow another bite. Everyone's stunned. Taiki is the one who pulled off this epic feast. Schwartz blurts out that he's wanted to cook forever, but he's been held back because it would have crushed the royal chef's pride. It hits you with this surprisingly real moment. 2 leaders finally connect, swapping stories about the strange, heavy grind that comes with royalty. Princess Letitia is there too, and the moment her brother's mess hits, her smile drops as she starts apologizing for everything he caused. Taiki cuts her off fast, throws the truth in her face. Her brother's a monster criminal, rotting in a dungeon for the rest of his life, and the marriage contract between them has been erased. She's about to apologize again, but Schwartz slams out, Trust me, I swear the Empire won't chase you anymore. Ala and Letitia feel a wave of relief crash over them. Huge and unstoppable, because one of Ala's biggest problems is finally gone. With the political drama finally cooled, the elves don't waste a second. They invite him straight to their village. Isla's eyes snap wide. After all this time stuck in that castle, she's finally about to step onto real ground again. Once the revolution finally ended, the tension between the castle and the Empire snapped shut like the fight was over for real. Next, the enslaved elves finally slip back home and the new king smashes slavery for good. And for the first time since landing in this world, the lead finally steps onto the soil. He can't hold back the emotion, and he blurts it out, shaking with feeling. Allah is just as ecstatic. And the two of them spin and dance like nothing in the world can touch them, pure joy, nonstop. They're swept into the hidden elven homeland like legends, welcomed with open arms as heroes. And then boom, they're met face to face by the chief herself. A colossal feast is waiting right there for them, ready to blow their minds. Even with the village still picking up the pieces, our boys' engineering data downloaded and sent has them moving fast again. Everyone's throwing a full-on party, devouring food they've never even dreamed of. That near-death blast basically rebooted the elf commander IFA. Now she's looking stronger than ever. Yep, her brother, Phytora, is getting absolutely hammered right now, cracking up as he keeps pouring drink after drink. He pops a drink into Taiki's hands and leans in like it's forbidden, telling him this rare alcohol is brewed from a berry that only grows in their homeland, and it's been aging for years through their enslavement. The joy spreads like wildfire, but there's a sting of bittersweet regret hiding right under the surface. Then Phytorus' grin fades fast. His face turns grim as he jabs a finger at the slave mark still burned into his skin. He tells them, yeah, you're free on paper, but the second a slave trader with the matching magic mark shows up, bam, you're dragged right back into chains. It's a forbidden kind of magic secretly, Some of the Empire's mages sell the signs off to other countries for a price. Even when they're finally free, they still can't drop their guard for a second. The party's still roaring while a wasted Phytora drags Ditson's face forward and forces booze down his throat, serving revenge for how he'd been rude to Taiki. Needing a breather, our hero slips out of the wild celebration chaos. That slave sign burden crushes his chest and he snarls, fist clenched, "If I can make every last one vanish." LaFind finds him all swallowed up in worry. He finally blurts the terrifying truth, and even the castle's god-tier medical gear can't erase the slave marks. That magic is a total mystery, so weird the system can't even label it as an abnormality. For all that power, he's clueless about the magic this world runs on. Ayla barrels over to him, wraps him up with comfort, and tells him, "You've already saved so many people, you're not done yet." "People, you're seriously amazing," she breathes out, her voice shaking with pure emotion. Her trust hits him like a wave, and he finally decides to spill the whole truth. "Tell me anything," she pleads, sensing his fear to speak. He steals a deep breath and tells me, "I'm not from your world." He tells them, "I'm from Japan," and then blows their minds. This castle's power isn't magic at all. It runs on a totally different kind of energy. "I needed you to meet Ayla, the one I trust with my life," and he tells me, voice low and gentle. Tears spill into her eyes, and right there where I feel completely safe, she finally starts to speak. The second she speaks, a furious storm of leaves erupts, yanks her into the air, and she disappears from his sight like a magic trick. Our boy freezes in shock, gaping at a blinding light that slams into his eyes. It spills the secret behind the magic. Right there stands a towering, shimmering spirit tree, glowing like it's alive. At the memorial, Phytora steps in, and a chilling truth hits her like a punch to the gut. That secret drug was already being pumped into the old king, so he was wasting away long before the assassination team even made their move, like the revolution was already won before it ever got off the ground. He's staring at his whole plan like a joke now, and it feels like the universe just made a clown out of him. Turns out his sister wasn't human at all. She was an unhinged monster, turning people into golem materials. Now that his revenge is finished, Phytora has nothing left to live for. But Fiatura drops some savage truth on him: if you've got no purpose, you go forge one. Fueled by that spark, he locks onto a brand new goal, and now that's his whole new mission to live. No excuses, no hesitation. Alec comes sprinting in and catches Taiki the instant she pops back into existence. The tree's glow dims fast until the light is gone. The chief tells him the spirit tree can suddenly show itself to a lost soul, steering them back when they have no way out. Then it finally clicks for our hero. He's been writhing over those slave marks, and it hits him. The tree must have just given him the clue. A spark of fire burns in his eyes. "I'll find it," he vows, and the words hit like a bell, packed with fresh, unshakable resolve. "And I'm gonna save you, Al." That epic declaration lights a fire in everyone nearby. Dixon looks at him like he's a grand mage, the kind of goal you chase your whole life. Yuri grins because the real king of the sky just finally reveals himself. Phytora strides forward and asks with a deep bow, "Can I help you with this plan?" Then he straightens, eyes locked on his master. "I'll serve you." "No, don't look at me like that." Our hero shoots out his hand, grins, and says, "Serve." Then he adds, "I welcome you as a friend." Phytora looks up, eyes blazing with shock and gratitude, and he grips the man's hand and shakes it hard. A fresh alliance ignites, new determination surges, and hope is reborn like lightning. We kick things off with a memory years ago, in a secret crystalline cave. Everything went still for one quiet moment. Believe me, there I was, way younger, watching her dad, Bart, tell her this ground is sacred to the cat. Beeskin, the crystals thrum with mana, worthless to humans, and that's why the battle to keep this place safe never, ever stops. Wide-eyed little Mia gets totally hooked, snatches up the shard and blurts out that it's a pretty stone. Suddenly she gasps, "Hiya!" And the stone bites her hand, freezing cold like it's straight up a chunk of ice. Her dad reaches out and touches it stunned, but somehow he feels nothing at all while Mia grins, tiny fangs flashing, and says, "Your hand is warm, father." Like the love in that moment is so thick you could almost taste it. There they stood, father and daughter, locked in place inside their ancestral home, drowned in shimmering, silent magic. Home, yeah, that was then. Right now, the older version of me leans over the castle balcony and lets out a huge, tired sigh. Her ears sagged with a pure frustration. Her magic training was going nowhere fast, and she was having none of it. Inside, the rest of the crew is locked in a fierce strategy meeting, and the spirit trees just pointed them straight west. But Isla jumps right in, calling West out for being ridiculously vague, so useless it's almost painful. Ditsenson, drama queen through and through, pushes, "Trust the tree, if anything goes wrong, punish me," and our boy just stands there like, seriously, this guy is exhausting. Our main man decides to stop waiting around. He rolls up his sleeves and unleashes a stealth drone he built with his own hands. A wild piece of magic that shoots through the sky and hunts down intel all by itself. He fesses up with a sheepish grin, admitting he got a little too carried away. He pulled an all-nighter just to cram in a ton of extra features he probably didn't even need. Classic then. The vibe flips fast, and the talk turns serious as they dig into the slave marks, only to realize every country has its own secret, super classified technique. This week, our hero starts sweating buckets when it hits him. What they're pulling off is basically international espionage. Yuri-san shuts it down for real. Yep, he's right. This is state secret level, and they're messing with absolute top-tier classified stuff. With the clock screaming, they make a pact to go gather every scrap of information they can before it's too late. Then it hits boom, a rumor spreads that the cat Beastkin's homeland sits out west, where they've got a special ore that supercharges mana, and suddenly the plan clicks. They have to go straight to Mi's father. Sure, but a bunch of old-timers just scoff at it, calling it a tall tale merchant's spin to sell their goods. But our boy and Isla are getting sold, so when she finally sees her family, they'll be over the moon with joy. And she's on a magic call with her dad, cheeks puffed out as she tries to play it cool like, "If you all go, I'll follow," but the whole gang is shamelessly eavesdropping while her mom pleads, and the entire village goes wild, pure chaos, and somehow it's amazing. Before long, they stumble into a peaceful village hidden deep in the thick, lush forest. A cold, dark memory clings to the air. Bart, my dad, staring into the past of a brutal attack when a massive monster nearly killed him, and somehow he clawed his way out barely. The second the crew finally storms into Mi's home, the atmosphere turns ice cold because Bart isn't anywhere. Mi's mom, Terrain, is fighting back tears. He slipped into the forest last night with no golem, and he still hasn't come back. Panic starts to claw at her, but Mia grips the crystal necklace her father gave her. She can feel it in her bones that he's not dead yet. Something is horribly, terribly wrong. The Terrain instantly screams, "Send a golem!" And I'm pushing hard to join the search party until her mom snaps, "You're staying right here. Find it just in case Bart comes back while they're gone." One, are they really leaving? But she's not about to sit still. She knows exactly where he went, straight to that secret spot to grab her another stone. She rockets into the woods, shattering one of her people's most sacred rules. Tracing a trail of footprints, she tracks him down right on the spot. But he's trapped, pinned under some grotesque, shadow-draped monster, and she scrambles to cast an ice ladder, only for the spell to sputter out and vanish. Her magic is failing right in front of her. She yanks at him with all her strength, but he's jammed in there, trapped tight and refusing to budge. She ignores the danger and sprints straight at him, just as the monster looms over them. Sometimes Bart tells her a monster tore into his leg, and now he can't walk. He snaps at her for showing up, but she's so terrified she doesn't even register the scolding. He shoots her a shaky, grateful smile. Just when that soft moment starts to bloom, the beast slinks in, and with jagged teeth bared, it closes in on them like a nightmare. "My run!" Her father barks, yet she doesn't budge, standing her ground and flat out refusing to leave him. Tears streak down her face as she roars, "Are you telling me to run? I can't, because I love you?" She unleashes a brutal blast of raw magic straight from her core, smashing into the beast head-on. That attack lands hard, boom, sending the creature stumbling backward like it got rocked by a truck. But it's not enough. This monster is barely even bruised. Mi's power is draining fast, her strikes land too weak, and she can't keep her mana under control. Right when it feels like hope has vanished for good, her father's voice cuts through the darkness and calls her name, and yeets the mana-amplifying ball straight at her. "Take this." He tells her it's meant for mages, then urges her to figure out how to use it, somehow, right now. The second her fingertips graze the stone, a cool, soothing surge floods her then. For the first time, she can actually see the mana threading through her body, and as the monster barrels in, she snaps into her counterattack. With a primal scream, Mian snaps on a savage blizzard of ice magic, pure chaos unleashed, like he conjured massive, deadly shards out of thin air. Ice lances slam down from every angle, pinning the monster in place and then shredding it completely in a brutal, unstoppable burst of power. She just stands there, frozen in pure disbelief, unable to do anything but stare. After everything, she hauls him up to his feet, and the two collapse into a tear-soaked embrace inside the cave, which now glows like it's alive. It's the same perfect mirror as before, only now they're standing side by side. Will it last? One tear slips down Bart's cheek, and Bart murmurs, "Mia, you've really grown up," his voice cracking with emotion. They bolt out of there and leave the monster to handle the mess later. And just like that, boom, our hero drops out of the sky inside a golem, landing in the nick of time to save the day. Was stuck in the village. Bart's on the mend because our guy's got portable medical tech. He sealed up Bart's leg and left not a single scar behind. Our hopeless hero just shrugs it off, laughing that he used Bart as a test subject. Bart and Terrain finally reunite, and it's so sweet and lovey-dovey that their own kids can't stop cringing. To celebrate, Mia hypes everyone up and suggests they go dig into the village's legendary sweets. It's a crave-worthy combo of beans and cereals that everybody can't stop loving. Then Bart races in with a gift for his wife, and right after that, he hands one to his daughter too. Two stunning wands, each forged with the power of a sacred monostone. He's hoping it'll turbocharge your studies, and she's absolutely buzzing with excitement. The family's finally back together. Everyone's smiling, like the world made sense again. Their hearts beating as one. Later, while everyone dug into the treats, that elf couldn't stop staring at my brand new wand. Allah can't stop gushing. She just has to point out how breathtaking that stone looks. And then he flashes this massive grin case closed. Next stop on the cruise, the library. Our guy has to chase that vague hint about the spirit tree while I'm out hunting for new fighting clothes. Ayla jumps into the library trip, and Terrain tags along to help me shop. Yuri-san is coming to the library too because she's keeping her promise, and Ditsen-san can't wait. He eagerly steps up to be their guide. They roll up to this library so huge it looks like a cathedral had books instead of pews. Ala casually drops that the castle's library is even bigger. Like, what kind of flex is that? Ditsen-san leans in and tells you, this spot, it's home to the biggest pile of magic books on the entire planet. Built long ago to spread knowledge so all humanity could rise and prosper, the whole crew splits up fast, fanning out to grab every inch of ground. Inside, the view is jaw-dropping. Shelves shoot upward like they're reaching for the heavens. Ala gets tangled up instantly, trips hard, and smashes into our boy. Then the books explode through the air like confetti. Once they're finally back on their feet, they stumble on a battered map, one that sketches the wildlands west of the Elven village, a wild corner of the world that still hasn't been mapped or fully discovered. It's a real adventurer's map, one that charts 9 brand new countries and hints at a whole undiscovered continent waiting out there. Ayla leans in way too close, and our hero's face ignites blushes, sputters, and can't even get his words out. She blurts out a quick apology, cheeks burning, and they stumble back into work with the most awkward energy imaginable. She taps the map and flashes the worst kind of warning right on that spot with a seriously shady past the Karluk Kingdom. It's so grim that parents in nearby lands scare their kids with one threat: behave or we'll send you to Karluk to be a slave. But this one's a real lead strong enough to chase. Meanwhile, the elf is seconds away from crashing their sweet little moment. Ditsen-san and the golem yank him away, practically yelling, "Read the room," because he's acting like an insensitive parasite. Ditsen-san suddenly goes dead serious, warning that if they step in, the precious time our boy and Ayla have together will get cut short fast. Like, the elf is totally dumbfounded by this human idea. And Ditsen-san is so stressed out explaining it that it's basically on the verge of sending him into an aneurysm. They head over to check out some other books. That shopping trip turns into full-blown chaos. Yuri-san and I get locked in a brutal fashion showdown, fighting tooth and nail over which outfit looks best on ALA. Eventually, the library squad slams into a brick wall. Every normal book is useless, and their only shot left is the forbidden section. A forbidden room packed with cursed tomes where dangerous spells get cast right on the spot. It's the last shot they've got to track down the slave mark and uncover its secrets. Our hero and the elf charge in together, while everyone else stays outside, gripping their posts and keeping watch. The door's rigged with brutal, nasty magic traps that will ruin your day the second you step too close. Showing off his bravery right before a zap flings him straight into next week. But our hero doesn't even flinch. He strolls up, shrugs off the lock like it's got zero magic, then slams his own power into the fried guard, yanking his circulation back to life with a brutal touch. The guy goes wide-eyed, wielding a tool he ripped apart and remade from the castle. He pries the lock loose and cracks it open with a satisfying click. In that dusty, pitch-dark room, they tiptoed like every step could trigger disaster. Suddenly, one lone book starts glowing, tears free of the shelf, and rockets straight toward our main man. Dusty leaves flutter out as the pages crack open. This right here, this is the moment. The elf swears there's no curse at all, just a goldmine of secrets in that book, packed with the forbidden arts from every country. And right there in the open is a whole section on the Karla Kingdom. Inside is the ultimate prize, a technique that can wipe out slave marks from other nations. Our boy's eyes go wide as the truth hits like lightning the spirit tree. That half-remembered direction, it was all steering them right to this exact moment. At last, objective locked in. After the non-stop chaos of their last adventure, the whole crew finally steals a breath, and Yuri just chills, fully zoned out, soaking up the rest they desperately need before they head back to the Imperial country. Inside, Terrain is flexing her needlework like a pro, and Ayla is completely losing it over how freaking incredible it is. She drops to her knees and begs the Terrain to teach her the secrets of the thread right then. No hesitation. Turns out Terrain hooked everybody up with fresh, slick summer fits, and our boy is soaking it all in, flopping around feeling light and comfy, even while his feet still rage against those shoes. While the fashion show is blasting into motion, Yuri's got me under her wing because apparently I'm not just training, I'm a magical prodigy now. Then she rips into the sky with a savage burst of ice magic, pure boss energy. Yuri tells him, "I've drilled every single fundamental into you and my control over mana has skyrocketed." Then she smirks and admits, "Honestly, there's nothing left for me to teach you. Mai can't help it." She gets curious and asks if Yuri picked up any magic from Taiki, but Yuri just drops the truth. Taiki's magic isn't the kind Yuri can copy because our main man's magic lives on a whole other plane. The writing won't even make sense, the ideas feel alien, and the entire thing is pure, total mystery. I'm totally baffled, but I finally catch the gist, and wow, it's so different. It blows my mind. That moment hits Yuri hard. Taiki's power is so wildly strange that it basically explains why nobody's ever spotted or even heard of a floating castle. So yeah, her eyes can read people's mana like it's nothing. And our clueless heroes, their levels are straight up wildly different. But she hasn't done a deep dive. She's just caught him casually bossing around a full-on army of golems and magic items, like it's no big deal. Right then, she decides she's going to get a closer look at his mana. Meanwhile, Mia's got one track on her brain drooling at the thought of meat for dinner. Elsewhere, Dixon spirals into a full-on existential meltdown. They shoved him in charge of studying the castle's tech. Then he got so obsessed with its insane plumbing that he can't shake the feeling he's turned into a traitor. But just as he's spiraling out of control, Yuri shows up, and when he finally confesses, you can hear it in the way he says his heart and stomach are racked with guilt for betraying Taiki. Right then, R bursts in and demands, "So, are we headed back to the Imperial country?" They confirm it, and Ditson whispers that maybe they can borrow a golem for the journey. Taiki, dead-ass, the chillest landlord alive, shrugs, says, "Sure," and vows they'll return with useful info. With one clean handshake, Yuri and Ditson are gone right then, right now. The second their hands make contact, Yuri's whole world flips, her mana sight screams to life, and she realizes that Taiki's magic isn't just a spell, it's a full-on universe of twisting, swirling cosmic power. A wildly overcomplicated magic circle bends reality, glowing under the moonlight as their hands split the air. But she's rocked to her core, like her bones can't even sit still, because as their gull-empowered ride launches, Ditson suddenly remembers the whole point they were supposed to trick Yanuel, not start making friends. And Yuri goes totally dead quiet, her whole mind still spinning from that insane vision. A golem just stands there, stone still beside her. Meanwhile, in the Imperial country, peace is crumbling fast. Yanuel is getting straight-up barbecued because he ditched his post to go visit the Sky Castle. The prince isn't buying it. Yanuel is yelling for his life, trying to talk his way into a pardon by claiming he only helped Yuri. But the prince snaps back that the two things have nothing to do with each other, then keeps roasting without mercy. Right when Yanuel's turban is about to burst into flames, Yuri and Ditson swoop in with gifts from the castle, a full tea set. And the second they do, Yanuel forgets the fire and goes all in on a tea party with sweets. The siblings' pure explosive chaos is so overwhelming that even the poor prince starts losing his footing. Someone tells Yanuel, "Good thing you're not running for the throne, because if you were, you'd be an unhinged tyrant." Later on, they finally get down to it. Dixon bluntly admits their whole castle analysis was a total bust, and they were clueless about what it meant. Then Yuri drops a total bombshell. Ditson's glasses almost crack in half. Daikasama might not be a top-tier mage, but the old man is stunned, speechless, like his brain just short-circuited. The debate is tearing through the room. Yanuel and Dixon are losing it. I mean, how does a dude who slings a whole castle into the sky and boss fights an army of golems still get called not a mage? There's no way that's real. Yuri swears she can feel the mana flow, and hers says his mana is built completely different. She leans in and admits that after digging deeper, she finally feels it, his aura, his life force, and realizes it's some kind of mana she's never seen before. She snaps an analogy in place, pointing straight at the tea leaves. She tells you the truth: from the very same plant, the right preparation can brew two totally different teas. And his power isn't just stronger. It's something else entirely, like he's not even built on the same kind of existence as the rest. And this revelation absolutely shatters Ditson. He blurts out wild talk about mana transfer and golem production, but his thoughts totally derail and crash straight into his favorite thing, toilets. He goes on a wild, passionate rant about hygiene being the foundation of life, then swears he'll become Taiki's first student, ready to pry out the secrets behind his legendary plumbing. Yanuel is instantly creeped out. This sudden, terrifying obsession has him rattled. The vibe snaps to something way darker. Our hero is on the hunt for a way to tear off Karlach's slave mark. In York, Yanuel leans in and warns them Karlach is shady, ruthless, and seriously dangerous. Their government is straight up a cult of cardinals powering a massive slave trade under their holy-sounding control. They're infamous for snatching nobles off the streets and chaining them into slavery. Their court magicians aren't just good at slave marks, they carve control into the flesh and then rip the mind apart like it was never there. It's straight up high-level brainwashing, the kind that rewires your thoughts from the inside out. A state secret that could topple the Karlach Empire. This is their specialty magic, so brutal it rips the victim's free will right out of them. Yordi finally realizes they can't just sweet-talk their way into getting the research data. If she's going to help Taiki fight off this sneaky magic, she has to figure out exactly how it works, because the thought of what it could do to him is terrifying her to the bone. Yanuel snaps that she's working way too hard, but she just smirks and says, seeing him is what fuels her courage. He stares at her and finally really sees her. Then he blurts, "Yuri, you've changed. Something's changed." She's always been brave, but now there's a burning fire in her that he's never witnessed before. Back at the castle, the golem shoots Taiki a rapid-fire update. Moments later, the Empire's crew comes roaring back, and Taiki's over the moon to see them. Especially Yanuel, since this is the first time he's meeting her. And yeah, our hopeless hero has to flex again, unveiling a magical hot plate like it's the greatest invention ever. Late into the night, everyone crowds in, stunned as it cooks meat and veggies with zero charcoal and zero flames. Yuri digs in like she's in heaven, completely loving every bite. The elf, always the meat cop, narrows his eyes, and fires off the million-dollar question. So, what kind of meat is this? The whole table locks up. Me, Taiki, and Ayla start drenched in sweat. Everyone else just stands there staring in shock as that sudden tension snaps the air tight. But Yuri, as smooth as ever, just bursts into cackles and shoots back. Normal meat, of course, and bam, one bold lie saves the day and hits the spot. Later, Mi reveals her brand new skills to her mother, and her mother just can't believe how far she's come. Her mom watches Yuri and can't help but smile. She hasn't just stepped up as a leader for her country. She's finally found what it feels like to laugh with friends, turn into a real human. Then Yanuel nods along and admits Yuri never had a moment to breathe. She'd been chained to her duties, with zero time for friends. Yuri slams down the plan she's leaving with Taish for Karluk, and then tells me to go get my offensive magic trained by Ditson while they're gone. The thought of it sparks a full-on meltdown in me. I'm screaming and protesting with everything I've got. Yuri just trolls her, saying the castle has something wild worth hunting yet. Me completely falls apart, clinging to her and begging, "Please don't go, stay." Her cries of fresh agony tore across the night sky from the hovering castle. Soon, the castle rockets through the sky, smashing toward Karluk's hostile ground, while Ella, tucked into a deep sleep, leans against one of the golems. Our main man stares at her, his heart stuttering. And under his breath, he thanks the golem for never leaving her side, just a calm, tender beat of peace before the storm crashes in. Bully Mare's out of the dark comes a nightmare, and it's brutal. "Father, why?" She shrieks, and the betrayal turns her words into a stunned, deadly silence. Oh no. Allah jolts awake in a cold sweat, her heart slamming against her ribs, staring at a ceiling she doesn't recognize. When did she even fall asleep? Right as she steadies herself, a holographic screen drops out of nowhere. Ding, one single notification chimes. A familiar voice snaps through the fog. It's Taiki. He tells them she passed out, so he had the AI haul her up to her room, and now they're soaring high over Karluk, the country where they're determined to finally wipe out her slave mark for good. The words slam into the room, and she immediately grabs her chest right where the pain that's ruining her life springs from. The moment they left hits like a tidal wave. Little me is a total mess, clinging to Taiki and pleading with all his heart, "Don't leave me." And our main man has to step up and play the adult in the room, telling everyone he just needs a trusted hand to run the castle. And that hand is her. He lays out the plan, and she's got one mission: get stronger study magic with Ditson so she can protect everyone. And right then, something inside her finally breaks. Mia's tears pour down her cheeks as she clenches her fists, eyes blazing like never before, swearing she'll become a powerful magician just like Yuri, just like Ayla, just like Taiki, leaving our hero utterly stunned by the wild, instant shift in energy. The girls all hug tight, cry like crazy, and still smile, promising they'll write. And just like that, their epic quest kicks off. Ditson has the reins, and they blast out of the castle, racing straight for Karluk. Their carriage rattles and thunders along the capital's stone streets, but right on cue, a so-called magic-powered bus barrels past them. No driver in sight, like it owns the road, and the locals are left staring in total bafflement at this ridiculous piece of tech. Our poor guy, totally out of his element, walks up to the parking attendant and casually asks if this is the right spot to park his car. Then he flexes hard, plops a mountain of coins into the guy's hands, and asks, "Is this enough?" At last, the crew barges into the real city, alive with noise, packed with beauty, and bursting at the seams. But as they stride through the streets, a dark truth slams into them almost instantly. The road's split in two, one side for citizens, the other for slaves, who get treated like nothing but trash on display. Look at these people broken to the core, eyes empty, movements dragging so slow they might as well be zombies. Allah shuddered, clocking the soul-crushing magic behind Karluk's slave mark. A nearby merchant cackles and blurts out that this is the only way to keep valuable property under control. Suddenly, two kids zip past them and snatch the keys pouch right out of reach. Then they vault over the walls like they've been doing parkour for years. The merchant just snorts and tells the AI to go chase down those slum kids. But Aifu-san's already on the move. He calmly drops that he's going after them, and the next thing you know, he's unleashing flying magic. The chase yanks them into a totally different corner of the city. This is the slums' crumbling, forgotten corners tucked into the heart of a loud, thriving capital. They whip around the corner and find Aifasan has the two young thieves boxed in tight, while the kids plead for their lives, shaking in terror. The elf's radiating pure rage hits like a storm, and he snaps at the kid to drop his grip and free his friend, snarling that he won't kill him. Just then, a saintly woman's aura flares into view, and she begs them to let the children go. Aifa totally snaps, roaring it back with insane force so hard that everyone flinches. Our unsuspecting lead just smiles calmly like he's barely bothered. "I was careless," he shrugs. "It's fine." And then he makes it clear he's not pressing charges. Relief flooded her face as she introduced herself, Letitia, a nun from the Karasu church running the parish right here in these slums. She offers them a warm spot for the night, and they end up in a battered but solid-looking church. Inside, he's creeping through a dim, shadowy hall, eyes darting as he searches for what's coming next. When he spots a smashed, battered statue, then it smashes into him like a freight train. Her calm face, those wings, that halo, it's the goddess? the very same one who killed him without a second thought and tossed him into this world. While Taiki is spiraling into a full-on existential breakdown, Ayla is busy getting the kid's story straight. Then they say Letitia is the one who saved them. Then she threw herself into slavery, desperate to scrape together enough coin to feed the slum kids because she couldn't bear to watch them starve. They don't just owe her, she owns their whole world. Letitia herself spills the gut-wrenching truth of her past. Those slums weren't just poor, they were a boiling pit of despair. So she got dragged into slavery, serving a master for 2 long years. Then when he finally died, she rushed back to the church to pick up her work again. She works her magic by painting Kurisu Church as a glowing hope so strong it could save anyone, even slaves. Ayla, all sunshine and sweetness, gets totally flustered. She's convinced they're recruiting her. But our main man sees the whole chessboard, grilling them about how far that church's doctrine truly reaches. Letitia's face lights up with wild, fanatical joy. She practically brags that she's their savior, because she's been feeding them and giving them a roof over their heads. And how in the world did she pull off this miracle? Her smile snaps totally out of line as she blurts, "I marked a ton of them and turned them into my slaves." The room turns deadly quiet, then she drops it. The Karasu Church calls its salvation a slavery system they proudly sell to everyone, claiming everyone's smiling and grateful to their own master. Aifu-san's face is a full-on mask of pure contempt, telling him that's silly is asking to get roasted because he seethes like you've lost your mind, and then he makes sure you know it. Then it hits, he explodes right in front of her, and it instantly shatters her hope by dragging her back to the slave mark's true nightmare, a weapon of exploitation and pure brutality, not some blessing. Letitia wears a look of pity and drops it on you like it's acceptable. "So that's what happened in your country, right?" she asks, even as she insists in car looks that the system is sane because it supposedly keeps people from starving. One of the kids blurts out, "I'd rather be cozy in slavery than sit here and slowly starve to death." Aifu-san snaps that she's delusional, saying she didn't earn it at all, she just got lucky with a great master. The tension in the air is so heavy it crushes his breath, so he storms out, desperate to escape her twisted logic. Taiki rushes after him and his brain spins like crazy. This place, this whole country is standing on something so alien to him it feels like it shouldn't even exist. Him. Is it better than dying? Maybe, but he can't shake the thought of everyone he knows who got ruined by that mark. Cold fury floods his heart. His resolve hardens like steel. Will I wipe out this slave mark? He wonders, right there in his own head. No, this isn't a question. It's a command. Whoever they are, whatever they say, I'm going to wipe it all out. But he'll scour the whole country, hunt down every last trace, and then smash this system to pieces. Elsewhere, in a dark, grainy cell, a young girl who carries herself like royalty sits chained up tight while corrupt men decide her fate before she even gets a chance to breathe. The very next morning, Taiki tried to shake off the chaos in his head because after that tense talk with Letitia, she actually respected his opposing view, and it left him rattled. He snaps into action, stepping up to do some real good. Then he rolls in with a massive feast for the malnourished slum kids. A priest from the main church struts in, sneering down his nose at the travelers like they're nothing. He was totally stunned to find an elf and a golem standing right there. But the second he clocks it, his attitude flips fast because now he realizes he's dealing with their mage. Letitia sweeps in, grinning from ear to ear, and prays like her heart is begging for a safe journey. But our boy is already one step ahead. He deployed the stealth drone with its URI upgrade, and now it's blanketing the whole city in a full-blown surveillance net. No matter what they throw at them, they'll crack the system and wipe out the slave mark in this country. The crew dives into the local food, and it's so ridiculously delicious they can't stop grinning. In one rare burst of fun, the girls finally clock it when Aifa-san's truly happy. His long elf ears start twitching and creeping on their own, and the poor guy can't hide how mortified he is. And yeah, your Wild City tour keeps rolling. But the vibe craters the moment they trip over a massive board packed with portraits. Taiki's totally lost until Aifa-san hits him with the bombshell. They're on a ship packed wall-to-wall with missing person notices. A local shopkeeper leans in and warns that kidnappings are running wild everywhere. And there's this creepy rumor spreading like wildfire, a black monster, lurking somewhere, and nobody knows the truth. Then they step into the man's shop, and he spills the truth. People have been vanishing for a whole year, and there's zero link between any of them. Taiki starts putting the puzzle together, those kidnappings in other countries. The kids getting dumped into the Carlisle slums and the missing people, could they be dragged into slavery? And it turns out even a notorious slave dealer was on the search team for a while. Then he blurts it out. His own father and his little brother are missing too, and he's begging everyone to keep a sharp lookout for them. Then Diego, the man's son, tries to pull a slick scam, offering them a mithril knife and a pure gold hair ornament at a ridiculously discounted price. Our hero snaps his eyes on it and sees right through the whole act, then he calmly calls out the fakes, noting the missing mithril glow and that ugly scratch on the ornament. Diego's defensive like a cornered fighter. and he demands proof right there, spilling every detail of the setup carbon steel, wrapped in a fresh coat of paint. He drops the bomb, then coldly orders them to stop selling fakes. Diego gets attacked by the shopkeeper's wife out of nowhere, and Yuri's left staring like, was the whole missing people story just a scam to swindle us? But the father won't budge. He swears it's true and promises he'll register every piece of their data. Taiki nods immediately, telling Yuri to get the drones ready and start hunting for them. He can't ignore it. The agony of a family being ripped apart haunts him. The man, yeah, real Heike was a noble, and his magic hit like a thunderstorm. He lets out a desperate plea, can they please go to the government auction? They're auctioning slaves there, and he's convinced his own family could be trapped in that crowd. That's right, dressed to the nines. The crew barrels toward the auction house, a massive, intimidating fortress looming over everything. The hall is packed to the brim with nobles and the rich middle class, all buzzing like something huge is about to happen. Allah flips through the catalog and reads every listing like it's gold, each item stamped high grade, and a few of them teased only as mysterious surprises. The auctioneer strides onto the stage and calls out to the greedy crowd like they can't resist what's coming next. He wastes no time snapping into the moment and announcing the featured good of the night. The curtain jerks up, and there she is, Katharina Hoffen, a tiny, silent girl chained up tight, the former princess of the Flute Kingdom that's gone up in dust. The crowd erupts in stunned gasps, and the nobles instantly start drooling like they've just spotted their next feast. Amazement hit our hero like a truck. Wait, a child, so the good on display is literally a kid. Ayla clapped her hand over her mouth, horror crashing over them as the scene's depravity hit like a wave. The little princess just stands there, hollow-eyed, while the whole world scrambles to decide her fate. The whole room turns cold the second a little girl gets yanked onto that auction stage. Chained up like she's nothing, our main guy and his crew can't do a thing but gape in pure horror because they're auctioning kids. Now hold up, this is beyond messed up, and it only gets darker. She's not just some kid, she's the last surviving Hoffen royal. Her entire homeland got erased in a brutal war between two empires, massacred down to the last soul, and somehow she's the only one left standing. Before anyone can even blink at this tragedy, he snaps no warning, no pause. He lunges forward and roars, I lay her down, she's mine. But of course, some shady, pig-faced noble starts cackling about how he collects child slaves for his dolls, spouting that the poor kid needs to be educated and can be used for anything. It's so vile it makes your skin crawl. The crew's absolutely disgusted, and their faces burn with pure, boiling rage. Our hopeless hero, he's on a whole different level of unhinged. He snaps upright, paddle in hand, and locks eyes with the auctioneer like he's ready to snap his fate in half. I'll buy her, he snaps, his words slicing through the tension. Then he grins and declares he'll buy every last one of them too, including every slave you're parading today. The whole room freezes, dead. Auctioneer's jaw drops as he stammers about how auctions work because this guy isn't playing around. He casually shoves out the savviest drop in history, a staggering 100 million gold coins. That single number screams through the hall. Everyone snaps into awe. 100 million. That shady noble is spiraling into a full-on panic attack, trying to wrap his head around how some kid from the Blau Empire has that kind of capital. But Taiki isn't done yet. He lays out the deal with ice-cold calm. I'll pay whatever it takes. Then he drops the real bomb. I'm hiring all of them. The auctioneer spots those mountains of gold waiting for him, then yeets the gavel so brutally it smashes apart with a loud crack. Yeah, that's when everything goes down. Later, back at the castle, everyone's scrambling to understand how the royals somehow went on a full-blown, chaos-fueled spending spree. How'd you score that money? They grill him. Then our boy just shrugs like it's nothing. Small business stuff, selling castle gear, running the operation, and yeah, I found out my brother's been up to shady foreign trade, so I used it to squeeze out a proper paycheck. Then boom, this absolute madman goes and trolls his own brother for the cash. He even laughs and admits he told Flada to come to the castle just to twist the knife and make his brother squirm. Absolute genius. He basically carved out a whole market for his crazy high-tech castle builds, ones nobody else can copy, and now the money's pouring in like crazy. The newly freed crowd is marched in front of him, still locked in chains and wide-eyed with confusion. Then Taiki barks his first command, get those handcuffs off. He strides right up to the little girl, and Katarina drops to one knee with the gentlest smile she's probably had in forever. You're Katarina Chan, right? You're Katarina. And he introduces himself softly, but the poor girl is still so shell-shocked she can't get a word out. He whirls toward the rest of the group, and quiet power hits every word. I know you're shocked, but trust me, I'm counting on you. One after another, they bow their heads and chant, Master. The moment they step into their new home, Sister Letitia is utterly stunned by the sudden swarm of people. Who are they? She asks then. Taiki, deadpan as ever, shrugs and goes, sorry, can they stay here too? We'll build them lodgings. And when she asks how he keeps dropping these casual bombs, yeah, tomorrow, We're buying a plot of land. Next morning, he's already deploying drones, flying them over the whole neighborhood while he plots everything on sleek, futuristic tablets. He is not just buying land, he's mapping out roads and bases, hunting for resources like they're the key to everything. Because this place runs so efficiently, it's downright terrifying. And inside, healing kicks off immediately. One of the men is getting a full medical scan from a floating drone. A miracle he never once thought he'd live to see. He tells Allah he's not in much pain, but he's totally stunned. How could any slave even get checked by a doctor? Tears spill into his eyes as it all clicks. This is really happening, and he can only gasp, "Thanks, looks like I just got picked up by a great place." At dinner, little Katerina just sits there, eyes locked on her food, too terrified and confused to take even one bite. But Ayla, someone who's felt this pain firsthand, scoots right beside her and breathes, "You don't have to force it." Then she urges, "When you feel like you can, eat as much as you possibly can." Then she spots the girl gripping her ripped clothes for dear life and she steps in fast, offering to mend every torn thread. Katerina's eyes shoot wide and pure shock slams into her face. "Leave it to me," Ayla beams. There's kindness blazing in her eyes, and I swear I'll see it through. I'm Ayla, and yeah, I'm still a slave too. Then Taiki-sama grabbed me and picked me up. Aifa slips up to help the search by flashing the group posters, but not a single person recognizes anyone. Then he suddenly spots a familiar face. Elf, the legendary court mage, still there even though she's trapped as a slave. The elf humbles himself, insisting he's nothing at all compared to Taiki. When they asked him about his mysterious new master, the elf just smiled softly, then said, "Forget that I'm his friend, and yeah, I'm grateful to him." Then bam, every one of those former slaves barrels forward at once, and Taiki freezes in shock. They all crumple to the floor in this deep, reverent bow. Then he freaks out instantly, like deja vu hits him in the face, and he blurts, "You don't have to do that." He herds everyone together and finally unfurls his outrageously grand scheme, then drops the whole "I'm buying you money" deal on you, but I swear, I don't want charity. I want to set up an actual job relationship with you. He's not their master. He's offering them real work, a salary, paid days off, and full freedom to walk away whenever they want. He leans in and tells them he's kicking off a brand new project here and he needs their help to make it happen. They can't even believe their ears. He swears he'll track down jobs that fit them perfectly. And if that's not enough, he'll connect them to brand new chances too. Then he slams down the last request that changes everything. "You're all going to become teachers." The silence hits like a punch to the chest. Shock, confusion, and pure disbelief plastered across their faces, and somehow the slaves are the ones teaching. Later on, the whole crew's still reeling while ALA spirals into a confidence crisis, staring at simple needlework like it's suddenly worthless. But that Cat Queen Bumblebee skin is absolutely not having it no way. "You're reaching too high because Sister is the undisputed best at needlework in the whole world." They laid it all out, Taiki's wild plan. This isn't just hiring them. He's building a whole school to teach skills to slaves and kids pulled straight from the slums. And here's the best part. This is totally free, no strings attached. The local nobles stared in shock at the business plan, but when it mattered, they still signed off on it. Even his own crew straight up admits they can't always read what's going on inside our boy's head. But they trust Taiki-sama with their whole hearts, reckless or not. They're certain he'll pull it off. Right then, the ground starts roaring and shaking like it's alive, and everyone instantly panics, convinced it's an earthquake. But the golems roll out for construction. Then this colossal high-tech machine hoists a massive piece of gear into the air, and everyone's left staring, utterly speechless. In the slums, they kick off construction at a pace so wild it makes no sense. Even Taiki, the operator, can't stop staring at the work speed. It scares the hell out of her. Little Katerina isn't focused on the big stuff at all. She's completely captivated by the adorable helper bot, Paikan, as Ella hands her the newly repaired outfit, clean, perfect, and fit like it was made for her. Suddenly, the giant drill slams into something, and boom! A roaring geyser of hot water erupts from the ground like a hot spring bursting to life. Our main man is absolutely over the moon, sketching out fresh plans and hunting down every material he'll need. Isla grins and spots it right away. His face is so bright, so alive, it practically hums with joy. He's living his best life, and the excitement is so contagious it pulls you in too. Meanwhile, the hunt for the missing people slams into another brutal dead end, and one of the search party members slams his fist down in pure frustration, while a young boy gapes at the wall of the thing person reports, his heart shattering. He crumples into a flood of tears, sobbing for the mother and father he lost. The team can only promise they won't stop searching. And just like that, a fresh hope is surging through the streets. Pamphlets for Taiki's school are getting handed out everywhere. The slum crowd swarms the notice board, devouring the flyer that promises learning, jobs, and free meals. A week later, the school is finally done, an enormous, sprawling masterpiece that practically popped up overnight. Taiki is already drowning under an avalanche of applications from slaves with no masters, and these will be his very first students. But he's not finished. He tells his new teachers he's stressed out because he's got another plan cooking. Once we stumbled on those hot springs, I knew exactly what to build. I wanted a grand hotel for nobles, commoners, and even slaves, and when the group heard it, they were completely stunned. Right away, he hands the former mansion matron the reins. She's so flooded with gratitude she can barely get words out. She beams and asks if she can bring in her old buddies, every fantastic servant she's known, so they can work by her side. And honestly, it feels like her wildest dream just came true. The carpenter is handed the furniture job with one big promise on the table. The school's future graduates will be the ones he hires. A scrappy kid from the slums sprints up and drops into a deep bow. "Please help me, I'm begging you." Taiki gently tells him to lift his head. In this jaw-dropping moment, former slaves, fresh employees, and our hero, everyone lock hands together, and right there, a whole new community is born. Weeks later, Sister Letitia catches the slum kids filing out of the church, and her stomach drops. "Oh no, where do you think you're going?" she snaps, already sure they're about to steal again. Then she barrels after them, slipping through the alleyways like she owns the night, when she suddenly stops dead in her tracks, staring right at the gates of the new school. They're not stealing, nah, they're slipping in as if it's enrollment. She slips a glance through the gates, completely stunned and lost. Sword in hand, she stares as they swing steel and drill their moves with blazing focus. He worked the kitchens hard, then flashed a real grin like he meant it. The elf mage isn't just casting spells, he's teaching a full class right there. Letitia staggers off, still trembling from what just happened. Those kids are lacing up and heading to school right now. That hit her like a punch. She'd been wrong, and she knew it instantly. This was the first time I'd ever seen them like that. Those smiles. But just as clarity finally clicks for her, her superior barges in. "Father," she blurts, "you came to see this school too." The old priest isn't buying it. He snaps that this school spits in the face of their beliefs, mocks the denial of the slave mark, and insults the goddess's own benediction. Letitia tries to talk it out. Taiki just believes there's another way to save people, but the priest cuts her off with a furious snap. Heresy. Then he lays into Taiki's every crime straight up, wrecking the church's auction in the process. The Marquis had slaves lined up for an abduction. He had fake passports in his pocket and ran a terrifying sky castle, backed by a massive army that could crush anyone. As Taiki and Katerina step out of school, they spot church officials keeping a close eye on them, and both realize they're being watched. The father's orders hit like a hammer. "Sister Letitia Moner, lock this place down." He orders her to spill every detail to the Karyasu church, claiming it's all for their holy benediction. But the whole thing reeks of a threat. But they don't know someone's watching them right back. Up in the sky, from a high-tech command center, Yuri smirks, and you can't shake the feeling they just didn't notice yet. They've already pinned the church as the next link to the shattered remains of Koenigs's followers. But she's not worried at all. She actually looks like she's eating up every twist and turn of the intrigue. With a mischievous wink, she leans in and whispers, "Hey, let's keep an eye on each other." From his own monitors down below, Tiki keeps a sharp eye on the school grounds. With a stone-cold stare the moment the game starts, he can't stop asking himself what are the Karasu cult's real intentions. Elsewhere, shady deals are heating up. Sister Letitia gets her orders to keep tabs on our boy's facility and report every scrap about him straight back to the Karisu cult. The cult's leader, his face carved with pure evil, bursts into a wild cackle and lays out his plan, spinning Taiki as the villain who toppled the old empire, while the people choke on despair under a tyrant king. He swears the cult is the one saving people, powered by the goddess's blessing. Letitia's torn-up worry stares back at her while she steels herself for a crisis she has to handle, and then a pack of kids shouts her name, ripping her focus apart. They spotted her lurking nearby, tailed her, and assumed she was only hanging around because she worried about them. They shoot out apologies for going quiet, but their new lives have them buzzing so hard they can't stop. And they swear they'll study hard and graduate, then work even harder. Totally clueless about her mission, the kids drag the wildered spy through a grand tour. One kid even insists on showing her how they pretend to be mages, turning everyday things into magic. Another is picking up martial arts lessons from a strict but surprisingly kind teacher, who drills her without crushing her spirit. They even get a virtual seamstress teacher who straight up pops out of the wall and the kid's jaw hits the floor. Letitia asks if there are any other kids, and they lead her straight to the cooking classroom where Taiki's up there, grinning like he's lost his mind, holding up a totally ridiculous-looking vegetable. Dude is absolutely buzzing over this alien-looking plant, so he straight up grabs it and takes one huge bite straight from the raw thing. Right after it hits, his expression just drops to nothing, and then he crumples dramatically, like a fish flopping on land, completely out of place. Right after that, the kids flip into total panic, then Ayla and Katerina burst in. And Ayla instantly clocks Letitia as the fiend from the castle in the sky. Her protective instincts ignite, and her face twists into a savage snarl as she realizes the darkness lurking behind Letitia's cute smile. Katerina, always the sweetheart, just pats the kids on the head and eases their fears right away. And you've got it. Those kids are thriving, getting praised by their teachers, and throwing themselves into what they love. Love. The vibe lifts the moment one of the girls says the slum kids can finally use their bathhouse because hygiene is a mess for them, and then she casually calls out to a totally flustered Letitia, asking her to join in. Letitia's jaw drops when she stumbles on the whole crew soaking nude, but the others act like it's totally normal by now. Now here's the wild part. Your innocent little observation, the one that both of you made, hits way bigger than you think. Under the glowing moon, they sprawl out and start to talk, but the vibes instantly go serious because the girls can't wrap their heads around it. The food and lessons are free, even out in the slums. They discover this school is built to sharpen the talents of freed slaves so they can finally get hired as real, proper workers. The talk shifts to the slave marks, and one girl blurts out that only a select few can control minds. Then one of the girls starts spilling the cult's twisted ideology like poison, so she snaps, "Why are you expanding their options for nothing? Don't people suffer more when they've got more choices?" Love her words hit like ice. She argues that being a slave means obeying orders without thought, living a whole life numb with no doubts, no feelings, just silence. Are you seriously calling that living? Another girl gasps, eyes wide with pure horror. Letitia fights back, furious and desperate, begging them to admit it. Would they really sell themselves as slaves just to pocket money and rescue their families? But the girls fired back, saying the school was their lifeline, their ticket to forging a future of their own. Our boy's fighting for one thing. He wants them to get the power to stand on their own before they hit rock bottom and get forced to sell themselves to a slave merchant. And just like another girl put it, if I'm going down, I'm doing it with laughs, not tears. That's exactly what Taiki drilled into them. Golems are so damn strong that they can defend everyone on their own, so there's no need to chain them up with that slave mark power. The shock hits hard when even young Ayla has a slave mark, and it instantly blows up Letitia's composure. Her thoughts slam into the brutal truth of the cult's salvation, and it hits like a punch. Action hits and she keels over, overwhelmed by the sheer emotional shock. The girls burst in to save her, and the moment they do, those scars from her previous master come fully into view. Letitia's memories hit like a nightmare proof of the cult's sick work, where desperate people get dragged and chained into slavery. A man crumpled to pieces as he sold himself, burning every last shred of pride to save his family. And she still remembers her own confusion. Why would anyone sob when the goddess's blessing finally frees them? Wasn't that supposed to be better than dying of starvation, she thought. Meanwhile, our boy and his crew are already 2 steps ahead. They know the exact kind of report she's about to drop. They don't want to take on the carousel cult, but they're sitting on documents that prove their shady slave mark magic is real. Here's the catch into the Carlock government: only a tiny handful are truly in on the secret. But Taiki lays out the ugly truth: either they dig up the info themselves, or they sit and wait while the cult moves first. And though he hates what it means for Letitia, they're going to use her. Letitia's report to the cult goes exactly how you'd expect: smooth at first, then ugly fast because her superiors are furious, disgusted that this vile school is getting backing from nobles. They snap that her monitoring is useless, then sneer that she's nothing but a puppet, one that can't even pull the strings. When they push her to talk about her time with Taiki, the words vanish from her mouth. She tries to tell them the school is actually helping the slums grow better, but they snap her words off mid-sentence, twitching with raw rage. They spew that brainwashed garbage, blasting the cult's teachings like it's the only truth. He tells her she's nothing but a slave, and if she dares to defy them, she'll be stripped of her place. The call is made now. The commander of the Holy Chivalric Order snaps his authority into place. He doesn't need a puppet king's words now, it's time to smash them. Back at school, the teacher suddenly notices something sketchy in the garden. No way that isn't a dog, it's an entire army, marching straight up to their front door. So yeah, the students are losing their minds, but our main man's stone cold, like nothing can touch him. Stay calm, he tells them, because deep down we already knew the Karasuk cult's Holy Chivalric Order was about to show up. He snaps his gaze to his trusty golem. Let's go, A1. Because we've got to shield this school at all costs. The knights planted to their feet like a fortress of steel and sheer fanatic belief, poised and screaming for the clash to finally ignite. The knight's commander was already howling orders, charging Taiki with kidnapping a mage slave, then demanding the girl back, along with every other slave trapped inside that building. Inside those walls, the former slaves cower in terror, refusing to ever step back into that brutal life. They remember getting used and abused, their masters spitting on them like they were nothing, then tossing them aside like trash. Katerina rockets toward the window, then Allah snaps her back, stopping her mid-dash. Our unsuspecting hero steps out like he's totally fine, then coolly tells them he can't give in. This is his private land, paid for with the right authorization and taxes. The students and teachers showed up on their own, no forced moves, no shady stuff, and definitely no laws getting broken. Then the commander snaps back, slamming Taiki with a brutal accusation. He's hoarding the very goods that keep the economy and the cult running. Then he spits out his truly vile philosophy here in this country. Slaves aren't people at all. They're treated like nothing but objects. From the sidelines, Letitia spirals into a full-blown meltdown. She panics because the kids she was supposed to shield are suddenly right in the middle of the crossfire. But before she can bolt, the kids grab her and yank her back, shouting that the outside is way too dangerous. Taiki speaks up with calm confidence, telling everyone that these students are learning, So workers finally win equal rights and nobody gets exploited again. The commander sneers that the slave mark is a goddess's blessing, just a home for useless deadbeats who don't bring a thing to the table. That's when our kid finally snaps, "Stop playing games," he roars, charging straight at the commander and laying down the truth slaves are people, not things, and they have rights. He shrieks that so many were dragged into taking the mark, and it's straight up horrifying to make them carry it for their entire lives. He gestures toward the happy community inside. Look at them, living freely. Don't you think it's right that they carve out their own home and belong and just live as themselves? He cuts straight to the truth, his voice burning with righteous fury. So tell me, are you terrified that the people you've been looking down on might finally get the same rights as you? The commander gets completely crushed, no comeback left, then he spits out one ruthless command, attack? And yeah, go ahead, take that guy out. Taiki lifts his hexagonal barrier just in time. His soldiers unleash a volley of arrows, but they explode into harmless shards. Then the real fun kicks in. Taiki slams his golem into the fight, and it immediately starts tearing through the knights like they're nothing, while the students erupt with cheers. Taiki barks an order to Ifa wipe out the mages puppeteering those mindless slave soldiers. Ifa explodes into action, cutting down a mage like it's nothing. Taiki shoots them all a confident grin. A 1 and I will cover everything, just don't let a single soul step outside. A 1 turns the battlefield into pure chaos, hurling armored knights aside like ragdolls with terrifying ease. The commander just erupts into a cackle, totally blown away by the golem's sheer power. But then he pulls his ace out of the deck. He grins, and our new generation golem immediately starts begging to be tested because a colossal, terrifying golem looms up behind him. He outplayed A1 the entire time. Two colossal mechanical titans lock eyes, then the battle erupts. The chaos ripples through the slums and the crowd surges in fast, not about to let this slide. They start yelling out of the Night Order, demanding they do their jobs right and get out of here. An old man pushed his own slave toward the school, raising him like a son, and then stepped forward himself. He throws himself at the commander, pleading for one rethink because all he wants is for that boy to get a real education, then forge his own paths. The commander snaps and brutally punches the old man straight in the face, sending him flying through the air. Revealed the man's name, Sieg. Letitia pleads with the commander to stop, but he shoves her aside and snaps that it's all a question of whether she's really ready to fight the cult's principles. He swears his violence is pure protection, shielding his believers from the sky dwellers who are coming for their home. The kids' faces twist in pure horror as the truth hits at last. Wait, that's not it. They huddle and whisper, then it clicks. Their big sis is one of the bad guys. They crowd in front of her, locking arms like a living human shield. Then boom, the commander's brand new golem snaps into pure chaos, shrieking in agony like something inside it is breaking. He's got zero clue what's going on, and whatever's happening next is completely out of his hands. The golem erupts into a wild, violent thrash, and a massive chunk of debris gets absolutely yeeted straight at Katarina. Isla hurls herself between danger and everyone else, but our boy slips in at the very last second, slamming the barrier back into place and saving both of them. That rogue golem doesn't slow down. It keeps tearing through everything in its path. Siege raged until the knights finally yanked it off, then everyone scattered, retreating in full-blown chaos. Rush hurried over to make sure they were okay. And then boom, the impossible hits Katarina, who hasn't said a word until this moment. Finally lifts her gaze to him, tears spilling over, and softly whispers, "That's Kiag's thanks." Everyone's jaw drops like hard, and Ala clutches her to her chest, shaking with relief, and then she finally speaks. After the chaos, Siig gets rushed to the infirmary, still alive, still breathing. But the emotional damage is already done. One of the young boys storms up to Letitia, betrayal written all over his face. "I wanted to protect you all, but I couldn't do a thing, I'm sorry." Letitia drops to her knees and her whole world caves in. Everything she trusted, everything she swore was right. It's all a lie, and doubt starts tearing open her heart from the inside. The dust finally drifts away, and our guy stands alone in the middle of this massive hall, shaking silence, now swallowing the total chaos that night's orders unleashed. Sure, the damage is real, but the emotional fallout is what truly shatters him. The rogue kids who ditched their rules to rescue Letitia now creep toward him, shoulders slumped and eyes down. "Sorry, Mr. Principal," one of them blurts, voice cracking. They told her they'd spotted her on the giant screen, then watched that shady carousel cult milk her for everything, and they simply refuse to stand there and do nothing. And trust me, the story they spill is brutal, Letitia. Born into a famous family, fled the marriage she never asked for, and right when she thought she escaped, she got swallowed by a cult's grip. They promised her a place to belong, but turned that hope into a weapon, using it to exploit and torture her until they broke her into slavery just so she could cough up the insane taxes they demanded from her parish for their protection. All she wanted was a place to call home, but somewhere along the way she got swallowed whole until she couldn't tell herself from the puppet they used for their twisted games. The kids feel every ounce of that crushing weight, but our main man drops a comforting hand on their shoulders. "You can repay her kindness," he urges, and you instantly catch hope igniting in their eyes. Meanwhile, the new girl, Katarina, is still sweetly shy. She blushes hard the moment she finally starts talking to everyone. With every ounce of courage she can find, she stares at the group and blurts out, "Will you be my friends?" Yeah, she answers fast, and it's straight up epic. And of course, the kids go wild, cheering and already begging, "Can me and Big Sis stay at the new hotel?" So our hopeless hero whips around to Letitia because he knows that Colt isn't just going to let her walk away after she stood up to them. He tells her he'll get her a spot at the hotel, a safe place to rest while they're sure the danger has finally blown over. She's flooded with gratitude, so she accepts, swearing she won't be a burden. But before she can even finish, Ayla yanks her into a cozy hug and tells her to eat well, sleep sound, and get ready for a whole lot of fun. Even Sig, the tank of the man who got absolutely wrecked by that golem, gets told to stay put so they can keep a close eye on how he's holding up. Our boy flicks his eyes to Katarina. She looks completely zoned out, like a shadow just slid across her face for the briefest second. But there's zero time to brood. Yuri jumps into action, and Ifa tells him bluntly that striking the hotel right now would blow up into a full-on national incident. The very next day, the grand opening is roaring to life, and that hotel, man, it's a certified masterpiece, a towering palace ripped straight out of the slums. And you better believe this guest list is stacked major heavy hitters roll up in fancy carriages, already dressed to party. The whole crowd erupts, especially when the fan-favorite bot, A1 San, steps in. One guy has completely snapped, obsessing over a weird one's inorganic feeling so bad that his friends can't stop talking about it. The chaos spikes the second another crew shows up, and Ditson instantly corners Yanuel to interrogate his mission progress, completely bulldozing the party mood. Like a streak of pure, unstoppable motion, Mi, Allah's little sister, hurls herself through the air like a cannonball, then tackles Yuri in a gigantic hug as tears of pure joy pour down her face. Dixon isn't buying it. He snaps at Annual for meddling when women are trying to meet. Ifa just smirks, totally unfazed, and tells Yuri she looks even better than before. Out of nowhere, the crowd hushes and murmurs again because Karluk's king just stormed in, and you can tell right away he's not in a good mood. Inside, the guests can't believe their eyes because the king himself gets personally greeted by our boy right there in front of a jaw-dropping open-air bath. The main lobby is straight-up luxury, and the staff moves like pros, so everybody feels like royalty the second they step inside. But the vibe spikes into full chaos when they bump into two absolute legends, the old emperor and Yanuel, locked in a ridiculous breakneck ping-pong showdown like it's not even a game anymore, but a blazing battle of entire nations. Our hero just grins so relieved everyone's actually enjoying themselves, especially once that insane food the chefs cooked starts landing like pure magic. But the three leaders, Emperor Yanuo and the king included, say nothing, and the weight of what's about to happen presses on everyone like a storm waiting to break. This was supposed to be a vacation. Our main man sweeps them into a private room, then admits he lured them there for one reason, to spill some critical information. Karluk's king drops a bombshell he's not the real deal. He's just a puppet for the Taraya faction of the Karasu cult, a figurehead barred from even touching real diplomacy. And it only gets worse. An inquisitor from that rival Uparoshna faction is rolling into town in just a few days to put someone on trial. The king tells you that the Karasu church is tearing itself apart in a full-on civil war. Then he drops the truth: with the Blau empires on the rise, the Taraya faction has turned downright shady. They're the ones behind the missing people and the slave trade, and they even twist the military into forging deadly magic armaments. To prove it, he whips out the proof: the arm from the golem that attacked them. The breakdown's done, and it matches the Empire's golem tech so perfectly, it's basically a lock clicking into place. It all points to one person, Violet, the shadowy woman who slipped away during the old Empire's revolution. Our hero finally snaps into her past. There she is, a stunning woman with long purple hair, striding forward with the head of the Knight's Order. And just like that, Yanuel snaps to it. Yuri's theory is dead on. Violet's using the Sky Castle's technology to copy something incredible, and whoever's paying her isn't just rich, they're loaded. The old emperor's face is carved with grim dread. His kingdom has lost its path, and he snaps that it's purge time. Change his loyal followers swear it'll happen, right? As he brings the shift they've been craving. Their first target, Violet? She's a wanted criminal, and they're closing in to grab her. Januel agrees to help right away, then makes it crystal clear he's here as a friend, not as some official representative of the imperial country. Once the heavy talk ends, the old emperor flips his mood like a switch 180 degrees in an instant, and then he bellows, "All right, enough of that, let's get it on." Daniel's face drains of color. "Save me, I'm not ready for this," he yells as the old man cackles, claiming this is how they'll deepen their bonds, by scrubbing each other's backs in that huge private bath. Meanwhile, the chaos is legendary, and while everyone's losing their minds on that path, the girls are chilling, only to poke at our boy by grilling Ayla. "So, what's going on with you and Taiki?" Mia shot in and blurted out that Dixon told her Ayla has a thing for him. And yeah, everyone in this room knows it. Aoife's savage question hits our main man like a lightning strike, and his whole system crashes, utterly lost, completely stunned. The men's bath turns into a full-on, no-holds-barred roar, pure chaos from start to finish. Watching those girls in their own bath makes you wonder, Do guys rank and compare everything the way they do? Later, once everyone finally lets their guard down, Graysand spots something that sends a chill through the room. He keeps his eyes locked on Letitia, zeroing in on that strange mark on her neck. "I've seen it before," he mutters, voice dropping like a warning. So he whips around to Katerina, eyes blazing with desperate hope. "My missing brother," he blurts. "He had the same mark on his neck. Do you remember?" Katerina's eyes snap wide. She finally recognizes him, one of the scary men from that night's order, locked in a dark underground prison. "Trust me," she whispers right before the auction begins. Memories slam into him and the room replays a nightmare, people packed behind cages. "The older brother with the mark, he was sweet to me," she whispers, and her voice shakes like it's about to break. Ayla leans in, voice soft but sharp, and asks the one question everyone's been dying to know. "Why were you there?" Katerina's face drops like the past is finally crushing her. "My mom got played by the Carrie cult," she says, eyes shaking. "When they slaughtered everyone, I was taken." Then she hits everyone with the most brutal truth bomb. Anyone with mana got dragged into that place, to be turned into living fuel for the new golems. A year ago, her kingdom got wiped out by the Blau Empire, and ever since, her life has been soaked in the deepest, ultimate betrayal. She's chasing the dream of a princess who's finally happy. But when her brother suddenly fell ill, her desperate parents scrambled for help and begged the Karisu cult to save him. The Empire and the cult lean on raw desperation, demanding slave payments and kicking the kingdom straight into chaos. Katerina's family, the Hoffen family, scrambled to flee, clinging to the cult's help as they tried to get out alive. But it was all a trap because the cult had backed the Empire from the very beginning. And then they slaughtered every last one of her family, leaving no heir to the throne alive. And the villains yanked her and her mother straight before the bodies of everyone they loved. They finally let the mask slip an unhinged scheme to forge golems, using humans as fuel. They started bragging, claiming they forged weapons so brutal, nothing from the Sky Castle could even compete. The queen fought back to the very end, screaming that they were slaves, not citizens ones she had sold. Even though it was old news, the commander couldn't stop laughing because the real twist was coming. He was going to unleash Karlach's slaves next before they rose to conquer the world. Power! Then her mother snapped past her own breaking point, realizing they'd be turned into fuel for those monstrous weapons. "Enough! I'll kill you!" she screamed, then barreled forward, going for the strike. But in the blink of an eye, she was struck down by a brutal, fatal blow right before her daughter's very eyes. Katerina could only freeze in terror as her mother crumbled into dust right in front of her eyes. The commander smirked at the terrified child. "So this is what you get when you resist, girl. Be quiet, obey." In that brutal, dark prison, she finally found a lifeline, a gentle man, Gray's brother. He kept blurting words to her, clawing at her hope, begging her to stop fighting, to stay silent, and to obey. With his last breath, he pressed a mission into her hands: escape if you can. Track down a man who bears my same mark and make sure he knows what happened. Katerina was shattered. Family gone, hope dead, and no rescue was ever going to reach her. She had nowhere left to belong. But that was then. Now she's flooded with every bright moment she shared with Taiki and her brand new friends. A real smile finally burst onto her face. Right here in the present, Ayla crushes her in a tight hug, then tells you, "You were incredibly brave." As Katerina finally breaks and the tears spill, she grabs Ayla's hands and thanks her for stitching her clothes back together, the last pieces of her family still clinging to her life. Finally, after they heard the whole story, Gray and his sister were hit with a brutal, icy rage. "I can't forgive you, I'm gonna kill you," his sister swore. They tear off to track down our boy, firing off questions like, "What's going on?" That dissected golem arm sprawled on the lab table screams its grim backstory. Our hero confirms that this golem's energy matches the Empire's ones perfectly. When their mages finally checked the magic, the truth hit hard: the golems weren't born. They were handmade with 2 mana sources fused together, and the fuel powering them was human. This cursed tech lets one mage steer an army of golems by ripping people of their minds. Our unsuspecting hero balls up his fist because magic is meant to save people, not turn them into corpses. Things are spiraling out of control. The king has already started rallying his knights to smash into the cult's territory, but it feels like one last desperate strike that may come way too late. Taiki knows he has to move, so he scans his staff, every former slave he saved, now standing tall, working with real joy and purpose. He set out to build a place where everyone could finally smile and feel at home. And he's not letting some unhinged cult steal that from him, because this hotel is absolutely crushing it. The service hits, the rooms feel top tier, and the food is straight up incredible. The bee-skins are tearing into a full-on food fight at the buffet. For the staff, it's more than work. It's a loud, undeniable proof that even if they were slaves, they can still rise and do something truly great. As Ayla and her crew rip open the sky and launch into the clouds, and just like that, our boy gets hit with a sharp, sudden wave of loneliness. Allah clocks the sweat on him, closes the gap in an instant, and fires off, "Are you overworked?" He flat out short circuits, and Ditson's voice keeps slamming into his head. I heard Ayla Dono loves you so. Now he can't even talk to her like a normal person anymore. More, he'd always treated her like family, so why did the thought of something more hit him like a storm? Aoife snaps him back to reality. Taiki-sama, it's the research facility. Yuri tore through every corner and still came up empty. So the only truth left was this. The facility had to be buried underground. Letitia had pointed to some guarded ruins tucked away in the slums, dead perfect hiding spot for a secret lab. Our hero leans in and tells her to be careful. Right then, the monitor jolts, Yuri's frantic call blasts through, and her face turns deathly pale with pure panic. Come on, kid, the assault left. She's gone, and the old priest has completely snapped, screaming at the top of his lungs that the holy knights unfairly detained him. But the king of Karluk, already on the brink of losing his mind, finally snaps out loud. He lays the truth bare, blasting the cultists for treating their devout followers like disposable tools. Also, they can feed their own shady agenda. The priest juts his chest out and slams the faith card, barking that they're the goddess's true followers. The king just scoffs, you were betraying the goddess you swear you worship, and then he orders a full-on inquisition. Before the old man can even blink, a knight lunges in and clamps onto his face, smashing his protests into silence with pure steel force. The knight crawls under his skin, his eyes blazing with rage. He snarls, "Tell me everything," demanding to know how many innocent lives this cult has crushed. He slams the squirming priest to the ground and squeezes out answers, interrogating him about the kidnapped citizens and where that so-called magic research facility is hiding. Suddenly, the whole scene flips. Taiki's screen erupts with a frantic warning Letitia is missing. The whole crew instantly panics, convinced the Karasu cult finally snatched her straight into their worst nightmare. Hold up, Yuri, ice cold and totally unshaken. Just drops a bombshell. She's been tracking a drone on Latya, and she's been sensing something was off from the very start. To me, she says, her gaze cutting like daggers, she's been lying the whole time. She quickly insists Letitia never technically lied, she just kept a whole avalanche of truth locked away, hiding her own storm behind that pious front. That poor girl was trembling, her whole world collapsing because she was desperate to find a place where she could finally belong. The drone feed locks onto her destination, an abandoned, crumbling church buried deep in the slums. Right away, he steps in like a leader, ordering the scared kids to stay right where they are. "Don't panic," he says with a calm, reassuring grin. "I'll get your big sis back, I promise." That night, he promises them a massive dinner together, and the weight of that promise hangs in the air like thunder. Right there, the whole crew piles into their high-tech ride and locks in, ready to tear out and hit the road. They spot the cult's hideout in a flash, but an obstruction spell slams down so their drone feed glitches and scrambles. The elf spills the plan track down the magic circle, powering the shield, and smash it to pieces. Meanwhile, Letitia slips through an eerie, abandoned church, like the building itself is watching her. She trips on a stack of ancient photographs, and a small, bittersweet smile lights up her face as she stares at all those joyful memories. Elsewhere, our hopeless hero and Ella scour yet another spot. Then Ella spots something, and Taiki immediately turns a shade so red it's basically a crime scene. Across the base, the elf and Yuri snap into a full-on lovers' quarrel. Yuri fires back that he's completely insensitive. Right then, A1 the stoic robot blurted out that it had finally found something. The absolute unit lifts that massive stone slab with pure ease, and boom, a hidden magic circle appears, along with a secret passage plunging into the dark below. Taiki snaps at Yuri to start downloading the drone footage of Letitia's every move. In the secret passage, Letitia's jaw falls to the floor because she's staring at a massive underground ruin. A warped ritual ground made from monster bones and fueled by ancient magic. This isn't a simple church at all. It's a full-blown research facility built for something far bigger. She gapes up at the towering monument to the goddesses, and the full impact of what she's done slams into her. "I've sinned," she breathes. Her past slams into her like a wave, her desperate escape from home to dodge a political marriage, vowing she'd never be used as a pawn again. All she'd ever wanted was to break free and finally breathe on her own. She remembers the day she hit rock bottom, only to get saved from those thugs by the very cult she'd later join. For the first time in her life, warmth wrapped around her like she'd finally found her place. Thinking she'd found salvation, she spouted a thank you speech that twisted into a demand to enslave people so foolishly that it only proved how badly she'd been misled. The irony smashes into her like a punch. She chased freedom so hard that she took it from countless others without even flinching. She was a dumb, gullible pawn, and she never even sensed it coming. She couldn't save a single soul, she couldn't lead anyone, and she turned on the cult's own teachings. Broken and hollow, her spirit shatters as she chokes out, "I want to die," tears pouring down her face. Right as her despair hit its peak, the cult leaders burst out of the shadows, grinning with twisted, mocking pity on their faces. The head priest doesn't blink. He blasts her with a brutal spell, screaming that she's a useless traitor who sold them out. He cackles at her, ordering her to thank her lucky stars. He's just branding her with a slave mark instead of ending her life. Panic flashes in her eyes, pure, unfiltered terror. "Stop thinking and obey," he snarls. "Poison in every word, do it, and you'll live." They haul her to the altar, crushed so hard her will is gone, and now the Karasu cult finally has a tool they can use. Back with the rescue squad, Yuri knuckles down and builds a razor-sharp map of the underground labyrinth from the drone data. They catch the cultists slamming gear together like they're about to bolt out of there for good. In the blink of an eye, Yuri snaps that she'll chase them solo to find a way to erase the slave marks, ordering Taiki to stay focused on saving Letitia and the others. Ayla shot back with a fierce promise she'd save her friends, no matter what, and Aifa's fate would be sealed by that vow. Yeah, she rockets straight into the dark. She quickly spots a pack of cultists hauling crates stacked with magic tools like it's all part of their sinister plan. Her eyes narrowed to slits as she swept the weird collection of artifacts, searching for something, anything that made sense, believing that one clue could be hiding anywhere waiting to be found. Ayla's freaking out over Yuri, but before her fear can even finish growing, our boy swoops in and reassures her fast. Seeing she's still determined to help, he finally gives her the green light to go on one hard condition: she has to take A1 with her. Then she suddenly snatches Taiki close, hissing, "Please be careful," and bolts off, leaving him flustered and beet red. Taiki and the elf finally track down the prison at last. But when he got there, it was totally empty. No one, nothing at all. One lone woman, trembling with pure terror, curls up tight inside a cold prison cell. As she spills the horrifying news, the other prisoners don't flinch. Golems surge in and smash them together, fusing them into one. A heavy curtain gets violently yanked aside, unveiling a nightmare army of magical constructs, their eyes burning with pure menace. She lets out a blood-curdling scream, writhing in pure agony, and right there in the middle of it, my husband is one of those. Our heroes are totally frozen in shock, staring down an army of their own people, twisted into monsters. Meanwhile, Yuri and the Knight crouch to watch as the cult hauls in their haul insane loot: dragon ores, rare materials, and a whole case packed with Imperial slave seals. Yuri can't make sense of their moves. Right then, ALA bursts in and promises to unleash stealth drones to sweep the area and hunt down clues. It's a gut-punch reunion. Two friends lock eyes and swear they'll rescue each other's comrades. As the cultists slam the last boxes shut and get ready to disappear, Allah's drone locks on and dives straight toward that heavily guarded box. The drone scan suddenly lights up. There's a magic book hidden inside. The lead cultist nonchalantly snatches the cash from the box and flings that ancient-looking tome to his subordinate like it's nothing. Yuri's eyes blew wide as the text hit her ancient elven script, spelling out the secret to the slave mark, and they finally had it. But their victory doesn't last. Some chilling voice slices through the air. "Raise your hands and kneel." The head priest is right behind them, and he heard every word. He jabs a finger at Yuri. "So you're the princess of the Imperial Kingdom, right?" He erupts in a smug, totally unhinged laugh and then drops the bomb their spies have had her spotted since the second she joined. The priest slams an ultimatum on them: surrender, or become golem parts, and Allah shrieks for A1, who immediately lunges forward. But the villain doesn't care about anyone else. His eyes lock onto Ayla, the Azul princess, and he yanks out a single glowing leaf. With a snap of his wrist, he blasts out a brutal wave of energy that sends them flying clear across the room. Is absolutely through the roof. "Become a slave again," he screams, and dark, corrupt magic blasts from the leaf, snatching Allah in its grip, who erupts in pure, unfiltered agony. A one has had it. Then the robot snaps a violent flex, its outer armor explodes into pieces, and a far deadlier form rips through underneath. It slams straight into the attack head-on. He unleashes a blinding counter-assault and just wipes out every cultist around him. Yuri rockets to Ella's side as her fear turns her whole body into a trembling wreck. One stands guard over them like a real protector, watching their backs. The elf shows up at the last second, snaps at A1 to get the girls out of danger now. Then Taiki bursts into the middle of this total chaos. Surrounded by a spinning swarm of those same mysterious glowing leaves, the chamber erupts into pure chaos as a blinding flash traps two women inside, one shrieking, begging the universe to spare her life. "Please don't kill me," she pleads, and the energy surges until it hits a fever pitch. A terrifying thing is happening. Then a voice screams, "The Taiki is evolving, and nobody has a clue what's going on," as the drones they were using get yanked straight into the vortex, twisting and reshaping into something brand new. The dark-haired elf snaps to it. Taiki's man isn't human, isn't elvish either. Something stranger entirely is walking around in his place. A special kind of nature that feels like it's hiding something big. "You bet your ass," she says it, and she makes it crystal clear this isn't some half-baked power-up. No, this isn't just a step up. It's a whole different world. The light blasts open, and out of it strides a figure in flawless angelic armor, like the heavens just unlocked a brand new power. Suddenly, the whole scene flips way out beyond the clouds. A majestic castle hangs in the sky like a promise, holding the key to a massive mystery that's about to explode wide open. World, because our main guy is just now cracking his eyes open. Super groggy, totally lost, like he has no idea where he even is. He jolts upright, blinks hard, and realizes he's nowhere near a war zone. He's back in his room inside the castle. Before he can even wrap his head around it, the golem strolls in, and Taiki's left totally stunned. "A1, I was just in the car. Look at what's happening." Then A1 speaks, "I'm glad you've awakened." But the voice that comes out, a girl's. Our guy's brain fries instantly. He snaps into panic and scrambles away like his life depends on it. Like, calm down and drop your voice. His thoughts snap back to that ridiculously beautiful winged goddess so close to fate that she basically, Sartre, accidentally ended him. He jabs a finger at me like I'm guilty this goddess. A wego o killed me. Don't tell me there isn't a better way to say it. Through A1, the goddess darts out an apology again. You're right, I'm truly sorry. But then she adds, because of that mistake, you gotta come here and claim the castle in the sky. She tells them, it's all because of him. Without his help, this castle never would have grown. You channeled the blessing from the spirit tree of Upper Seine, sharpened your power, snagged fresh gear, and forged an even sturdier defense shield, but our hero is still scrambling to keep up because the goddess has one last make-or-break surprise to show him. She blasts a hologram into the air, vivid and unreal. It's a colossal ancient tree, yet its roots are chained by a sinister, glowing slave mark like it's trapped by something evil. The goddess steps in and reveals, this is the spirit tree. Gradia, the second of three, she slams down a massive lure bomb. Then the whole truth hits. The world was built by three goddesses. Gradia first, granting power to the elves. Next came Euprosine, fueling humans and birthing the bee-skin. And last was Aglaia, who handed our boy his power. She points at the castle and says, your power is its power. Then she swings it right back to what I asked the spirit tree. Gradia, the elven spirit tree, got enslaved. And once those slave marks tore her lifeline away, she got cut off from the elves and her growth stalled. As long as she's trapped in chains, that sky castle will stay stuck, never unleashing its full, truly unhinged power. Her voice cracks with heartbreaking grief. Please, you have to save my friend. And just like that, our unsuspecting hero gets completely blindsided. He wants to help. But what can he possibly do? Because the world's strength comes from balance between the three goddesses. So the goddess lays it all out in chibi style. AES, humans and elves crashing into battle. When the war hit a deadlock, humans unleashed a brutal trump card. A disruption spell that wipes magic clean off the map. The elves' mightiest spells fizzled out and turned to nothing. The elves couldn't strike back, so humans seized them, enslaved them, and twisted the spirit tree's power to fuel their own shady agenda. They took it even farther. This new human-made magic is so brutally advanced that even the ancient elven disruption spells can't even scratch it. But then the goddess finally speaks, lighting up our hero's life, and says, you were always meant to arrive in this world because the power she handed him. It's a disruption spell he made himself, one that can shut down human magic for good. It smacks him like a truck. If he can use it, he'll wipe out the slave mark for good. Not quite A1. Straight up explains that there are two kinds of slave marks, an ancient one forged by elves, and a fresh one made by humans. He can only wipe out the humans because the elves, they've got their own problems covered. It's a flawless system of checks and balances that keeps everything in perfect control. To power him up, she plucks a leaf from her own spirit tree and hands it over, supercharging his mana like a lightning strike. You're the one who gets to choose what happens next. The goddess finally bears her darkest regret. She's the one who taught humans the disruption spell, and she never once thought they'd turn it around to enslave another race. If she'd just built her own spirit tree, and earlier then, that castle delay would have stopped the balance of power from tipping. Now she's got no choice. She's dumping this crushing burden on him. So, you handle it? You blink, then reality slams back in like a wrecking ball, and a colossal explosion detonates inside the building where the elves are hiding. Panic bursts out the moment they try to figure out where they're supposed to go. Karluk rallies the crew, roaring that he'll come back for the rest right as they bolt for their lives. But they're yanked to a halt mid-step. Yuri's sprawled on the floor, cradling a collapsed Allah, and the golem just stops cold. Allah's slave mark glows like a warning flare, and Yuri's smile drops as the moment slams down on her. I was told to watch the castle, but hanging with my friends felt way too good to pass up. Tears pour down her cheeks as she chokes out, I'm just too powerless. But Karluk ain't letting that happen. He clamps his hands on her face and snaps her back to reality. Where'd you go back then, the fearless, laid-back you who saved me with Taiki Dono? He leans in and reminds her every single person, especially their friends, has seen just how strong she really is. Yuri's words land like a gut punch. She wipes her tears. Grit replaces the hurt, and she finally says, sorry I let you see the ugly side of me. With fresh determination blazing in me, we steel ourselves and get ready to leave. One of the ex-nobles is slamming the scumbag slavers down and tying them up. He isn't slaughtering them, he's holding back because he needs them alive for the trial. More girls burst in, and it's instantly clear this time. They've locked down the young girl they came for, straight off the auction. She was the spark that pointed them exactly where they needed to go. Their move is simple, get to the hotel or the school, because Taiki's shields will stand guard and keep them safe. Yuri locks eyes with her friend, her voice a steel vow, Ayla, I'll save you. Outside, a creepy cart right next to the bus from the castle sits there, ominous and still, like it's waiting for someone. An angry mob of townspeople surged into the streets, torches blazing, roaring for the Karasu cult to hand back their families. They've finally stopped waiting because the Inquisitor's about to arrive. Right when the tension finally snaps, the cult's golems come crashing down on them. Up there with them, on the rooftop, A fresh figure suddenly rises, surrounded by the captured families. Karluk and Yuri stared in disbelief, their faces frozen as it all hit them. A woman in sleek, dark armor, radiating raw power and pure malice. Yuri and Karluk snap their heads up the second they hear that bone-chilling voice. Violet clocks the Sky Castle bus as it rolls in. "Raise it!" she snaps, and her golems slam into the charge. Karluk spots the opening. "This is our moment. We'll yank their focus, and then everyone, run!" He shouts over the chaos, steering the frantic crowd straight toward the school where those barriers are still up and locking everything down. The golems went on a mindless rampage, smashing the empty bus to pieces. Yuri fixes Violet in her sights, eyes narrowed tight because the enemy has finally shown itself. But the bus was just a decoy inside it. A drone hammered the air with a massive energy shield, sealing off a group of kids who were hiding nearby. Tears flood the moment as parents spot their missing kids, and everything finally clicks back into place. But it's not a clean win when one girl is missing, and Ayla is still out cold, begging for urgent medical care. They finally burst through the doors and lock onto the hotel's safety. But the nightmare isn't done. Golems are flooding in, and every single one is being yanked around by slave marks. Right when despair starts to crush him, something slams down from the sky, reinforcements from the castle. Meanwhile, Violet's voice turns icy as she orders her mages to race the reinforcements trail to track down the Sky Castle itself. On the floating fortress, the residents are perched and watching the chaos erupt before their eyes. Cold bites the air as dragons and golems flood the city streets below. Suddenly, a massive, sinister sigil blasts across the entire sky like a warning from the dark. A thunderous voice erupts. War is declared by the Mage Federation, backed by the Alliance States and the Karluk Church, as they denounce the Sky Castle's brutal atrocities. They're blasting out straight propaganda, pinning the social collapse and all the misery they caused themselves onto our heroes. Right out the gate, they drop a savage PR bomb and brand the Sky Castle as the world's enemy. The moment the army arrives, the castle's people freeze in terror because those dragons and golems are covered in slave marks, and the horror hits hard. The freed slaves break down into tears. So why is he getting dragged like this? Taiki-sama was the only one who ever dared to save us. The castle's barrier is unbreakable, but tell me, for how long can it hold? That's when Ditson, the town's resident mad genius, decides it's finally time to unleash his real, terrifying power. He tells you he got the idea straight from the castle's creation zone. Chug this, Gullum Ken None, he roars, and pours every ounce of knowledge and raw energy right into it. A massive blast of energy annihilates a huge chunk of the attackers, and they scramble to retreat. But the win lasts about as long as a blink. Ditson crumples to the ground, utterly drained. Because his blueprint had one deadly flaw, it devours an insane, catastrophic amount of magic. Logic? The last dragons unleash their fury, swarming his precious golem coon like a living storm. "Stop! Leave my precious child alone!" he screams as they rip it apart, and the wailing won't stop. A dark mage, perched atop a dragon's back, readies the crushing final blow. Then bam! A sleek white armored fighter teleports in out of nowhere, slams into the attack, and shuts it down instantly like it's a whole brand new epic battle mode. And there he is, Taiki standing tall on its shoulder like he owns the whole world. Totally cool, totally unbothered. Sorry I'm late. A one just announced its code got upgraded. While they move the castle to safety, the ground team is taking care of the rest. His loyal friends on the ground crane their necks and grin like they're bursting with pride. "We'll always be your allies." Tiki grinned, "Thank you. You, the Dark Mage, are utterly stunned." Damn it, who the hell is that guy? Awonks is about to rip the lid off everything. He's unleashing the Sky Castle's real power. And the truth is, seconds away. Back at the hotel, everyone crowd around the monitors, soaking in the light show like it's unfolding right in front of them. This is wild. Taiki-sama just showed up and charged in to rescue the Sky Castle. Outside the school, the golems are breaking formation and pulling back hard. In the dark, Ella jerks awake in her bed and one name slips off her lips, Daika-sama. The sky tears open with flashes and roaring explosions while our hero goes to war, cleaning house. Violet stares down from the city below, her face cold and impossible to read. Ayla's eyes flutter open, and right away that cozy warmth wraps around her. She looks up, Boom Taiki's got her cradled in his arms, and instantly her face erupts into a bright red panic as she starts freaking out. He blurts that he's only exhausted after hauling her to her room, then crashes into sleep, apologizing non-stop until he tries to move, and she cuts in with a shaky whisper, "Don't leave." He leans over her, his voice turning gentle as he pleads, "Please stay with me. I need a little more time. I want us to be together." More, she shakes her head and suddenly flashes back to Yuri, stitching her back together. She tilts her gaze up at him, and her heart is blazing right there in her eyes. "Thanks to you, I finally feel stronger. You gave the weak me who could only run and hide a whole new self. Me, I'm grateful to you." Our hero locks eyes with her, and in that single heartbeat, the whole truth snaps into place. He finally cracks, admitting he's been lying to himself, calling his feelings just guardian duty because he convinced himself he didn't deserve more, and now I can no longer... The second he locks eyes with her, every mask drops. "I love you, Ayla. My whole life began the day we met." and I've loved you ever since. Tears of pure dreams stream down her face, and I also loved you, Taiki-sama. They lean closer, and a silent promise snaps into place between them. Down at the breakfast table, everything feels off Taiki, and the elf princess are packed so tight you can't even slip a single sheet of paper between them, trading a look that screams, "We're totally a thing now." And you better believe Ivarian clocks it instantly right there. The whole squad freezes, staring like they've seen a ghost, while that tiny vampire girl with zero chill just blurts it out. Maybe they kissed? Maybe they made up. She follows it up like my parents always did, and it slams the elf queen into an all-out, full-blown panic. That awkward silence explodes the second the talk snaps back to cold, brutal reality. Then it gets worse. The Kara's church made its move last night, trying to straight up abduct the refugees our guy saved. But they never accounted for Tiki's golems on patrol. Those things slammed the kidnapping attempt down hard and shut it completely. And the truth hits hard and sickening. The church never treated King Karluk like a friend. They looked at his kingdom like loot, plain and simple. Every shining promise they threw around was just a smoke bomb to grab the power for themselves. Now they're setting their sights straight on the king and the royal castle, trying to prove how strong they are and scare anyone who even thinks about standing against them. The air turns heavy, like the world's holding its breath. So tell me, is this it? Is war about to explode? All those magic school kids can feel it crushing down on them because they already know the ugly truth once war hits. It's the slaves who get dragged into battle, and it's the slaves who get slaughtered on the front lines. But one of them won't stay put. He rips into action and declares he'll help Taiki evacuate the residents. His master immediately tries to cut him off, saying he's too young. But the kid refuses to back down. He's a martial artist, and he's determined to prove he's still useful. The master finally gives in on one brutal condition: the kid can't leave his sight. Because this isn't just about being a hero, the kid's racing to find Sister Letitia before it's too late. With pure fire in his eyes, he swears he'll track her down and bring her back. Meanwhile, our unsuspecting hero walks into the War Council meeting, and boom! It's the kind of mind-blowing sci-fi stuff you can't even prepare for. He hooked everyone up with VR glasses, then launched drones and built a holographic meeting space that had half the room staring like, what just happened? It's straight-up mind-blowing tech magic, though. Nobody has the foggiest idea how it even works. To anyone who isn't wearing the glasses, it just looks like they're totally losing it, wildly flailing at thin air, and that part is honestly insanely funny. Taiki doesn't waste a second. Someone has snatched the spirit tree, the very source of Agria's power. This is how they pump that massive worldwide illusion into the world, painting the Sky Castle as pure evil while the Koenig faction spreads the lie nonstop, drowning everyone in confusion and flipping the crowd against them. Overnight, they got branded as the world's enemy just because our boy is fighting to free slaves and teach them to stand on their own feet. And that totally wrecks the shady imperial government's profits. It's a ruthless smear campaign twisting every good deed they've ever done into a weapon aimed straight at them. But there's a darker reason behind his total meltdown. Our guy finally decides the time has come to spill the big secret. He lifts a single glowing leaf and, right there, spills the truth about his magic power. And on top of all that, he wields a third kind of magic, nothing human, nothing spirit. And it comes with one horrifying power: it can wipe out human magic completely. And yeah, this power is unprecedented, totally game-breaking. It reeks of forbidden art, and you'd need an absurd amount of magic just to even try. That's why the Mage Federation is spiraling out of control, preaching humanity with a straight face, yet buried in a brutal past of enslaving elves and other races just to boost their own power. Maybe they've realized Taiki's power could topple their whole shady scheme, and they can't stomach the idea of a world where their magic doesn't work anymore. So the Karis Church links up with the Koenig's leftovers, the Toglier Magic Nation, and the Beastmen, an unholy megaforce bent on wiping out the Sky Castle. With the Spirit Tree's magic finally in their grip, their armies could now crush past the old empires. The room goes dead quiet, like the whole world just landed on their shoulders. Taiki-sama, what do we do now? Our boy doesn't even blink. His voice stays steady, but every word hits like thunder. We're freeing the Spirit Tree. And he charges in to rescue the slaves that were cruelly turned into golems. He tilts his gaze to the sky, swear words thunder through the heavens, and then he'll rip slavery out of this world once and for all. Mic drop, he straight up tells everyone he's not using his nullification to hurt a single soul. He'll unleash it for one mission only, wiping away the slave marks that chained so many people in silence. The rescue mission is already in motion. Turns out they've cracked the code to pull the trapped tribe out of those enemy golems, like tearing open a crab, gross as it sounds, but absolutely awesome. The victims are stunned. But Taiki's futuristic medical pods kick in fast, so they start recovering in a flash. Help is coming right now. The king of the Blau Empire stands up and throws his full support behind him, already having his forces on the move. He roars that he promised King Karluk to take a bath and play table tennis together, and now he's proving he always keeps his word. He's already unleashed the absolute unit A1 and tossed in the other golems too, to smash the church's forces and hold the royal castle. And Taiki says it with ironclad confidence: we're gonna win. Golems are built like unstoppable wrecking machines, smashing the enemy's units to pieces with savage, no-waste efficiency. Right on the ground, King Karluk himself hurls a raging wave of holy magic. No one else touches this. He's settling it personally. Finally, the whole city erupts in chaos as terrified civilians scramble to escape, clutching teleportation boxes and vanishing one by one. A young martial artist rushes an old woman to safety as she calls him out for being a former thief, and he doesn't even try to deny it instead. Grit hardens on his face, blazing with the promise that he'll be better from here on out. But their way gets slammed shut as enemy golems rain from the sky. His master doesn't even blink, he charges straight into the fray, slamming through the chaos and hacking a golem clean in half. These are the exact same berserk golems that hit the school. As that next one barrels toward him, he roars at the top of his lungs, screaming for the kids to run. The scene snaps away. Boom! We're inside the mind of a church knight sealed in a golem, his control shattering as he roars through his own thoughts. I don't want this enough. The golem moves on its own, snatching another knight by the throat like it's nothing, and the poor trapped man can't fight back, just begs the thing not to kill him. As the blade slams down, back at the castle, our main man sits down with A1 for a brutal talk because he's certain that Golem had to take out a human just to keep his friends safe. Taiki stares at his creation not with judgment, but with a deep, steady understanding because he knows this lethal power is the shield he has to have to protect everyone. But instead of barking an order, he hands you a choice. Use this feature when you think it's right. I'm betting on you, partner. A1 reaches out with trembling fingers like they're weighing the crushing weight of that unbearable trust. So, tell me, do they truly have a heart? The story snaps to the enemy mastermind Violet, half submerged in a grotesque life support bath like something twisted is keeping her alive. We're thrown straight into her nightmare past. Her mother sneers, "You're really useless," then spits, "I shouldn't have had you in the first place." A terrified kid gets shoved into a brutal experiment with a whole line of other victims chained together like cattle. One by one, the other kids get incinerated, lives snuffed out for nothing at all, while a guard spits the order, "Just die." In a raw, desperate scream, "I don't want to die." Violet's hidden power detonates, blasting her out of the fire. Right now, her attendants burst in and tell her, "Everything's set. Your preparations are ready." She climbs out of this bath, her gaze sharp enough to cut straight through anyone in her way. Her twisted philosophy, sparked by that trauma, is the only thing keeping her moving now. And to survive, I have to wipe out anyone who's better than me. I'll shatter that man's power, the Agria spirit tree. Our hero tears back into his magnificent sky castle right on time. A split second of calm right before the world detonates. For now, the wild chaos and Karluk finally got slammed into control. But the enemy forces are already rallying for a fresh assault on the castle, and Taiki's drones are tracking every single move. The road ahead is wide open now. They have to fight. They'll tear the whole castle up and drag it over the enemy nation of Tertzel, then kick off a full-on rescue mission for the spirit tree. Taiki spread the plan out, grinning. He'll slam the main force straight in the face. As me and Yuri-san slipped through the stealth mission to free the tree, a former elf slave stepped in and handed us brutal, game-changing gear crafted from the few spirit tree leaves we'd barely managed to save. Absolutely perfect for turning their magic up to max. The castle's shields are ready to shred enemy drones and wyverns, and once the fighting calms down, they'll fire up the healing device to pull the trapped people out of the golems. Once the spirit tree is fully completed, every single slave brand will vanish like it never happened. The whole crew stares at him, eyes blazing with hope, trust locked in tight because they just know he can pull it off. Taiki roars to pull everyone together. Come on! We're freeing the spirit tree and the people trapped inside. But as he strides through the halls, he hates every second of fighting still. He'll go to war if it means ripping those slave brands off for good. So tell me what happens to the world after it all ends. For some people, like the Elf King, slavery doesn't just happen to them, it becomes the whole story of their life. Some of the broken ones, crushed by the system, even start to mistake their chains for belonging. The point isn't to shove freedom down their throats, it's to pull out the people who want it, and then give everyone the power to choose. Even now, the Elf Queen can't shake her worry about Letitia and the kids. But our boy clenches his promise and roars, "I'm saving them no matter what." Just when the tension feels unbearable, a tiny, joyful miracle pops in. One of the slimes waddles right in, rolling in with a food tray. And right behind that, two familiar faces came into view. It's Seg's brother and the other boy's father. The same men the school attack captured and forged into golems, and they're alive. When they reunite, it hits like a wave. Tears, shaking hands, and pure, crushing relief. As Yori readies herself for a brutal mission, the Elf King presses an earring into her hand, his sacred charm, the kind every elf settlement knows and honors. It's their last shot at proving to the elves of Tertzel that they're not the enemy. He's terrified he'll lose her, but she looks him in the eye and promises she'll be okay, then vows to do whatever it takes to protect her friend and their brand new home. Elsewhere, the bee-skinned girls are in a conversation that could rewrite everything. Schnee declares that once her slave brand is gone, she's done with the village forever, and she's heading out on a journey. The Sky Castle just opened her eyes to a whole new world of possibilities, and now she's ready to see every single bit of it. Her courage sparks in everyone else's chest, and suddenly they're desperate to learn more, level up, and figure out who they truly are, free in a world where chains don't exist. Mi's mother stares at her daughter, her heart bursting with pride, and she grants her blessing to chase the life she truly wants. Beneath the pale moonlight, two rival forces brace for the last strike. Viola and her twisted army march out, their warped sense of justice blazing like fire. They whip up their soldiers with propaganda, shouting that they've got to smash Agria's spirit tree, save the world, keep order, and destroy its will. In their shadowy hideout, they rip the leaves off the trapped, sobbing spirit tree. They were gearing up their slave golem army for the final, do-or-die battle that's about to explode into chaos. The final showdown for the spirit tree is about to erupt, and the whole place hums with pure, crackling energy. Taiki finally exhales in pure relief. Those last checks on his war machine are done. Hold Up, his crew watches him like, "You're burning yourself out." But he just brushes it off with a grin. He's only busy bolting new drone functions onto his golems, like that's no big deal yet. He's way more worried about me and Yuri heading in without them. But Yuri shoots him a look that says, "Everything, I trust you, case closed." Now it's go time because the enemy has already started moving. Our main man's jaw sets with iron resolve. This battle will decide it all, and they're not stopping until the cruelty of those slave marks gets erased for good. The sky instantly blows apart into pure chaos. Golems and dragons slam together in a roaring storm of metal and fire. Right then, boom! A massive energy blast tears through the enemy ranks and wipes out a whole chunk, blazing so bright it feels like the real show just kicked off. From her high perch, enemy General Violet stares down the chaos as the battle rages on, only to blink in confusion, because her golem count looks lower than last time and she still can't figure out what sleight of hand is at work. But Violet just cackles, that wicked grin lighting up her face, and she can't wait a second longer to charge into the front lines and rip everything apart herself because yeah, this woman is totally unhinged. Meanwhile, down on the streets, the city lies in ruins. In those war-ripped streets, a shady operation is crawling into place right under everyone's nose. Guards hustle through the forest with a suspicious cart, swearing it's packed with survivors and that it'll roll out from the spirit tree. Then Yuri suddenly pops up out of nowhere, way too close for comfort, and throws their whole plan off balance, leaving these goons so rattled they forget their orders. Crouched inside the cart, I stared in pure awe because she had no clue magic could be this incredible, this deadly, and still so much fun. One guard snapped, "Look at all those golems in the sky," and his worry instantly crushed the thought of the people trapped inside. That's Mi's cue. She snaps her fingers, and the guy gets frozen solid in a blink like a damn popsicle before he can even finish what he started. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yuri's jaw drops as Mi rips into the fight, pouring her magic into raw offense, and Yuri's already got her own secret power locked and loaded. She yanks out a borrowed church artifact, an eerie little tech piece scavenged from Taiki's drones. Yeah, she slams it to the wall and it erupts in glowing light, summoning a gigantic, epic teleportation circle that starts draining mana straight from the spirit tree leaves. The plan hits dead center leaves, ignite with eerie light, and boom, enemy soldiers get zapped by invisible laser attackers from every angle, and the battlefield erupts into total chaos as they drop off one by one. They're clueless about what's going on. Then one of the big shots catches the tactic being muttered, and it's downright grim. While the enemy's fully distracted, the road to the spirit tree swings wide open. Yuri holds up a symbol and declares, "We're not soldiers, we're friends from the Sky Castle." Mai throws herself at Yuri's mercy, begging her to save the elves, then swears she'll personally go shut down whoever's hijacking the spirit tree's consciousness. Yuri nods and shoves a bundle of spirit tree leaves into her hands to supercharge her healing magic, then immediately warns her, "Don't you dare do anything reckless." Mia flashes a grin so confident it's almost scary. "I've got strong allies, so I'm good." And then she rockets straight toward her target. This punches me straight in the gut. She spots the elves treated like trash, their lives thrown away like they don't matter, and she can't help it. She looks at her friends' faces and asks why they all feel so the same. She flashes back to everything, how they were all trapped as slaves until Taiki ripped them free, handing them a future. And in that instant, her road becomes crystal clear. She's desperate to become a magician just like Taiki, a total lifesaver, someone who shows up and helps people when it matters most. She craves that kind of power so she can shield everyone she cares about. She's chasing two things like her life depends on it: power to save people and the power to believe in herself because she wants it all and she won't back down. Right when she's about to strike, a sudden enemy attack erupts out of nowhere and steals the moment. But hold up, those aren't enemy drones at all, they're Taiki's golems. Golem's face erupts into a savage grin now that Taiki is in her hands. She's ready to unleash a full-powered rescue and save everyone. Flexing her new control as a literal army marches behind her. Her eyes blaze with pure determination. "Take this!" she screams, blasting out a crushing surge of ice that swallows the enemy soldiers whole. We get a quick peek at the whole scheme. Taiki dumps the golem duty on me for the moment, so he can blast his power supercharged by the spirit tree leaves, straight into the mind controlling the tree and wipe out the slave marks for good. He puts his full faith in her because if Yuri can do it, the elves are getting saved. A wave of doubt crashes over me if this plan actually works. Will everyone really split off and go their separate ways? That thought hits like a wrecking ball. She's desperate to cuff the bad guys, desperate to free everyone, but one thing stops her cold. She refuses to leave her friends behind. Friends stay friends no matter what life throws at them. Their memories slam across the screen in a blinding rush, screaming the truth of their bond no matter what comes. They're tied together. Taiki and the others jump in, and bam, those hearts lock together in one gorgeous heartworm group moment. I adore you too, Mia, she cries, her heart overflowing. With her resolve reforged, she steps up and declares to everyone, I'm going to become a magician who helps people. Suddenly, the whole castle erupts with alarm sirens. Beep, beep, beep. A nightmare comes roaring onto the monitor, and it's not some ordinary dragon. It's a horrifying mashup of dragon, flesh, and golem. One glance and your stomach flips. It rockets straight into the castle and slams the heroes with an instant attack, so they have to brace for the impact right now. But Dixon realizes this attack isn't aimed just at the castle. It's something bigger. That beast is zeroing in on the Empire and the Royal Kingdom's reinforcement camps. And who storms in to lead the charge, Violet, right there, pointing at our clueless hero, I'll take you on and your golem too. Taiki can only stare, and the moment's weight slams into him, Violet. She locks eyes with him, cold, murderous fury burning through her, and growls, I'll wipe you out, and I'll destroy the spirit tree, too. But our hero digs in and won't budge, his resolve blazing just as hard as the rest, because when everyone's determination finally locks in, they square up for the last do-or-die battle. The showdown ignites. Violet squares up against Taiki. I'll crush you, and I'll crush your golem, too, she growls, dead serious. They slam together in a blazing burst of raw power, and a wall of pure energy snaps into place, shielding our main man. Violet's jaw drops. How in the world did you manage to steal that much magical power? So her reaction hit like a bomb. His answer was just, studying. Plain and honest, and it lit her up with rage. She can't wrap her head around how anyone could get that strong without paying the price. You're too soft, she shrieks, then blasts out a brutal energy blast. Now come at me with the intent to kill. The attack hits with terrifying force, and everyone gets caught in the blast because nobody saw that kind of raw, destructive power coming from Taiki. Ifa dives straight onto the dragon, yanking Ditson out of the blast range at the last second. And why is this old man in the middle of a war zone praising his kid like it's nothing? My kid is the best, smart, and cute. Honestly, that doting parent is straight up ridiculous. Then he chows down on a healing device they throw his way and snaps back to strength. He plans to fire up the device and rip the golem parts out of the dragon's body, the ones acting like strapped-on magic power tanks. Pai-chan bursts into the work area, yanks the golem parts loose, and rips the victims free from the forced absorption. Seeing that, Taiki's eyes light up. What if he uses the healing device on Violet herself? But Violet won't go down like that. She digs in, refusing to lose, trading power with him. Blow for blow. Relax, Tiki Pants, we're not here to kill you, he said, scrambling to reason with her. I'll snatch you up and hand you straight to the Blau Empire for judgment. Then she answers, simple and cold, and I'll cut you down before it even happens. This yanks her straight into a flashback, one vicious memory of a world where the strong made their power by trampling the weak. The slave mark doesn't matter. If you grow strong enough, you'll survive. And that voice from her past comes echoing back. She snaps back to reality and completely loses it. Screams erupt. Tai grabs her and drills her with a brutal question. So, are you really going to keep living in fear like they want? He slams down the brutal truth. So why the hell aren't the mages and every other power charging the front lines? Because everyone was already gearing up to make their escape. From the very start, his voice sliced straight through her fury. You weren't anything but a scapegoat. They needed you to buy time so they could run. She bursts into this broken, unhinged cackle like she's lost her mind, then shrieks, that still doesn't earn you a spared life, and rips open the truth, a self-destruct magic circle carved into her own chest. His scans had already caught it. You toss human lives aside like they're nothing, maybe even your own, our boy snaps, face hard with dread because he's seen it too. The dragons wear the very same circles carved into them. I'll smash through you with everything I've got, the full, raging power of the Sky Castle. Meanwhile, Mia barrels into the spirit tree's core, then enslaved elves slam into view. Trembling as their captor howls, intruders attack and do as I say, slaves. Mia shoots out a calm warning. This base is surrounded, and it's seconds from crumbling. Stop resisting. Don't hurt the elves anymore. I'm done with this fear. I just want to free the spirit tree. Tree, everyone bolts backward. The elves go pale with terror, one of them shaking like a leaf, and Dee warns, don't you come any closer. They're scared out of their minds, convinced she's just another master who's about to use them. Mi's voice is soft as I step in. Don't worry, I came to save you, and I swear I won't resort to violence. She insists that freeing the spirit tree is the only shot left to save them. Her eyes beg them, her face spilling pure empathy. Please trust me, she said, still shaking with fear, remembering how Ayla and the others pulled her to safety. Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you, I swear. Right then, she feels it like she's finally inching closer to being just like Taiki. That lead elf locks onto the truth in her eyes, makes up his mind, and shouts to his fellow elves, "Trust her." Right then, the healed elves finally come bursting in. Everyone was believed to be dead, and when they finally came together again, the reunion hit like a tidal wave, emotional and utterly overwhelming. The last guard lunges for control, but Mi's done taking orders. She snaps one gesture, freezes his mouth shut on the spot. "I thought you said you wouldn't use violence." He gurgles. "Shut up," she hisses, and then she seals him with ice. With the final obstacle destroyed, the elves spin toward the spirit tree, swallowing their guilt as they beg forgiveness for the hurt they had to unleash then. With one shared nod, they finally let go of their grip. World, the dark magic explodes and shatters everything. At last, the spirit tree is unleashed, flooding the whole chamber with blazing, warm light, like the room itself is waking up. Our main man stands face to face with a colossal, glowing spirit tree, and his plan finally erupts into action. He says it, clenches his fist tight, and determination burns in his eyes. "I'm using the disintegration technique," he declares, "to wipe out that slave mark." He declares, "to wipe. This is it." The last move to break every chain. Down on the battlefield, Ashihara stares up at the sky, eyes blown wide with shock as the tree finally gets freed and all that's left is her. And she absolutely snaps. She screams, "Oa!" at the spirit tree, roars, and rockets forward like a missile. "I'll kill you." But our boy is already one step ahead, lunging to intercept. He barks, "Don't you run!" And a shimmering shield blooms into place right in front of her. Shihara slams to a stop, totally stunned. "What?" she yells, because the entire floating fortress she's after has just vanished skyward like it deeded itself into the clouds. Our unsuspecting hero just smirks, then flat out admits he's been holding back this whole time, choking the castle's power, fighting through brutal adjustments, but now, that restraint is gone. Training wheels are gone for F. He whips around to Ayla, voice deadly serious. "This isn't like before. I'm going all out. You ready?" "Really?" Ella answers with a hard, confident yes, Taiki-sama. Then Shihara abruptly stops, like her whole body got trapped mid-breath. "What, my body won't move?" she blurts, totally frozen in place. Taiki barks the order, "Let's go." A1. And with one flex, the whole castle hums with power. Anyone foolish enough to invade gets turned into a puppet, yanked tight on his strings. Attacks, and the moment it hits, total chaos detonates. The Sky Castle spits out a blinding, unholy barrage of light, a raw storm of energy that wipes Shihara's entire army off the map. Every dragon's golem, yeah. All of them gets blasted to dust in this insanely epic light show. Shihara can only stare in terror as her own creations start bubbling, melting, and collapsing. "Dabi, what are you doing? Stop it. That's my power." Before she screams, begging it to stop, pure desperation tearing through her voice. But it's useless. Her own golem snatches her up, her face locked in pure despair as she chokes out, "Stop it. Everything I've built." And just like that, it's done. She crumples to the ground, completely broken, while our hero stands tall, triumphant, with his crew all around him. A1 stands there, stone calm and fearless, like the mission is already sealed. After the trash was finally gone, Taiki whipped his focus back to the spirit tree. By the tree's glow, 3 otherworldly goddess spirits drift into view, their faces calm as the dawn. They snapped their eyes open, grabbed his hand, and thanked him by name. One of them gives a soft smile, that's how you know. Our boy shoots him a shy grin back and admits, "If there were slave marks, I couldn't mess around and have fun with everyone." All he wants is to live free and enjoy this world, and the spirits grant that exact wish. The spirit tree crashes into the castle and keeps growing, swallowing every inch until it turns into one towering, breathtaking castle in the sky. They did it. Sky Castle is fully grown now. Down below, the girls are cheering their victory until the vibe flips in an instant. They stumble on Shihara's golems packed tight like prey, cowering together in the crumbling ruins. Whimpers bursting out of him, fear gripping hard. "Help me, please, I'm so sorry." It's devastating to watch, but Terrain's faith won't budge. She yells with pure confidence, "It's fine, Daikisama will save you. He'll save all of you." And right on cue, a colossal tree erupts in the middle of their own castle, like it was summoned from nowhere, blanketing everyone in a rain of glowing leaves. The terrain snagged her for a second, and her eyes blew wide with pure awe. The second the leaf grazes her skin, the slave mark on her neck snaps to life, then it disappears into nothing, and she's left completely stunned, unable to speak. Allah whips their head around, and there it is again. The same miracle blazing across everyone else's eyes, and suddenly a warm glow spreads across her chest. Then the very brand that has shaped her entire life shatters and melts into glowing light. It all crashes into her at once, and she drops to her knees, completely crushed. Right then, our hero bursts onto the scene in front of her. She looks up, and streams of pure tears pour down her face as he stands there, soft warmth in his eyes. He shoots his hand forward and yanks her into a tight embrace. One full year crawls by while the sky castle drifts in calm silence above it all, glowing like a promise of hope. In the towns below, something brand new just crashed onto the scene. An all-new era has officially begun. Aifa-san, the new messenger of the Sky Castle, gently brushes the former elven slave's cheek. Then the mark vanishes like it never existed. "You're free now," he murmurs with a warm, smiling calm. Thanks to the castle's blessing, slavery is outlawed worldwide, and now everyone is getting freed for real. Tears pour out as pure gratitude crashes over them, and he's ushered to a shelter where he can finally kick off his new life. Plus, he's got a golem escort watching his back. Ifason grins like he just sealed the whole job and left nothing left to do. His ride rivs straight up, a tour bus pulls up to scoop him. He grumbles that he could have flown, but the girls bulldoze that idea because they refuse to let him miss the next stop on their freedom tour. Snatching his family from the Beesman village, it's a road trip packed with joyful reunions and fresh new adventures around every turn. Even though Aifu-san still has to bodyguard her, one of the guys suddenly gets a little too friendly. Finally, the kind of ending you don't want because not all stories get happy. In a dark, freezing prison, Shihara slumps alone in a straitjacket, shattered to the core. A scientist showed up and laid it out, redemption on the table. Her twisted tech turned into something righteous, and the chance to build prosthetics that truly heal. She drops to her knees and pleads for help like her life depends on it. She cries for help, but not for freedom. When he offers to fix her body, she slams the door on it. She called that empty, silent cell the calmest place she'd ever known. The scientist, stunned and visibly repulsed, storms out and leaves her to rot in her own misery. He storms off crushed and dejected, and he kept muttering that his magic let people down like he was the reason they didn't make it. Then another scientist's projection lights up the screen and hands him everything: his secret hidden workshop, every research note, and a real second chance, all delivered by an unexpected ally. Life barrels on while bureaucrats drown in paperwork for the trials. They can't stop buzzing about the party waiting around the corner. He tries to escape work and his colleagues absolutely wreck him with the funniest prank, pure, savage trolling. Book and his friends savagely rip into him, forcing him to read the documents on the way. Elsewhere, kids are beaming as they make heartfelt gifts by hand. Their creativity went all out, like it was bursting at the seams. And right on cue, the tiny rivalry kicked in between siblings. Her friends push her out of her shell and beg her to jump into the fun, reminding her of everything she's done and how much it matters. For Taiki's birthday, they push her on, and against her hesitation, she finally agrees to go. A young girl can't stop daydreaming about running into our hero again. Then she imagines it, mouth-watering at the chance to taste Ayla's cooking. Up in the Sky Castle, the birthday boy himself is wrecking the kitchen, pure chaos, non-stop. Sirens are screaming while he juggles way too many dishes at once, and A1 has to step in fast to stop a full-on 5-alarm kitchen inferno. Ayla strides in with a bright smile even as chaos rages around her, and she calmly tells everyone the hall's ready. Everyone will be here any minute. She leans in close, eyes blazing with excitement because it's your birthday, and everyone's showing up to celebrate you. And oh, what a celebration it is. This hall is jam-packed with every friend and ally they've collected, a huge found family roaring with laughter, stuffing themselves and swapping stories like they'll never stop. Our boy stands right in the middle of it all, flashing a huge, real smile surrounded by the very people he fought tooth and nail to protect. Later, when the party finally winds down, he and Alas steal a quiet moment together, staring out at everything they've built and dreaming of a future wrapped in peace and love. Their castle soars above the clouds like it's daring the sky to blink, proof of every hard step that brought them here and the gorgeous future waiting right around the corner.